Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Yeah, yeah, hey. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace.
Good morning, competitors. My name is Amanda Kraus, and I'm USRowing CEO. I want to personally welcome all competitors, coaches, and spectators to the 2022 USRowing Indoor National Championship C.R.A.S.H Sprints. USRowing is once again excited to partner with C.R.A.S.H to bring you this virtual indoor rowing championship that will be contested on Concept 2 ergometers using Time Team's virtual timing platform. We have over 1,000 competitors from around the country and the world racing together 2,000 meters in our under 15, under 17, under 19, under 23 open, para, and masters event categories. We have three phenomenal announcers today, Hannah Painter, Meredith Kisting, and David Wyant. And they're going to be telling you more about our competitors and walk you through the races today. Big thanks to them. And finally, USRowing would like to take this time to congratulate all competitors for your hard work and dedication you've put into training for this virtual competition. We wish everyone good luck and hope you bring home some hardware, whether this is your first C.R.A.S.H event or you already have a hammer or two. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Natasha Strom, and I'm the Commodore of the C.R.A.S.H Sprints World Indoor Rowing Championships.
And I'm Rich Whalen, co-commodore of the C.R.A.S.H Sprints.
Welcome to the 41st C.R.A.S.H Sprints. In 2020, we were lucky to have a race in Boston. Little did we know it'd be the last major race before the world shut down because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
And because of that pandemic, in 2021, we had to come up with something new, a virtual race. Like everyone else adjusting to new norms, we had to be creative and think outside the box so that we could provide an opportunity for all of you to race and to make it exciting for spectators to watch.
We had hoped that this year we could be back in person, or at least offer a hybrid option. Unfortunately, with Omicron still surging, that was just not doable. Thankfully, our experience from last year taught us a lot, and we're happy to be expanding it. We hope you'll have a great day of racing and look forward to hosting you back in Boston next year.
New me, no time to waste. Look at me and see I don't play. I keep running on out of shape.
Good morning and welcome to the 2022 USRowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H Sprints. My name is David Wyant and I am coming to you from Sarasota, Florida. I am joined by Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting, and we're going to try our best to let everyone know all over the world what's happening in these 2,000 meter ergometer races today. And Hannah, what are you most excited to see on this virtual platform?
Hi, Hannah Painter here, coming from Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm most excited to see how far people are able to push themselves. Obviously, this new setup is hard when you're all alone or maybe in a different spot than the cages at in Boston. But I'm excited to see all different age ranges, backgrounds come into the pain cave together.
All right, we'll get back to Meredith in a minute, but we're going to go to our first race, which is the women's under 15 event. And you're going to see these amazing graphics. It's going to look like what it would look like if we were not virtual. And that's our leaderboard for this under 15 event. There are 14 competitors, as you can see, 18 competitors, as you can see. And there's going to be a start sequence. And then we're going to get all kinds of information as they start going. You can see the virtual boats there moving. And Meredith, we're also going to get some pictures from time to time of these rowers, sometimes in their kitchens, in their garages. And this is the first race of the day. As I like to mention, last year we had a world record in the under 12 women on the first race. So coming out of the gate hot are these women. You can see the early leader is Freya Little.
Yes, it
So
is really
really
exciting
loving
to see this
this.
first race kicking off here. We can see those splits over there along the right-hand side of the screen and the stroke rate as well. So really trying to bring you all that data that we would have if this were a real indoor race. But everyone there, again, at their homes or their home clubs, depending on the situation, depending on what they have access to. So making the best of what we have at this moment.
And so Freya Little out in front, she's representing Lake Oswego Community Rowing in Lake Oswego, Oregon. So she had a little bit of an early wake-up call for this 2,000-meter ergometer this morning, seeing as basically the flag dropped at 6 a.m. Pacific time. And you can see coming through 1,600 meters, meaning there are 1,600 meters left. So she's 400 meters into all of these races, or at least for the good portion of the day, are 2,000 meters. And then I think we have some sprints at the end of the day. So you can see Harley Derrickson looks like she is starting to catch up just a little bit to Freya Little out front.
Yeah, we're seeing all of these competitors either pass the 1,500 meter mark or come into just that second 500 of the race, a really crucial part of any 2K. That first 500 might feel really good, but then making sure that you're into something that's sustainable, which for some of these younger competitors might not be something that they have all the maturity to do so. So really trying to see if these young women can challenge themselves and have a really mature race, kind of racing beyond their years here.
And worth paying attention to these splits on the side. We can really get kind of a play-by-play action of how these races are progressing for each athlete. So you can kind of tell if someone has a higher split and they're at the lead, but someone below them has a faster split, they may be encroaching on that lead. Just like we would see on the water, we have some crews that try to take everyone else by surprise with a fiery start and get out ahead for that mental advantage. Don't quite have that mental advantage as much on the ergometer, especially when you might not be able to know what other people across the country are doing. So really challenging each other here to execute their race plan, and sometimes you can actually get that mental advantage of having a strong first 500, but it's a test of the tried and true race plan, whether or not that's sustainable for the rest of this piece.
So we can see these 18 competitors, or maybe 17, coming through, your leaders coming through almost the halfway point. So a couple things to point out on the graphic, and as you can see, we were talking about this, Hannah was talking about the split times. Those are on the far right. That's how fast they are going for 500 meters. It takes them roughly 2 minutes. And then just to the left of those numbers is how many strokes per minute they are taking. So we're getting data straight from the ergometer machines. Again, Harley Derrickson, she's in Tallahassee, Florida. She rows for Capital City. And Freya Little, who's sitting in second place, and you can see her little boat says 8M next to it. She's virtually 8 meters behind Harley Derrickson. So that's just how close it is. They're in different time zones. You've got Freya Little in the Pacific time zone, Harley Derrickson here in the East Coast time zone, and they're that close as they come through the halfway point. And then look at how close all of these other competitors are in this women's under 15 event. And under 15 refers to the age of these competitors. In fact, all of these competitors are 14 or younger. We have a couple 12-year-olds and 4 13-year-olds, and then the rest are 14. And so this is pretty impressive as they come through 750 meters to go with the leader.
Meredith, what do you think about when you go into the last 750 of the race?
I'm always sort of relieved in that, like, towards the end of it, that you've made it through some of the most mentally trying parts and you just get to sprint there. It's almost like that last 500 is a reward when it's going well, of course. But you know, you're able to really kind of go beyond what you thought you were capable of when it's a good race. If it's not, you're hoping that it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these competitors have some people around them probably physically who are challenging them, maybe some coxswains, maybe some parents, maybe coaches, letting them know how they're doing and whether they're hitting sort of their goals as they came into this. And as we approach 500 meters to go with the leader, Harley Derrickson of Capital City, it's looking like it is those two out in front, Harley Derrickson and Freya Little, and then it continues to be kind of anybody's race behind them. All of the results that are going to come through today are going to be unofficial, at least to begin with, just given the nature of having to gather all of this information from all over the world. We're going to see competitors from countries in very, very different time zones who are part of these U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H sprints on this Super Bowl Sunday. And Harley Derrickson's starting to pull away, Hannah. And, I think it's interesting to watch the numbers in terms of how many strokes per minute they're taking in the last 250.
Yep, there's definitely a strategy to take more strokes per minute as you come into those last few meters of your race. It kind of decreases the time that wheel has to slow down in your ergometer and allows you to kind of just tap along and keep the momentum up. But it does take a little bit extra toll on the whole body, on the lungs, on the legs to get that stroke rate up. So it's definitely something you reserve for that last sprint.
Yeah, we're watching those stroke rates go up into the high 30s there. Freya Little up above 40 right now. So really trying to get everything she can in these last few hundred meters there, trying to catch our leader, Harley Derrickson.
Emptying the tank in this first race of the day, the women's under 15 race at these C.R.A.S.H sprints. And they are rowing to the line in their respective hometowns, likely. I guess they could be somewhere else. But it does look like it's going to be Harley Derrickson finishing up for Capital City Rowing out front.
Well done. And we have quite that path that you were talking about, David, with this. Let's see, we have, looks like places 4th through 7th, all neck and neck. And then again, neck and neck between, looks like 7th place through 10th. Through 12th. It looks really competitive all the way across in these little bunches here.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see that. I'm always amazed when we have outdoor rowing as well, that these teams can come from all over the country potentially, just like these rowers are rowing all over the country in every time zone. And they're this competitive with one another still. They have the same speeds relative to one another, even though they don't know each other and may not even row outdoors, some of them. As you see, Janelle Garcia crossing the line for Rockford Rowing. And then it's Lainey Hunley, and she rows for Lake Lanier Rowing outside of Atlanta. As you see, all of those times come through just so close to one another. At the finish line, you're talking about it like 4 through 8, finishing within a second or two.
Got a lot of people breaking 9 minutes. So exciting.
Yeah, for those who are outdoor rowers of these women under 15, they're really kind of probably starting their rowing careers, and this is a great way to start, is to get on the erg and see how competitive they are in terms of their speed over 2,000 meters. As we see Gianna Martinez from Rockford Rowing Association moving through into that last 100 meters.
And just to put it into context, worth noting, like for women's middle and high school rowing, breaking 8 is usually a goal for athletes that they kind of choose to go for in high school. So to see our winner here, unofficially, our winner, Harley Derrickson, breaking 8 minutes as a U15 athlete is pretty exciting for her and for her program and her teammates, I'm sure. Quite remarkable.
So again, all the times unofficial. You can see the full time for 2,000 meters on the far left, as well as the unofficial placing of these women. And that was the first race of the day. And some good excitement going on. I mean, some really close racing already in that first race. The intro video kind of pumped me up, but I think we're getting ready to just fly through a bunch of very, very competitive races today.
All right, and we'll get right back to our next race in about a minute after a quick commercial break here.
Be brave here. Lift your left knee up. Stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness.
It's really fun. It's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it.
I really do like it here. I really like the campus, it's beautiful.
Time Team Regatta Systems, the timing partner of many events worldwide. Time Team Regatta Systems, the timing partner of many events worldwide.
And we're back. Coming up, we have race number 2 of the day, the men's U15 single. So again, that U15 category just denotes the age range of the athletes. So it's kind of the cap. All athletes will be under the age of 15 in this event. So we're looking at mostly a field of middle schooler athletes or junior high athletes that come from all over the country. One of the biggest presences in this event will be from Rockland, a club out of Nyack, New York. I think if I can do a quick count, we have well over a dozen athletes here from Rockland, that club in New York. So it should be fun to see not only how Rockland kind of shapes up against these other crews from all over the country, but also to see how Rockland compares to Rockland. When you have this big group, it's often fun. Hopefully they're all training together on the same program and they can kind of gauge themselves on how they're doing based on their teammates' progress as well.
Yeah, Meredith, I know that 2,000 meters typically is the distance that you're going to race at a collegiate level, sometimes at the youth level, certainly at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. But what's it like on an erg versus on the water? A lot of these athletes, or some of them today that we're going to see, particularly kind of in the masters categories, may not even row on the water. But most of these youth rowers do affiliate with teams and row outdoors when the weather gets good enough for that to happen. But what is kind of the primary difference in your mind between the two, and from a physical perspective?
Right. It can be quite a bit different. No, you talked about the distances. There's some opportunities for youth racers to race 1,500 meters. Our masters athletes sometimes race 1,000 meters versus 2,000 meters. So there's a time difference there. And then when you get down to boat speed, eights move a lot faster sometimes than these singles are going. So the actual time that the athletes are spending in that pain cave can be quite different. And then it gets into some other interesting aspects. The erg is going to come down a lot more to power versus your technique. You're not going to be rewarded as much for your rowing skills as you would on the water. It's going to come down to that power. And then one of those sneaky aspects is sometimes the air that you're breathing is just so much drier. You end up with that really notorious cough afterwards because your throat hurts from just breathing that wintertime indoor air. Kind of one of those hidden aspects, I think, of indoor racing.
Yeah, this is why, as a former coxswain, I'm glad to have some rowers joining me this morning to commentate these 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H sprints. And again, the next event is going to be the men's under 15. So we had the women's under 15 to start. And the other thing that's kind of interesting to me, Hannah, in terms of when this event is happening, it's happening at a time where if these rowers are on teams where they row outdoors, where they're really training hard, and they're not necessarily rowing outdoors at the moment. So they are on the erg quite a bit, but typically, in my experience, they're going to get to sort of their peak on the erg for 2,000 meters, maybe in a couple of months sometimes. So there is sometimes an advantage to somebody who doesn't even row outdoors in this C.R.A.S.H sprints versus somebody who does. But it's a good, I know it's kind of a good sign of where your fitness is from kind of the rowing off season, or the time when a lot of people can't be on the water. Certainly in Nyack, New York, you're probably not rowing outside right now a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Go ahead, Mare.
Oh, no. I believe that we are about to get started with this men's U15 2,000 meter race here. So excited to bring that to you here. Everyone lined up.
So you can see the leaderboard, and we have quite a few contestants in this event, even more than the women's installment.
Yeah. So something to watch out for here. Every time we have people register for these races, you have the option to kind of add your own little fun facts or tidbits in your registration. And one of the details we've got in our list here is to watch out for C.R.A.S.H out of Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club out in Nevada. He's currently ranked #1 in the world in the boys 12 and under 2K or 2,000 meter ergometer race with a time of 7:29.5. Pretty remarkable. We'll see how C.R.A.S.H does today. He's got maybe a target on his back, or he's feeling that pressure of being #1, but we'll see how he can handle it.
And you're seeing sort of the sequence and the graphics, and then we'll get this thing going. I'll also remark that Las Vegas is not necessarily a rowing hotbed, but it is great to see new teams popping up all over the place. Not sure that I've seen Lake Las Vegas at the Youth National Championships yet, as we get very close to the start of this one. So we'll see what C.R.A.S.H can do. I think at least our information says he's 13 now. So he was #1 in the world at 12 and under, and now he's going to have to pop into that category of 13 to 14 in terms of Concept 2 world records in the under 15 category here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H sprints. And again, it's a matter of coordinating through this software. It's totally amazing that these athletes are all over the world coordinating to get a virtual start at the same time as you see the command ready and attention, and then we'll have everybody out and rowing. Here they go.
Good. So again, if we're looking at this setup, we have the club over there on the left, abbreviated into some of the first letters, followed by the name of each athlete. Then we have this great little boat graphic of the bow number, you could say, of each athlete. And then they're sorted into their current placings, roughly. So you have your leader up at the top, and those at the bottom are trailing behind. And you can see next to the boat that little number of meters next to it, which means how far are they trailing behind that leader. Then you have stroke rate, how many strokes per minute each athlete is taking. Now, some athletes are stronger, some athletes are maybe more of an endurance, like high speed. So some athletes are able to hit higher power at a lower stroke rate. Others choose or strategize to use a higher stroke rate to kind of keep that fan in the ergometer moving quickly. But you can see that end result, or their split pace of each 500 over there in the far right. So our current leader is holding about a 143 at the moment, but a stroke rate 24, which is pretty low for what we'll see over the course of the day.
Yeah, low stroke rate, high power from Yaroslav Zakharov, who is rowing out of Kiev, Ukraine, and our first international competitor these first two events. But there must be just a lot of power there, as you mentioned, because he's out in front of this thing rowing at 23 strokes a minute. You can see Zach Merrigan in second place currently is rowing 10 more times per minute, taking 10 more strokes per minute than Yaroslav Zakharov is. Although it's tightening up front, Yaroslav had a very, very fast start. You kind of saw his bow clear of the other ones, and look at this just amazingly close competition. You can see those meters that they are from one another. And I'm looking at from Graham Kokas on the screen down to like Phineas, they're like, within 20 meters of one another. So if we were out on the water, they'd be very close. And everybody's sort of still in this race without question as they come through the 700-meter point.
Yeah, that first part of the race can be very physiologically different. Those first 10 strokes, you feel like you're on top of the world and that nothing is ever going to catch you. But then your own body starts to rebel. And again, it takes some planning. It takes a little bit of maturity. It takes knowing what your body is going to be capable of to be able to really execute that race well.
So it's Yaroslav Zakharov. Like I said, he is logging in and rowing this thing from Kiev. And he's out in front of Zach Merrigan of Burton Beach Rowing Association in Vashon, Washington. And you can see there's 17 meters separating the two of them. In third place currently is Dominic Cuccinelli. And those are your top three as they come through. But we're just coming through the halfway point of these 2,000 meters. So this is kind of really the point in time, certainly when I was a coxswain, mostly out on the water, but also if I was coxing individuals through a 2,000-meter erg, as these athletes are doing. This is the point in time where they really have to kind of dig deep because it starts to physically hurt quite a bit in this third 500 meters. And then, the last 500, you can maybe get a shot of adrenaline. You're sort of closer to the finish line. Things change a little bit at that point. If you're out on the water and you're somewhere that there are spectators, you'd start to hear the spectators in the last 500. But this is kind of, as you said, Meredith, the pain cave, without question, for these rowers is this point in time right now as they come through these third 500 meters.
Watch out for this battle down here between Graham Kokas and C.R.A.S.H Freeborn, two of the single scullers that we have some history on. So Graham actually won the novice training single event at the 2021 Head of the Schuylkill Regatta, which was just this past fall. So clearly has been putting in that consistent effort. And you can kind of see, if you look at their current pace in 153, 152, 158, that these athletes are still in this race.
And we're watching our leader, Yaroslav, keeping that rate still low coming into this last 500. Really consistent there with the low rate, really indicating that he has a lot of power per stroke. Second and third place there, hovering around 30 strokes per minute. That's much more typical of what you'd see in a 2K here. So our competitor here from Ukraine showing that he has a lot of power to play with here. So that'll be interesting to see, like, in the coming years, what he's able to do and accomplish with that.
Yep, it's Yaroslav Zakharov out in front, about 400 meters left, and still rowing mid-20s with the stroke rating. We'll see if he starts to take it up. He is actually pulling away, rowing at a lower stroke rating. I see the meters from Zach Merrigan sitting in second place, starting to kind of keep ticking up almost every stroke that these athletes are taking. So your leader into the last 250, and it's very close between Zach Merrigan and Dominic Cuccinelli of Marin out in California. So another early wake up for both of these men, Zach Merrigan and Dominic Cuccinelli, to be competing at these 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H sprints. As you see, look at that split time dropping to almost 1:30 out in front for Yaroslav Zakharov.
And now he's up in the 30s. He's at a 35, 127 here in these last 15 to 20 strokes of the race. 126. Holy moly.
A really great sprint here.
Oh my gosh, he's at a 51. What a finish.
But second in
amazing
place.
finish, and look at this, it's going to come right down to it. You see Dominic Cuccinelli just virtually passing on the graphic Zach Merrigan, who had been sitting in second place the whole time. One's in Oregon, one's in California. Going to come right down to the line. That would be a photo finish if we were out on the water. You see Andrew Ballantyne, who appears to finish unofficially in 4th place. But we have 3 competitors breaking 7 minutes in this under 15 event. Very impressive.
Such a great accomplishment for our 3 top finishers here to be under 7. That's always one of those benchmarks that guys in high school, early in high school, are looking to get past and start to push those times lower. So again, quite young here. To see that at that 13, 14 age range is really, really impressive.
Just past there at the line. We have more finishers coming. Joe Moody, Kevin Ross, Graham Kokas, Ismail Chihuahua, Cash Freeborn, Joseph Cordova, all battling to break that 2-minute pace, or going sub 8 minutes on the 2,000 meter test.
So you see these athletes, a lot of them finishing up. You can see the stroke rate's extremely high. I'm seeing 47 coming across the line for some of these athletes. 47 for Rizvan Kadyrov from Oakneck, I believe, as he comes across the line just ahead of Griffin Oak Lebo. And Luis Wilder Navarro, as now to the left side of the screen, you see the additional competitors approaching the line. And again, all of the results that you're going to see come through are unofficial. But it was a pretty commanding piece all the way down the race course, or all the way on his ergometer for 2,000 meters from Yaroslav Zakharov, 6:40, holding a 1:40 the whole time. I would challenge anybody to get on an ergometer at your local gym, feel and start pulling and see a 1:40, and think about holding that 1:40 for 6.5 minutes, as Yaroslav Zakharov did. So much power, very low stroke rating. He did it all the way through. As you see, Robert Lieblich finishing up from Capital City. And then we will move straight to our next event, which is going to be the women's under 17 event. So again, under 17 years of age is the cutoff for the next event as we finish up here. And we switch over on the graphic to race A, and it's going to repopulate, and you're going to see that it is the women's under 17 event, event 3 of our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H sprints. Again, this is David Wyant, and I am joined by Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting, bringing you these championships virtually from even from us all over the country. And you can see the start commands here. Attention and row for these competitors in the women's under 17 event, and here they go. Look at these stroke ratings. I saw some 50s to start. I'm seeing some 40s still, and that's always interesting to me to see what the strategies are. We saw in the previous event Yaroslav Zakharov holding a very low stroke rating all the way through his piece. A lot of times you're going to come out of a sprint, you're going to try to get the wheel moving the way that it should, and then you're going to settle in. That's also what you see on the water typically in outdoor rowing. But here we go with the women's under 17 event.
One key difference though. we have the same thoughts, Mare. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that we do get to see the start here in this virtual race setting versus as a spectator of an outdoor race, you are 2,000 meters away at the finish line. You might not get to see that start. You don't get to see the mystery of how these boats go from a complete stop up to some pretty high speeds pretty quickly. So you're still dealing with that same kind of dead stop. That fan is not moving when these athletes take their first stroke. You can't row into it. Everyone's starting from a dead stop there. And then using those first 100 meters or so to kind of get the fan moving, get everything going, and then settle into something that's going to be more sustainable. Hopefully, something that's planned, something that you're working towards. Don't want the race to be a surprise.
So out in front early, or approaching the 500-meter point, is Nicole Granovsky of Port Rowing, ahead of Rebecca Schmidt from Niskayuna, and her teammate, Nicole Granovsky's teammate, Hannah Raddick, who actually just dropped down there to 5th place. But you can see there's only a couple meters separating places 1 through 5, so it's extremely close up front. And again, what I like to look at, because we're getting this data, is the strokes per minute of these women as they come through 500 meters. You have Nicole Granovsky. She's winning this thing currently by only 2 meters over Rebecca Schmidt. But look at the stroke rating difference of 5 more strokes per minute that Nicole Granovsky is taking to stay out in the lead from versus Rebecca Schmidt in 2nd place.
Good and worth shout out to Reese McGeary at 24:26, and yet still holding very fast speeds. Often it takes quite a lot of strength to be able to do that, or potentially a lot more of an efficient movement. If you're getting more kind of bang for your buck at a lower stroke rate, you can almost conserve energy by not going up, but it does take that longer toll. Like the strength endurance comes into play when you hold a stroke rate that low.
So approaching the halfway point, and it still just remains extremely close up front. And you have Margot Moose jumping up there into 3rd place from the Northfield Mount Herman School in Northfield, Mass. And she's a little bit higher than the 2 women who are just in front of her by a few meters. As you now see Rebecca Schmidt taking the lead for the first time as we approach the halfway point. So that lower stroke rating did come into play, at least at this point in the race, with Nicole Granovsky holding a higher stroke rating than Rebecca Schmidt. And now you can see maybe a move happening there from Margot Moose. I love this when the graphics change as I'm talking up front with your top 3.
So tight here. Those leaders there over the 1,000-meter mark into the back half of the race. Always really mentally powerful to see the erg go from 4 digits to 3 digits left. So maybe getting a little bit of a boost there mentally as you're attacking that third 500.
Worth noting that third 500, as it is with most kind of these sprint endurance sports, it's where it hurts the most. It's a long enough distance that you try to sprint through it, but it really does take its toll. So that third 500 is where you'll see most athletes, even at world record breaking pacing, will have their slowest 500 meter split in that third 500. It just was a huge toll on the mind, on the whole physiological system, and we'll kind of see how these athletes can come through the other side as we near that 500 to go, where you can kind of see the light, you can see the end, you can almost taste it, and we'll see how these athletes can kind of hang in that dark place of the third 500.
So it's Rebecca Schmidt opening up a bit of a lead now as she gets into maybe pretty close to the last 500 meters. Your second place competitor at the moment, who has moved up quite a bit in that third 500, is Maya Geller of Advanced Community Rowing, C.R.A.H. And Margot Moose hanging on to third, but right on her heels is Edie Fisher. of Phillips Exeter Academy. And what I also particularly love about these sprints, well, sprints may be a misnomer. You were sort of talking or alluding to that. It may be sort of like a middle distance at this point. I think if you talk to rowers, they would say that 2,000 meters is not necessarily a sprint. As we were getting our first pictures of the day here, on the left is Edie Fisher from Phillips Exeter, and she's sitting in third place. And then Avery Douglas on the right is you can see in that gym, it looks like she's getting coached through this 2,000 meters as we approach the last 250 with your leader, Rebecca Schmidt still, who took the lead at about 1,100 meters to go. And we're going to start flipping through the cameras and start getting a feel of what it's really like for these athletes in the last part of this race.
Yeah, the funny thing about seeing some of this race footage is that if you were the athlete in that final 250, your goal is to not have any awareness of what's going on around you. You want to be so focused on that race, kind of tunnel vision, bringing it down over the line. And one of my coaches used to say that you shouldn't be able to remember your own name in that final sprint. So definitely a skill that you have to develop, that kind of focused sprinting. But here we see Lily Collins there with the support of her team. Great to see.
Yeah, these pictures are great. I love seeing who's around them. Lily Collins on the left side that you saw there, even a full screen of her. She's from Y-Quad Cities, a pretty dominant youth women's rowing program. Edie Fisher from Phillips Exeter. She's trying to really finish this thing as her teammates try to push her along. Sitting in third place, trying to hang on to it. Looks like Nicole Granowski might have just jumped Edie Fisher there as Rebecca Schmidt comes across the line, unofficially winning this under 17 race ahead of Maya Geller, and Nicole Granowski with a great last 200 meters coming back. Your early leader, Nicole Granowski, who kind of fell down to fifth place, and then she has moved back up to third at the finish line. Again, unofficial times coming through, but you're just seeing these names kind of go bold as they come across the finish line so quickly, one after the next. It's just so competitive and close, even with these athletes not sitting side by side, sitting in gyms all over the country.
Yeah, we see Rebecca Schmidt, our unofficial winner of this, coming in at 7:25, under that 7:30 mark, kind of one of those high school women's rowing benchmarks that women really strive to be under. So great performance there. Love to see her on the other side of 7:30. Unofficially regarded as one of those really hard barriers to get past.
You can see on the left side of the screen those competitors coming across the line. It's really amazing that this software can kind of link everybody, again, all over the world together into this virtual race. And we're going to see pictures of them start to come through as we progress all the way through the day. In this really well-attended women's under 17 event, we're starting to see some of the last competitors come across the line.
Worth noting, Nicole Granowski, our third place finisher unofficially, actually just PR'd. So in rowing, we try to always push and push and push for new personal bests and new personal records. PR before this was 7:39, so going into this, you kind of looked at how you can push that barrier, how you can find more speed within yourself, and she accomplished that with a 7:37 today. So huge congratulations to all athletes who kind of hit those new PBs and new PRs. Not an easy thing to do. So charting new territory into the unknown, as they say.
And a quick shout out, while we might be all over the country, at least one of these 2Ks did just happen in the same city that I'm in right now in Madison, Wisconsin. That was Violet Daly from Camp Rowing Club did just do a 2K in Madison. So I'm just a few miles away.
You could feel it.
Yeah.
So the last couple of competitors coming across the line into the last 50 meters, probably their last 5 or so strokes of these 2,000 meter races at the 2022 USRowing Indoor National Championships Crash Bee Sprints. And then we're going to move on to our next event, which is going to be the men's under 17 event, also very well attended. As we watch the last couple of rowers come across the line. Again, all times unofficial. Rebecca Schmidt from Niskayuna over Maya Geller.
And right before we get to that next race, the men's U17 2K, we will go to a quick commercial here.
For months, this is what rowing has looked like. But like you, we're ready to get back on the water. Join us and let Regatta Central help you get back on the water.
Time Team Regatta Systems. Run your races with success.
And we're back. We'll get started with that U17 men's 2K soon. A couple of exciting notes about some of the competitors in this one. We have a note here that Elijah Harrison is 14 years old and was last year's U15 national championship winner for the 2K and is excited to see what he can do against the older boys. He's also 180 pounds and 6'4". So very typical of what you might see on some like men's collegiate levels, but great to see young competitors here with that size and that power.
Okay, and actually,
wingspan of 6.
Yeah, it appeared before we talk about Elijah and maybe his brother who's got a world record, Isaiah, we're going to jump to the women's under 17 event, which I think is actually the next event that's going to be out here and we're going to watch. So the women are, we have a lot of notes about a lot of these women because they come from a lot of programs that are outdoor rowing programs. And again, it's going to be one of these situations where if we get some of the, as we go to the leaderboard and we get ready to start it, if we get some of these pictures from where the rowers actually are, we're probably going to see some ergs next to each other for some of these because you can see that there are several entries for in this under 17 event from the same team throughout. So it's actually the second half of the under 17 that is so well attended that we have a second sort of installment or flight here of the women's under 17 event. As you see Lucy Patel on the right side, and we start to see these athletes. This is Hannah, this is kind of the time, you know, what are you doing to get ready? This is what we're watching with these athletes.
So now's the time to kind of channel that adrenaline that these athletes might be feeling, those butterflies in their stomach, the nerves running through their bodies, especially if you kind of know what a 2,000 meter piece, kind of that weight that it carries in the rowing world. A lot of athletes really do care about their performance on this race. It's often a benchmark for progress over time as you go through your rowing career, and eventually even will be used for collegiate recruiting. So a lot of these athletes can kind of feel that pressure and have that kind of emotional element to it. So trying to channel those nerves, channel the butterflies into that just pure adrenaline rush at the start. You'll see most athletes getting a little bit antsy, or sometimes rowers will even kind of slap themselves silly, give their quads that little burst of, I don't know what you get from the endorphins or what is it, but got a lot of nerves up there at the start for sure.
Yeah, that's a great point, is that for a lot of these athletes, the youth athletes, one of the benchmarks, I hate to use analogies, but you're talking about standardized testing. Well, the standardized testing to some extent for rowers is your 2,000 meter time. As you see, we're getting ready for this one to kick off, and we've got these awesome pictures from gyms. We're going to see family members, we're going to see peers, we're going to see siblings coaching these rowers through 2,000 meters.
Had a little bit of a false start there, it looks like. So if we were on the water and a crew went before that flag dropped, you'd have kind of that false start. Sometimes a warning, sometimes a DQ, but here we just say, come back, restart.
So here we go, second flight of these women's under 17 competitors. Again, 83 competitors in this boat class, so that's why it's split up. We saw one come through earlier, and we're going to start to see these athletes. You can see just how quickly they're moving as they try to get the wheel up to speed. Again, if you're new to the rowing machine, there's probably one at your local gym. Hop on it, and you can see that it's very difficult to go from a dead stop. So you sometimes see, as we get these pictures at the start, it's awesome because you can see them sort of taking half strokes or arm strokes to try to get the wheel moving.
Good, so here we are in the first 250 meters of the race. Adrenaline's high. You have that kind of invincible feeling that Mare was mentioning earlier in one of the U15 races that we saw this morning. But probably right about now, as we cross that 250 mark, reality starts to set in and you realize that you're about to sprint your hardest for a distance that shouldn't probably be sprinted through. But that is the challenge of the day. You have athletes settling into their base pace rhythm, so you might see the splits come up just a couple of beats. That split pacing over there on the right side of your screen. And similarly, with that shift in pacing, you might see the stroke rating. That second from the right number, the 27, 29, 30, somewhere in there, that number will probably shift a beat or two down as these athletes settle into something that is a rhythm, something that feels sustainable yet aggressive.
So the video on the right side, you're seeing Ariana Sutter. She rows for Inglemoor High School. And your leader currently, if you look at the board, is Annalise Hall, who is about 12 meters ahead of Shannon Breimer. And we're going to get, the camera feeds that are coming through that our production team likes. And I'm liking these views because you're really seeing the athletes and what they have to do. And you can see on the left side, you can see a couple of teammates next to each other who are going at this thing as they come through their 500 meters, or past the 500 meter point. They're into the second 500 and approaching the halfway point. Annalise Hall out in front, and she has a lower stroke rating than the second place rower. So again, is that going to come into play? Annalise Hall, who rows for Triangle Rowing Club, out in front.
Yeah, we're seeing Annalise there start to build up on her lead just a little bit, meter by meter. Worth mentioning that she's, competing for that top spot with a young woman in another flight. So a little bit of the challenge here of having multiple flights here, but everyone, I am sure at this point, is very internal, very focused on what's going on. Whether it's you have people next to you or you're in a room by yourself. you're always trying to figure out the best way to focus yourself through the middle part of this race.
Yeah, that left screen showed Anna Woodside of port rowing, and you saw the teammates flanking her. There are several port rowers in this event. As we go to, looks like Samantha McCatton, the camera there on the left side, and you can see a teammate next to her as well. And they are rowing for ACRA, Advanced Community Rowing. And Christina Ladd on the right side, you can see maybe she's in a bedroom or a workout room in the house. Looks like it's sunny where she is. As we still see Annalise Hall out in front, still Shannon Breimer in second place, and Mia Dansby in third place. You can see just how close it is. Again, about 20 meters separating like places 3 through 7. As they come through the halfway point, they're in this third 500. And we'll keep an eye on the split times to see if they can kind of maintain the split times. It's going to be pretty critical to having a good 2,000 meter piece in the third 500.
Right, when they have that final time there will be an average overall, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Were you able to negative split? Did you have a big positive split in the middle? It's really looking at how that split changes. It's going to tell the story of how the race was executed, what kind of mental toughness you had during there, how you kind of like dealt with any setbacks that were going on there. Great there to see there, Stella Woodside there next to a teammate. That's always a great thing when you can match someone stroke for stroke. If one of you kind of takes the rate up, the other one can go with you. And it's really powerful to be next to a teammate on an erg just like this, where you're able to kind of follow each other and feed off of that energy. And some of my best PRs have been that way, next to someone that you're able to just follow and go with and trust that they're going to go after it just like you are.
Especially here in this last 500 when you kind of have this moment where you might not be able to think clearly or be able to even see straight. This is kind of that moment in the race where your brain kind of shuts off and it's all just about brute force, speed, and endurance here as these athletes kind of go into the unknown and might not even remember what happened themselves.
So you saw Helene McMahon on the right side from Tulsa Youth Rowing was that picture that we saw. As you see Annalise Hall approaching the last 250. Again, her stroke rating has been kind of lower than those just behind her on the leaderboard. So we'll see if that thing comes up in the last 250 as she comes through ahead of Shannon Breimer and Mia Dansby. And then Margaret Ballantyne, Deanna Bisart, and Amelia Smith. Again, just so bunched up. You see these meters in terms of where they are behind the leader and just how close some of those numbers are. And they're rowing not side by side. As you also see the sisters who we saw on the picture from Port Rowing, Anna Woodside and her sister Estella Woodside. We saw a great picture of the two of them next to one another. I thought they might be sisters because they looked quite a bit alike on the picture. And then it was confirmed when we went to the second camera next to the erg on the ground. As you see Annalise Hall finishing up, she is taking it up a little bit. She's finally hit 30 in this women's under 17 race at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships.
Final strokes here for Annalise Hall, the winner of this flight. We'll have to see how that all stacks up with the flight prior to this one. Shannon Breimer behind that, and Mia Dansby there, but some very tight racing there.
Love to see these splits drop and the rate come up as these athletes finish. Shows that these competitors are really sprinting through that finish line, trying to empty the tank, and it's kind of a test of how well you know yourself and your pacing, so that when you finish that race, you know that you've left everything possible out there. In 148, 157.
Coming across the line, Emma Mohanram, we had her on the picture from Ridgewood Crew. As you see those boats finishing up on the right side there of the leaderboard and now kind of shifting to the left side. You saw Samantha McCatton's picture also. Her camera was with her teammate and they were side by side from ACRA.
Huge shout out to everyone.
It does simulate like we're in the gym.
That last 100 meters or so translates to about 10 strokes, so that can be a really powerful mental point because you can do a lot in just 10 strokes mentally. As we're watching our last couple people come over the line for this women's U17 PK.
And sort of breaking up the competitors into these boat classes, you see just how close. You look at these split times and then the final times, and you can see just how close all the athletes are as they come through. They have so many competitors that are basically their same speed from all over the country. You know, I look at it, there was basically the same exact time from Helene McMahon and Estella Woodside. Even though they're not sitting in the same gym, they're not getting the same sort of coaching or motivation or listening to the same music during this. They are sitting in maybe two different states, and they're coming out with the same time at the end. So that was the women's under 17 event. Yep, we're going to jump over. You just saw. We're going to jump over to the board on race A, which is going to be, I think, the first of two men's under 17 flights. And so we just saw the women's under 17 kind of finish up. And this is the men's under 17 event. And the world record being held by United States rower Isaiah Harrison, 5:53.2, which he did a couple years ago. It's going to be pretty difficult probably to challenge, but you never know. His brother, Elijah Harrison, is going to see what he can show in this first flight. So we're getting ready to kick this one off. It's the men's under 17 event here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. Crash B Sprints coming to you since 1982, the 41st installment. And again, virtually, but we hope we'll be in person as soon as next year.
Absolutely. Can't wait for everyone to be back racing in the same room. Again, it is so powerful when you get, 40 people on ergs taking off at the same time. A lot of energy, a lot of power. Someone mentioned music just now. That can be really powerful when, again, you have a whole room listening to the same song. I don't know. There's just a little bit of a magic to the erg room that I hope we can all get back to soon.
So you're seeing the start sequence, or getting ready to start this first flight of the men's under 17 event. And it's Eamon Matlock on the right side. You can see him get ready to go. And on the left side, Henry Rivera there with a teammate. So it's a Henry Rivera camera, but we see two athletes sitting ready on the left side. Just the logistics of getting these athletes ready and rowing at the same time through this internet platform is pretty amazing. As you see the start commands start to come through, and you can see there was a false start, and that's how sophisticated the platform is that it knows when those false starts happen. And and they'll set it up again. So on the left side, you're seeing Ridgewood Crew Foundation athletes. Henry Rivera's camera, and not sure, but certainly one of his teammates there as well. We'll figure out who that is as the race starts to kind of kick off. We get ready to get going again. What is it like, Hannah, when you're on the water or off the water and there's a false start? Because clearly you're kind of putting all of your effort into thinking about starting off the piece, and then you kind of have to do it again.
Yeah, I think of the start line kind of like this great big slingshot. Like you're pulling it back, you're pulling it back, you're building all of this tension as all you want to do is start the race and channel those nerves into actual kinetic energy and actually start the thing that you're so nervous and that you care so much about. And so when you have that false start, you can understand why it happened, because you also want to just let go of that slingshot and just let it fly. But at the same time, you know that logistically you have to just wait and all release it together so that you have that fair race. So it's understandable, but it does kind of impact your psyche a little bit, as you might get a little frustrated because you have to just pull back that slingshot all over again and get aligned all over again. So it can be both frustrating, but quite relatable at the same time.
Yeah, one small
So it looks like
advantage
we do have a start.
With a false start in an erg race is you don't have to reset the boats. You can just keep sitting on your erg. You don't have to get that alignment again up at the start. So we can turn over a little bit faster from a false start to the official start here.
So coming through 300 meters, it's Elijah Harrison, the aforementioned Harrison brother, sitting probably in his home gym in Idaho. And he's out in front. You can see 30 strokes a minute. He's 4 meters out in front of Jack Nettleton and then Conrad Heinrich of Salisbury School. So those are your top three as they approach 500 meters in. You can see the split times for Elijah Harrison, 1:41. And I was looking at the world records. His brother Isaiah also has the world record for 13 and 14 of 6:16.7. So we'll see if that comes into play at all. You see Eamon Matlock on the left side, and who is it on the right side? It's George Giacominakakis. If I butcher your name through this event, I apologize. But those are the athletes you can see there, and we see that same gym that we saw from the women, the Advanced Community Rowing Association gym. It looks like, to me, Meredith, that maybe they're going to do a spin class when they're done with their 2,000 meters.
Right. It's always kind of funny to see the places that people erg, always these multi-purpose spaces. Any place you can put down an erg, whether that's a bedroom, whether that's a gym, whether that is a basement. I'm sure we're going to get toupees from all of those places today. Here we are seeing Eamon Matlock doing a great job of keeping the hands up at the catch. And we can see a teammate next to him and some other teammates behind him there. So great to have that support, really bringing the energy there. It can be so powerful when you have those teammates surrounding you, really pushing you through the darkest points of that race.
And doing it in a YMCA, no less. You see all those Y posters behind him. And here we have Mr. Marcus Irwin here, bow number 20, just about to cross that 1,000-meter mark. Oftentimes, you'll have a crew that looks at that halfway mark, just almost like salivating to get into the second half, just to get closer to the end than you are from the start of your race. Usually, you'll use that halfway marker to organize your race plan. It's easy to think, okay, we're in the second half, it's all downhill from here, where the end is kind of in sight, and it's actually more exciting to see that one in the thousands place disappear and know that you are in those last 1,000 as you see that 9:99 for the first time. But our leader is still Elijah Harrison here, holding stroke rate 30 and a 1:41, 1:40 split pace, which is pretty consistent considering he's been holding that since the beginning, at least the second 500 of his race, just on it. Often I tell my athletes that I've coached in the past, or even a teammate, that when they are consistent, they row this 2,000 meter piece like they are a machine. And sometimes it's nice to be told that you're a machine and not a human with doubts and emotions and things that could kind of get in your way of that execution. So Elijah Harrison really taking this piece like a machine here, holding that 141 pace.
Yeah, 140 or 141 is what I have seen the whole time from Elijah Harrison, even in this third 500. So a lot of discipline. We'll see what he can do in the last 500, but you can see pretty much every time he takes a stroke, Elijah Harrison is moving away from the field. New second place is Hayden Bonchek. As we see the ACRA rower again on the right side of your screen. And then Roy Kruger is the rower on the left side of the screen. And you can see these athletes are starting to labor. They're approaching these last 500 meters. So it really is the point in time where it kind of comes down to guts and whatever energy is left and whatever power they can put into those handles. As Elijah Harrison continues to kind of row away with this a little bit, still holding that 140 at 29 strokes a minute. We'll see if the cadence or how many strokes per minute he's taking comes up as he approaches the finish line. And trying to potentially win a Crash Bees, as his brother has done before, is Elijah out front of Hayden Bonchek and now Andrew Guillen, who has moved up past Jack Nettleton, who has now dropped down to fourth place. So a lot of jockeying going on. You can see 20 meters separating like places 2 through 6 right now.
Good, interesting here. Elijah Harrison not quite bringing the rate up here yet. He's in the last 250. You saw it falter down to a 29 just a few strokes before. Sometimes you'll have that little lull right before you have a planned move or a planned 10-stroke power 10 or something like that, where you know it's about to get even harder as you ask your body for more. And here we go, Elijah Harrison bringing that 10, bringing that extra power here in his sprint move up to a 38 or 40. Dropping that split to a 133 per 500 pace. Pretty impressive. We'll see if anyone else can kind of match that power here as you see the splits on the right side of this leaderboard. See if Andrew can out sprint Hayden here as he's holding a faster split.
But a lower stroke rating.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Have less
These
than
are all
5
going to be
strokes
so tight here.
Watch out for George here, holding a 140, trying to chase down Chen Han Wang, who's holding a 148. Oh, unbelievable. 0.1 between those two athletes for 4th and 5th place. And again, 0.1 between 8th and 9th place, Emerson and Anthony.
It's just so interesting and exciting that it can come down to be that close between athletes, again, who are not sitting maybe even in the same state. That's just how competitive these fields are in these youth events. Again, this is the men's under 17, the first flight, as you see some athletes that are, recovering from their 2,000 meters. Eamon Matlock looking us right in the face on the right side.
He's like, maybe we should turn this camera off. I think they've seen enough. Very fun, though, to watch it from all over the country. Instead of being together in person, we get to see it virtually. And you might even get more coxswains. When we are in person, you do only get that one chosen coxswain there. You don't have as much control over who you sit next to. You just have a lot more variables that are in your control in this kind of virtual setup. So seeing how these athletes can kind of take advantage of that. We have our last finishers
whether they
here.
want to hear multiple voices or not, they may be hearing multiple voices.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can get that kind of powerful setup of all of your teammates around you, kind of, in stereo, just getting you through some of the hardest parts there. as we think about kind of how this whole season will unfold, this might not be the fastest that some of these guys will go this year. This might just be one of those benchmarks along the way. As we go into later in the winter season and then into the spring season, where a lot of these athletes will be back on the water. Is this the fastest that they'll go on a 2K for this 2022 season? We don't know. A lot of different ways to approach that.
Absolutely.
So you are watching on YouTube the men's, that was the first flight of the men's under 17 event at our 2022 C.R.A.S.H Championships. And we're going to throw it to a commercial break before we come back and see the second flight of the same boat class.
Meet Central, the first Concept 2 solutions designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on Central are instantly sent to all team members through the Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to your Concept 2 via Bluetooth to preset workout details and gather workout data. When athletes complete their workouts through the Central mobile app, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. To support our rowing community during the pandemic, Central Beta is available to all teams free of charge from March to June. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at ErbCentral.com.
Time Team Regatta Systems. Run your races with success.
What's up, rowing world? Arshay Cooper here. Big shout out to US Rowing and C.R.A.S.H.
All right, welcome back to the 2022 US Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H Sprints. And we're going to bring you the second flight of the men's under 17 as soon as they get ready to go, Hannah. And we have been watching really exciting racing from all over the world. We have had international competitors, as you see the field here, for our race B.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw quite the race from the first flight in that race A board. We had a pretty decisive winner from Elijah Harrison. He's a 14-year-old, 6'4", 180-pound up-and-comer. Noted he has a 6'8" wingspan. And rowing is a game of leveraging, especially on the erg, where it's not so much about your balance or technique. You really come into those physical factors and just brute force and fitness that much more. So we'll get ready to kick off. These athletes are currently within a minute of their start time. So trying to make sure you have that handle in your hand, you have your erg set to 2,000 meters, and you make sure you don't pull that handle before this little ticker on our screen gives the attention go or attention row command. If we were on the water, this would be the moment where all athletes are in those starting blocks with a volunteer holding their boat steady, and all athletes would be looking up at that starting tower where the referee holds this glorious big red flag up in the air, and you go off of that flag dropping. So we'll have all athletes here getting into that starting position. And we'll see some athletes still finishing their warm up here, trying to make sure that we all get those wheels stopped. And you'll see here we have great footage at the bottom of our leaderboard as we can kind of see these athletes in real time. We'll have different setups all across the country here, with some in gyms, some in classrooms, some in basements of their homes, and some just in whatever corner of your home has, how long is an erg? 7 feet long? Whichever part of your home has that much space to plop the machine down.
It looked like Mason Laundry are there on the left of Pittsford. It looks like he was in an arcade. I saw some pinball machines behind him.
Make it fun. This is fun.
Yep, in these final
Jonah
moments
McFarland
here,
on the right side of Green Lake out of Seattle has a long tradition of youth rowing on the water, as you see that arcade again there on the left side.
just another machine.
Yeah, is the erg as fun as a pinball machine? I don't know. I guess that depends on who you're asking. As you see a false start, so they'll have to sort of reset, and we'll reset the starting sequence software.
Yeah, the great thing about rowing is the more you put into it, the more you get out, both in terms of effort, in terms of fitness, but also I think in terms of just the mental side of it as well. The more you invest and you care about something, the more value it has at the end of the day, looking back on your experience. So these athletes, obviously they care, they get the nerves, the butterflies, but that just helps even more to give this race that much more meaning. And they're off. Here we go. All athletes just trying to bring that. You can see there's a wheel at the end of the erg, and that has some resistance to it. So all athletes just trying to spin that wheel up to race pace as quickly as they can.
We see that quick reshuffling here in the first 100 meters. That's the time when, again, you're just feeling invincible, feeling really powerful, and hopefully quickly settling into a pre-planned pace that you're going to shoot for the entire race, going into this hopefully with a race plan. Otherwise, there is always that risk of flying and dying, but hopefully everyone going into this with a plan and able to attack it. There's really nothing better, in my opinion, than getting on the other end of a really well-executed race plan for a 2K on the erg.
So 350 meters in, it's Rohan Radhakisun of Phillips Exeter Academy. We have him on the right side of the screen. We've just gone to full screen. And looks like a very powerful rower. He's out in front currently, as we are. You can see the ticker in the top right, 1 minute and 20 seconds in and almost approaching the 500-meter point. Very low splits there, 134 for Rohan as he comes through 500 meters. So we'll see what he can do all the way through. But again, the world record, I think, for 15:16, we'd have to look at his age, but the 15:16 world record, 5:53. So you'd have to be sub 130 to be challenging Isaiah Harrison's world record, but really far out in front, 30 meters out in front already is Rohan Radhakisun.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these splits kind of shake out as the race progresses. But in second place here, Jason Liu, really close with Jacob Secreto. They're very close and still holding some pretty impressive splits there. So again, second 500 here. By this point, you've kind of established that rhythm. You're into something that you're feeling good, but you still have a lot of work to do to finish out this 2K.
And worth noting, those top three of this flight all holding sub 140. We didn't see any of that kind of pacing in the first flight of this men's U17 event. So potentially a stronger heat we're watching unfold. We'll see if they'll be able to hold on as we cross through that 1,100 meters to go mark. We're just about to cross halfway So we'll see if this has been one of those kind of bolder race plans where you just shoot for the moon and hope you fall amongst the stars, as the saying goes, or if maybe this is an unsustainable pace and we'll see some athletes fall off a little bit. That's always a possibility when you take big risks like going sub 140.
That was Michael Lackerman on the left, Ridgewood crew in New Jersey. As we go back to your leader on the left side of the screen, Rohan Radhakisun from Phillips Exeter, still holding well under 140. Going with him is Jason Liu of the Port Jefferson Rowing Club. As we go full screen with Rohan, you can see, I would say that he's got a few more than one coxswain, does Rohan. Maybe the primary coxswain there right on the right side of the screen, almost in his face every stroke. Some athletes like that, others not so much. As you see Leo Lombardi on the right side of the screen in that colorful unisuit representing U.S. Rowing. It's still a 40-meter lead for Rohan out in front of Jason Liu, and it's still very close with Jacob Secreto of Orange County Rowing Association right behind in third place. And then there's a bit of a gap to Leighton Preston and his teammate Grayson Bishop, who both represent the Rowing Experiences Advancing Cardiovascular Health, or REACH, team.
And again, if this is the first time you're tuning in with us here live watching Crash These on this leaderboard, we have the club on the left with the athlete's name next, followed by a great graphic of what this would look like out on the water, with all of the different boats, their bow numbers, and then those meters behind. Followed by the stroke rate of each athlete, how many strokes they're taking each minute, and then the current pacing of each athlete in real time. So you can see which athletes might be falling off the pace, which ones might be taking a considerable move, and you can kind of see in real time which athletes might be about to move up in the leaderboard, which ones might be about to fall down.
Into the last 500, Rohan Radhakisun of Phillips Exeter Academy continues to be out in front. You see him on the right side of your screen. And going full screen, you can see up in the top right is the time as it comes through. That's how many seconds he has been in this piece, 5.5 minutes with 240 meters left for your leader. Again, this is sort of flight 2 of the men's under 17 event at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. Crash V Sprints being brought to you live on YouTube. My name is David Wyant. I'm in Sarasota, Florida, and I am joined by my team, Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting, as we watch it getting a little bit closer up front as they finish up.
Rohan is falling off the pace. He's currently at a 138, while second and third place Jason and Jacob are holding well into the low 130s. We'll see if it's enough of a lead that Rohan has built throughout the piece. He's currently only 18 meters ahead of second place Jason Liu. He was 2 meters ahead of Jacob. They're essentially level, chasing down that leader.
Rohan finishing first there in this flight with a great time of 6:19. Jason Liu there in second at 6:23, very close with Jacob Secreto at 6:23. Oh, that does appear to come down tied at the 10th there, so that would very much be a photo finish on the water. We'll wait and see those official results later, stacked up with our other flight.
Yeah, Jonah McFarlane on the right side, green lake. You see him finishing, and he wanted to get out of that erg. He took his feet out pretty quickly. Other athletes you may see as they finish up, and we still see cameras from time to time. You may see them continue to sort of sit there, maybe let go of the handle, or maybe keep going and just kind of cool down on the erg. Everybody feeling differently as they finish, but certainly feeling like they have put out max effort and energy. As you see more sort of photo finishes or just basically finishing exactly the same time. You see there Leo Lombardi and AJ Romeo, the exact same time at the finish line, even though, again, not sitting in the same room.
Yeah, really incredible to see two people across the country go at the exact same time at truly the exact same time. watching our final few competitors here. Everyone nearly past that final 250. Sometimes that is good. A good mental point of that is less than a minute in your race. You can think about it as you can do a lot of stuff for just 1 minute. So a little bit of a mental boost there, thinking that you have everything to bring your boat over the line.
David Slavchev finishing up from the Hill School. We saw him in the picture. We saw that beautiful big old gym that they have at the Hill School that I remember even seeing quite a bit last year as he finishes up ahead of Rodrigo Costa from the King School.
Nearly 80, again, women's U17 event with similar, nearly 80 athletes registered here in this event. And so as all of these athletes cross the line in the second heat, we will still wait, I think it's about 30 minutes for all of the results to be finalized, just as different athletes might not have had as strong of a connection, and so they weren't able to show up on their leaderboard in real time. So we'll have those official results to you online within 30 minutes of this race.
And as they finish up, that's a great point. There are ways for these athletes, if they maybe had not a great internet connection, to verify their results with those that are running our event. I want to thank all the volunteers that are helping with this amazing virtual event that we have live streaming on YouTube and linking all of these athletes together in these various rowing categories.
All right, and we'll head over to the next race. It'll be the women's U19 event. So we have wide range, again, it'll be multiple flights as we have, looks like almost 100 young female athletes registered here from all over the country, and even having some different representation from, looks like Canada has an athlete in this race as well from St. Catharines. And we'll get that race underway within the next 2 minutes. So all athletes here are finishing their warm-up, taking their last sips of water, and about to really get this thing underway. You can see here at the bottom of the screen, we have a few athletes just getting their camera set up. Looks like Sonia Gerhardt is getting ready to go as well on the right side of our screen. Sonia is from Inglemore Club from Kenmore, Washington. So 3-hour time difference from here on the East Coast. Bright and early, 7:30 start time. Make sure you have a big dinner so you don't have to cram a ton of food in the morning of. Often when the nerves are the most swirly over there in the stomachs of all athletes.
Yeah, that is a great thing to consider here, the different time zones that we are all in across the country, and how that affects your race planning. Are you thrown into a unusual schedule, and how can you kind of manage that as an athlete with your planning, with your fueling, with your preparation, with your warm-up? So props to everyone handling an unusual schedule this morning.
And not only that, one of the things that I noticed in the last race when we had Rohan from Phillips Exeter, he certainly had a lot of maybe teammates and friends around him, but he also had a coxswain right next to him. Coxswain kept looking at a phone, so I'm wondering if the coxswain was streaming our broadcast to say, hey, Rohan, you're 10 meters ahead, they're catching you at the end there. So you never really know what these athletes are getting in terms of information as they go through these pieces. And this is the women's under 19 event. What's beautiful in my mind about these under certain age events is that you really can enter if you want to. You could be 14 and decide to enter this event if you really wanted to. It's just an age cutoff. So we actually have athletes that are 16, 17, and 18 in this women's under 19 event.
Good, and watch out for, we have some novices in this race. Oftentimes we'll expect novices in that U17 category as we enter into those first few years of high school rowing. But we have in this race Olivia Morin, who's over there on the left of our screen, about 34. Olivia is from Port Rowing in Port Washington, New York, and she started rowing this winter, so has never been on the water. Undoubtedly is looking forward to it as things start to thaw and spring season's just coming around the corner. Her PR is 7:52.1, so hoping to set that new personal best this morning for sure.
I'm always in awe of those wintertime novices who come into our sport without knowing any of the joy of what it's like to be on a boat in the water. How you keep showing up to these incredibly challenging wintertime practices is a mystery to me, and my hat is off to you. But it is a good reminder that not everyone here is a rower on the water. We do have people joining our sports from all different avenues. A lot of these junior athletes are likely affiliated with clubs, so they're looking forward to their spring season, or if they're lucky enough to be someplace where their water doesn't freeze, they're on the water now. So a lot of different things to consider here.
Sonia Gebhardt on the left, Jamie Ridey on the right, seeing that same gym that we saw at Phillips Exeter Academy on the right side of the screen. Looks like a lot of ergs not being used, so definitely an erg room or a gym where they do a lot of erging on the left side on Sonia's picture. As we get ready to kick off the first flight of the women's under-19s. And according to my information, 132 entries in this women's under-19 event. So very likely we may see 3 flights here of these women as they start to see the start sequences. On the right side, again, another familiar picture. That's the Y Quad Cities, Moline, Illinois, YMCA there. As you see Sophia Ramaraju getting ready for her piece. Looks like she's got some earbuds in. So who knows what she's listening to, whatever pumps her up. And again, that's another difference from on the water rowing, where they're going to have to listen to somebody like me, a coxswain, as they go through their piece. Whether they listen or not, they're certainly not getting music coming through. As we see the start sequence, and we're going to get right onto this false start. So they will sort of reset it again. But you will see 40 women in this first flight. And we've had some pretty seamless starts here. We've only had one false start in any of these events. So getting ready to go again, 2,000 meters on the ergometer, women's under-19 event.
Across the country, everyone is sitting ready here. Gonna get going shortly. And all over the country there, athletes have the signal to get going, starting out with those first few short strokes, picking up that fan from a dead stop. It's going to feel heavy, so we need to take those short strokes to get everything moving. Again, the first 10 strokes of a 2K, you feel like you are on top of the world. It's tempting to stay up there, but it takes a little bit of maturity, a little bit of planning to come back to your race plan, settle into that kind of predetermined split, and really attack this.
So kind of getting our bearings here as we enter into the first 250 down mark into this race as the athletes come through that 1750. This will be when most athletes start to shift into that sustainable but aggressive race pace rhythm, trying to hold something close to their goal pace, maybe 1 or 2 splits above their goal, so that they can account for their adrenaline at the start and the sprint at the end. That's often a common pacing strategy that we'll see here throughout the day. But just getting our bearings in the women's U19 event, most of these athletes are in high school, and Many of them will see and explore the option to row in college, and using this as maybe something to show a college coach that they have the kind of ability or the demonstrated success to continue on in college and make a contribution to that collegiate program. Others have already committed to a collegiate program and they're in their junior or senior years, that later stage, and this is just a chance for them to show off their progress.
So that was Sophia Ramaraju, Y-Quad Cities. Juliana Franklin on the left side of your screen. And those are the rowers that you're watching come through 500 meters, come through the first 2 minutes. You can see the bottom right is where Juliana is in her piece in terms of how many meters she has left, as you see that number descend. And you've got Ella Wheeler out in front, Northfield Mount Herman School now, ahead of the Rockford crew rower, Lillian Riddell, who was out in front to begin. She's starting to drop off just a little bit, but it may be a stroke rating thing. She's been in the high 20s, and you can see the competitors around her at 30 or higher. So will that come into play? It very well could, as we see this thing continue to come through. Elizabeth Tesson of Y-Quad Cities. So we've got 2 Y-Quad Cities teammates next to one another. You see her on the right side of the screen.
You have Lindsay Williams taking the lead here, kind of dethroning Ella Wheeler as she had that position for most of the first half of this race.
I believe this has been the tightest that our leaders have been in any race of the day. Just seeing less than 10 meters separating first through fourth. So this is a really exciting tight race for first place in this flight.
Yeah, look at these teammates. Northfield Mount Herman School, Ella Wheeler, Sydney Curvin. They're within 2 meters of one another. And they're rowing at very different paces. You've got Ella Wheeler, who's been kind of in the mid-30s. And she's just trying to kind of hang on and stay in front of Sydney Curvin, who maybe has just a little bit more power, lower stroke rating, just difference in terms of how many strokes they are taking per minute. But look how close they are. I assume that they're sitting next to one another in the gym at Northfield Mount Herman School. And they are going at one another just a few meters behind your leader, Lindsay Williams, who is representing St. Mary Academy Bayview.
Yeah, Ella Wheeler there with a really high stroke rate, some upper 30s there. Very hard to do on the erg. It does take a lot of skill and coordination to keep that rate up like this and to be as fast as she is through this 800 meter mark right here. It's looking like she is almost even with Lindsay Williams. So watching those two fight it out for the first. Yep, Ella Wheeler taking the lead.
Pretty awesome, this back and forth. As you see Elizabeth Tesson, again, the Y-Quad Cities gym on the left. Olivia Morin on the right. Looks like I see Port unisuits there. And that looks like a packed gym. There are quite a few people there encouraging these two teammates, Olivia Morin and her teammate next to her, as they come and approach the last 500 meters of this 2,000 meter race.
It looked like it could be Juliana Franklin, as they are going the same stroke rate as you can see in that video feed. They're going about the same pace in 156, 158, undoubtedly going together to kind of tap into one another's rhythm. Often it's comforting, if not helpful, to know that you're not alone in this dark pain cave that is the last 500 meters of a race.
And it does look like Lindsay Williams has taken the lead back from Ella Wheeler. But still just 1 meter separating the two into this final sprint. It will come down to the sprint for these two. So we've seen
and you still have these two teammates. These two teammates, Northfield Mount Herman School, within 7 meters of one another. In the last 250, anything can happen on the water or on the erg. It's what energy you have, what power you have left to put into the machine. It's Lindsay Williams trying to hang on over Ella Wheeler and Sydney Kervin as they approach the last 20 strokes of this women's under 19 flight.
Ella
We go
Wheeler
seeing
there
that
at
stroke rate 42.
Yep, that's incredible there. She's more than 10 strokes above her teammate there, Sydney Kervin.
And it's working. Can she close the gap?
Five strokes to go, 141 versus 146. Ella Wheeler might be able to just eke it out. We'll see. We'll come down to the last two strokes.
It is.
Wow,
Ella Wheeler of Northfield Mount Hermon unofficially ahead of Lindsay Williams of St. Mary Bayview. And then the other Northfield Mount Hermon rower, Sydney Kervin, unofficially in third. And now here is, you've got races within the race yet again. These athletes not sitting next to one another, finishing up right one after the next as Juliana Franklin comes through. Just ahead of her teammate who was right next to her, Olivia Morin.
Sophia Ulinski there, 5th place unofficially, but PR'd by, it looks like 2 seconds. Congratulations to all athletes who set those new personal bests.
A great reminder that everyone competing today is not only going against their competitor cross country, but also going for those personal best times here.
So another component that you see in, because it's basically just an age cutoff, is that you're going to see athletes that are lightweights who qualify for lightweight based upon their body weight. So for instance, we saw on the screen Jamie Brady of Phillips Exeter. She is listed as a lightweight in our information. You can see her there on the right side of the screen in the pink tank top. So she's rowing against athletes that may be heavier physically, and maybe that translates to more power, maybe not. As you see that she finished up.
Yeah, a lot of different factors that goes into determining erg speed and then boat speed. Erg is going to reward the power a lot more, whereas out there on the water in a boat is where your technique can shine. So as we always like to say that ergs don't float, but if you're starting out with a lot of power, that's a great place to be, because it means that you're going to have that power advantage out there on the water, and hopefully you have the technique to back it up. And
all right,
as that,
we're going to take it to a break here before our next flight of the women's under 19 event. And we'll see some more exciting racing as we come back.
All right, welcome back. We are into the second heat of the women's U19 2,000 meter race. We just watched the first heat take place moments ago. You can get a sense of those results within 30 minutes. They will be official at the end of this whole event. We do have well over 100, I think it was 130 plus athletes in this women's U19 event. So it'll take some time to get all of those different erg scores into our system and verify them officially. So bear with us. But coming up, we have the women's U19 Heat 2 under this Race B leaderboard. We just had quite a finish in those top 3 positions in Heat 1. All of those going sub 7:30, which is pretty tough metric in terms of high school women's rowing. So congratulations to those athletes, and we'll see what this race will shape out to be coming up. Let's see on our screen, we have those 2 athletes getting ready to go. You can see different routines, different kind of approaches. Looks like we have 2 athletes in the same room. And as we hit that 10:45 mark, we'll have all athletes stop rowing so that the fans come to that complete stop and the athletes can set their ergs for 2,000 meters.
So looking at the info, we have Kiki Iribarren Alvarez in this flight, and she says it's her first U.S. rowing event. She's super excited, and she's going to have her loyal rescue pug Winston standing by and cheering her on. Maybe we'll get a picture and we'll see Winston, maybe not, as they get going.
A great shout out to the support network for all of these athletes, whether they be human or animal. Takes a lot to get everyone to the start line here. So hats off to all of the teammates, the parents, the coaches that made this happen too.
Your early leaders here on the bottom right corner of our screen, Riley Katz, currently at a 1:45 pacing, well up in the 30s in terms of strokes per minute, as she's undoubtedly using that little store of adrenaline boost, trying to take advantage psychologically of that easy feeling that you have at the start when you've warmed up well, you've rested well, and you just feel like you're ready to take on the world. And we'll see as she kind of shifts down into that base pace rhythm there. You can see that her rate comes down to that 28, maybe a little low for what we'll see today, but into that really sustainable pace. She's got a 1:48 cruising, not bobbling at all so far. You got
Left side to me and Nick.
Yep, right there on the bottom right, looking strong and long.
I think we've got 3 rowers from Y-Quad Cities because we've seen 3 different cameras. That's Erin Mobley now on the left from Y-Quad Cities. They're all in that same erg room in Moline, Illinois, or maybe right over the water in Iowa. Not sure exactly. They're right on the border there. And Ella Urson on the right side, yet another teammate. So we've got 3 teammates in that room that are rowing side by side. In the second flight of the women's under-19 event, we still see Riley Katz from Port Rowing out in front of Molly Karen Dansby of Edgewater High School, Orlando, Florida, just up the road from me, sitting in second.
Good. And looking at some of the rates from some of those Y-Quad Cities athletes, they are pretty similar. So they might be feeding off of one another in that room, able to kind of go with their teammates. Again, a really powerful feeling there when you're in a 2K on an erg next to a teammate and you guys kind of have a predetermined plan of where that rate's going to be, kind of mimicking what you'd be doing in a boat where you do have your teammates to go together to make those moves.
We have a pretty dead level race here between our racers in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, with looks like Emma Leary, Helena Greenshields, Ava Shetlick, and Alexa Mueller, all within about a meter or maybe a few meters within each other, all about going the same speed of 151 to 155 in that tight range. Really excited to see how these athletes will handle that third 500. Often the third 500 is what makes or breaks a racer, especially when it comes to the erg test, where all you have to look at is that screen in front of you objectively telling you just how fast you're going, and how that compares to your expectations is something that these athletes will have to kind of come to terms with in real time, whether they're going faster than they expected, and that could make it feel like this is easy. It's easier to hit the splits than you expected, or whether it's not going to plan in the opposite direction, and this is maybe the worst reality check you've experienced in a while, and you kind of have to rein in those emotions and make the best of the situation you're in. So these athletes in the third 500 here.
Right side is Ava Shaitlick of University of Virginia Rowing Association or Rowing Club, sitting in 4th place, and within striking distance of 3rd place, Emma Leary of St. Mary's Bayview. Riley Katz is still out in front and hanging on to it, just under 30 strokes a minute for Riley Katz. So again, will that come into play? She's got a lot of power, obviously. She's able to hold that slightly slower stroke rating. You can see her on the left side picture. Video coming through is your leader, Riley Katz. Still sitting in 2nd place is the Edgewater High School rower, Molly Karen Dansby.
Molly Karen is a 17-year-old junior. It's her 2nd year at C.R.A.S.H, and she actually goes by Moose for some people. She is often described, quote, as small, but she's looking forward to being a senior and rowing in college, and beating her 2K goal this year is one of her priority goals. So awesome to see her up here in 2nd place.
We're back into the Y-Quad Cities room with those 4 athletes. Alexa Mueller is leading the 4, just ahead of Erin Morley, her teammate, Ella Ursan. And there's Erin Morley. So into the last 500 meters, it's your leader, Riley Katz. She's above 30 strokes a minute now, is Riley. So maybe she left some energy in the tank. She's trying to take it up a little bit. You know, we saw her a little bit sub 30 in that third 500. It's going to be very close, it appears, because you see the split times very similar between Riley Katz and Molly Karen Dansby, as well as Ava Shaitlick. We'll see if she can get into the picture in the last 500 meters. What do these athletes have left? It's kind of the question that we're going to answer in the next 2 or so minutes.
What's great about the erg compared to the water is in this moment where it's just blackout, kind of loss of memory, loss of vision, that you're just pulling and pushing so hard. It's great on the erg, you can kind of let that technique fall apart a little bit and not lose a ton of speed as you would on the water. Obviously, we want to practice good habits and keep rowing well while we go through that fatigue. But you might see in our video here, these rowers take a few more risks and just really will themselves through that finish line with whatever means necessary.
That is a great reminder there that different rewards here on the erg. Coming down to the line, probably the last 100 meters or so here, last 10 strokes. Rates coming up, upper 30s for most of our competitors, but Riley Katz, they're hanging on to a little bit lower, 35. Taking the lead there, followed by Molly Karen Dansby in 2nd place there unofficially in this flight.
As they all finish up, we probably go to that Y-Quad Cities room if we can. You're seeing all these athletes from Y-Quad Cities finish up. They've got 3 athletes in like 4 positions, with Northfield Mount Herman School's Isabella Moore right in between them as they come to the line.
Great racing in the 2nd flight here. 3 athletes sub 720, which is a competitive marker for this stage of women's rowing at that U19 level. Then we have our next athletes finishing up here. We have quite the race here between Marin, Leah, and Tara. They're at the bottoms of our screen on the right, all within about 4 meters of each other.
Ooh. Super
wow,
close.
Look at that, 27.2, 0.4, and 0.5 for those 3 there.
So tight.
Another tight finish between Emily Mansfield and Isabel Taylor, 8:44.2 and 8:44.4.
As we see some of these moments on the erg immediately after finishing, we're reminded of how painful those seconds right after that last stroke are. Almost a little bit ironically, you think that you take that last stroke, it's going to be okay, but it still hurts as your body is kind of working through that process and regaining, some of your senses.
Oftentimes you're in the middle of this race and you think, if I just stopped, this pain would go away. But the tricky and sneaky thing about rowing is that even if you do choose to stop, just like Mary, you're saying, like, that pain actually can get worse. Right when you stop, as your body finally has this huge, overwhelming sense of relief, but also just reckoning with the pain that you're in.
All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Yet again, before we come back to, I think, the final competitors in the women's under 19 event.
Be brave here. Lift your left knee up. Stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment. I like the competitiveness. It's really fun. It's tough, but I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus. It's beautiful.
Time Team Regatta Systems, the timing partner of many events worldwide.
All right, and we are back here. Our next flight will see the final competitors in the women's U19 2K, as well as our first U19 men competing here. So men and women in this flight. Again, we had so many women competing in that last U19 event, well over 100, so needed to split them up there. Looking here, everyone getting lined up, getting ready. All over the country.
And you can see them delineated. The yellow boats are the women and the red boats are the men. And so that's how you're going to be able to differentiate. And I kind of get excited when I see a split like this, simply because we'll see if any of the women can challenge any of the men. Hopefully they will.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see how everyone stacks up here. There are certainly some very fast women out there who can challenge some of the men. Everyone here, though, still U19, so kind of looking at those juniors and seniors in high school. So similar age of people getting ready to throw down.
Can see their
So again, in
setups.
this,
Go ahead.
Yep, that Peloton room set up over there with Kyle Wood.
Maybe a good chance to do some more out there.
Yeah, you see, I think that's that gym that's become familiar at the Hill School on the left. And the Phillips Exeter track on the right.
Thank you to everyone for, bringing us to where you are right now, getting to see inside of so many different erg rooms and maybe even a classroom there. Can't quite tell what we're looking at there with Ian Darby, but a lot of chairs set up.
To an extended metaphor, classes in session, watch and learn, says our friend Ian Darby.
Yep, sitting in that room in Ridgewood, New Jersey.
It is always great to sit around with some rowers and talk about what terrible places your erg rooms were in, whether they were racquetball courts or hallways behind your high school theater. I've heard about all of them.
Good. So the thinking of splitting up these racers by age grouping is that can kind of help align athletes of similar experience levels and even potentially physical development. Obviously, everyone grows at different paces, but if you're going up against someone who's 6'5" versus someone who hasn't quite gone through a growth spurt and is still somewhere in like the 5'6" range, you just are comparing different leverage capabilities. And on the erg, especially when you're just putting together the leverage and the strength endurance of these athletes, that can make a huge difference. So trying to set yourself up, obviously the higher the age category, the more experience you may have coming into each of these races. So we'll see if these athletes can not only compete against one another, but see how they compare against the earlier races with the U17 event of this morning. Rohan of Philip Exeter Academy went 6:19.8 for that winning time this morning. So we'll see how these U19 athletes can compare to those U17 athletes.
So we're going through our start sequence again. This virtual sequence. On the left side, it's Kyle Wood. Right side, it is the rower from Phillips Exeter as we see the command row. And they're on. So yellow, again, is the remainder of the women's under 19 event. And then the red boats that you're going to see on the screen are the start of our next event. There with Wei Huang of Phillips Exeter. Again, the red boats are the men's under 19, the first part of that event. So you're going to see them kind of start to come through. Wei Huang is actually leading the men's installment. You can see sort of middle of the screen on the right. And from row LA, Los Angeles, Sydney Huber is out in front of the women's part of this one.
Yeah, a bit of a challenge here with two separate races going on at once, but really great to see some great times from these women in this remaining part of the women's U19 flight. Definitely challenging some of the men there on the other end. So really great competition going on here. Our leading three women there just separated by 2 meters. That's Sydney Huber from row LA, Celeste Daly from Camp Randall there going in, challenging there for that first place spot, and then Catherine Peterson there, all three within a meter of each other, so really tight coming into the 1500. Back there on the men's side, a little bit more of a clear leader there with Wai Wang there, challenged by Matthew Paul.
So close up front on the women's side of things. Celeste Daly going into first place at the moment, ahead of Catherine Peterson and Sydney Huber, who is sitting in first, but only 7 meters separating those top three. If you look at their stroke ratings, pretty similar to one another, with Wei Huang still leading the men's side of things, ahead of Great Bay Rowing, Matthew Belusik. Ian Darby still on the screen there from Ridgewood on the right side video. What's also awesome is you can see, so the red boats obviously are the men's boats, the yellow ones are the women's, but you can see where they stand relative to one another as if they were on the water. So you can see that actually some of the women's boats are actually ahead of some of the men's boats potentially, as they come through. So that should be pretty interesting as they finish up. See if it's maybe getting a little closer up front on the men's side of things, with Wei Yi Huang still holding a 30 as he's in and approaching 1,000 meters to go. So halfway for the men and about 100 meters from halfway for the women.
Really great to see this live footage of the actual rowing motion, not just the boats moving on the screen. Really gets you into kind of the physiology of the rowing motion. Obviously, we're trying to push those legs down as hard as we can while bringing the handle with us so that that leg push is actually spinning the wheel of the erg. Good, and then trying to save that torso swing and the arms drawing in for the end of that stroke as the legs just have their little moment to shine.
Sometimes as you become a more advanced rower and erger, your erg technique and your on the water technique start to diverge a little bit, as those skills that help you get your bow ball out in front on the water aren't exactly the same ones that are going to help you get the fastest split on the erg. So some of these older athletes here in these U19 events might start to have a little bit of a different way that they approach the stroke on the water versus the erg.
So C.R.A.S.H Daly of Camp Randall, I think that's near you, Meredith. She's really opened up quite the lead that happened in that third 500 meters as the women come through 750 to go. You see the men coming through 500 meters to go. And we've got a new leader on the men's side. It looks like Matthew Palachek from Great Bay has moved just slightly ahead of Wei Yi Huang of Phillips Exeter.
Yeah, really dropping here into the 130s. Pretty impressive to find that little bit of speed, that second gear after you've been going pretty much at a full tilt sprint for the past 5 minutes, to find that extra bit of motivation and speed just physically. Something that we all strive to find for ourselves as we go through any racing.
I love pointing out anytime that lead change happens in the third 500, it takes so much mental toughness and so much fitness built up over many months to be able to, really attack that third 500 and make those gains there. So shout out there to Matthew Palachek there for making that jump into first place for the men's portion of this race there in the third 500.
Looks like we had a little glitch with Catherine's erg there for a second. Maybe something happened, maybe a short stop, but she's back on, holding those 153s once again, and she's gone from second down to fourth and now is back up in third. It looks like those take back second place.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to catch C.R.A.S.H Daly in this women's part of this race, the women's under-19 race. As you see, Matthew Palachek taking this flight for the men just ahead of Wei Yi Huang, who led it until the third 500 when Matthew got ahead of him. Two very, very good times there for those men as they come through. Third place unofficially is going to be Nicholas Cesario of Oak Neck. And almost 70 meters ahead is C.R.A.S.H Daly of Camp Randall on the women's side.
And we have quite a tight pack there in the kind of third through sixth positions, as those crew, all of these athletes are out level, and we have quite the sprint coming from Mary Blinn, who's now come up into fifth. We'll see if she can chase down. Yep, there she has it. She's in fourth. We'll see if she can catch that third place. She's really pulling out one of these faster sprints of this group.
And C.R.A.S.H Daly there taking the win for this portion of the women's event. Again, comparing that to the other flights. But she's done with her race here. Catherine Peterson finishing up here. Then Sydney Huber. And then it'll be some tight racing here for the remaining women.
Worth noting
And we
that
can see some.
men's U19 time just eked out the men's U17 time of just right around that sub 6:20 mark. Pretty remarkable for that earlier racer in the U17, Rohan from Philip Exner's Academy, really putting himself maybe into contention next year for that U19 spot.
As we see the last couple of rowers finishing up on the men's side, it's Will Suiters and Samuel Bell. And as I suspected, some of these women besting some of these men. It's great to have sort of both of the sexes going in the same flight, as we see Samuel Bell finishing up and Rowan Porterfield representing the same team there of REACH, which is Rowing Experiences Advancing Cardiovascular Health. So potentially they're in the same room. We haven't seen a camera in that room, but presumably they are, even though one is a man, one is a woman, and they are still teammates. That's the beauty of the youth rowing level.
And huge props to all these athletes who just broke those barriers. Obviously, the even minute marks are huge. Every time you can go another sub 10 seconds, like those 19.9, 29.9, or that 7:59.9, all of those little kind of willpower finishes where these athletes really just want to get past that little barrier. I always want to give a special shout out because that just takes that extra bit of gritty fight that we love to see.
All right, so we're going to take another short break, and then we're going to come back with the second flight of the men's under 19 event.
Giant, because they came highly recommended.
At the end of the day, it's all about our people. Gentle Giant puts our customers first.
There has to be a certain level of trust. We do our best to earn that trust right away from the first interaction.
If you're not satisfied with the work of any crew member, we'll refund you the cost of that person. No questions asked.
They've taken special care to things that I've noted. You can tell that they care about the work that they're doing.
You're moving people in their most precious belongings, their memories, their sentiments. We understand that. Gentle Giant does an excellent job with training, making sure guys know the right way to wrap things, the right way to fit boxes, and also the right way to load the truck. Nothing is done by accident. Everything is done with a purpose. Each move has its own set of nuances, but they're all things that we've seen over and over again. There's not too many surprises.
The move went fantastic. I'm so happy that we chose Gentle Giant.
What's up, rowing world? R.J. Cooper here. Big shout out to USRowing and C.R.A.S.H for making this weekend happen. I know we're not in person, but the show must goes on. And big shout out to those who are doing the work this weekend. I am giving my ERG the weekend off. But I want to thank you all for the constant support. Please continue to show your support. The book is still on sale on Amazon and anywhere books are sold. And if you haven't watched the film or your friends haven't watched the film, please go home and watch the film on Amazon Prime and Peacock. And last but not least, support the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. With over 2,000 kids introduced to the sport this year, there's still so much work that we're doing. So please check us out. Follow us on Instagram. Peace. See you later.
Okay, welcome back to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H Sprints, joined by Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting. My name is David Wyant, and we are going to see the full flight of the men's under 19 event at our C.R.A.S.H Sprints. There's actually going to be 3 more of these according to the schedule, so it's just a super highly attended event with over 100 athletes on the men's side in this under 19 category. So we'll just keep remembering the times that came through in the prior flights. So I think it was like 6:18 in the last one. So we'll see, Meredith, what these men do on this one.
Right. In an event like this with so many competitors, it's spread out. So it's really hard to know as the athlete who is actually taking that first place spot. But also the ERG is so individualized. You're always there racing against yourself. And in one way, it's almost just kind of an added benefit that you could potentially be the winner of an event like this. But for a lot of these athletes, the reward will just be kind of besting themselves from the last few months or years.
And worth noting that ties do happen. We've had a number of them, almost one in each of these flights, let alone each of these events. And so really knowing that 0.1 second could actually make the difference between second or third, or even 20th and 21st. It's all about that competitive spirit and making sure you leave everything so that you're not questioning, could I have gone 0.1 faster? And usually the answer is probably yes. We have that growth mindset instilled among many of us athletes. So really trying to put out the best efforts here across the board.
So we're going to see about 40 more men go in this sort of second flight of the men's under 19 category here at our U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships for 2022. As a former youth men's coach, or sort of just maybe a consultant now, but at this level, anytime, sub 630 is pretty elite for high school men at this point, although it just seems like it keeps getting faster every year. But under 19 category, largely, if not all, is going to be high school athletes. Some of them probably as young as 16, some of them 17, 18. And that's the cutoff is 19. So they've just got to be younger than 19, birthday by a certain age, or by a certain date, and they qualify. As I do see a lot of 17-year-olds and even maybe one 16-year-old in this category. So we're going to get going here momentarily. This stop rowing graphic is to tell all of the athletes to stop warming up, and then the software will tell them to get going, similar to a start in a race outside on the water. As we see some videos come through, the Ridgewood on the right, we know that room by now. We also know that room on the left with all of those spin bikes. So we're going to get ready to kick this thing off. Again, I'm looking sub 630 is pretty elite. Obviously, if you go sub 6, that's amazingly elite. But that has been happening at this under 19 level in the United States over the past few years quite a bit more often than it did back when I was in high school a couple decades ago. So here we go. We're on with 40 more under 19 men.
Yeah, David, as you mentioned, the times do just keep getting faster as more of these clubs kind of have stronger and larger development programs. Kids are kind of being introduced to the sport at a younger age, and we know so much more about kind of training at the high school level than we used to. So athletes and coaches, they're kind of pushing the boundaries of how fast you can go when you're still there in high school. So a couple athletes here in the same room.
Yeah, Luke Redling and Patrick Burke, they're both in that same room. Looks like Patrick wanted to be next to the mirror, so maybe he can check out his arm muscles as he comes through. But your early leader here is Matthew Marks from BCC, I assume, and nope, I'm incorrect. That's Bedford Crew Club. Matthew Marks out in front of John Mack from Central Catholic High School, I believe in Pittsburgh, who is ahead of Matthew Simmons from Oak Neck Rowing Association. So those are your top three at the moment. And again, looking at stroke ratings as they come through 500 meters into the second 500, right at about 30 for your leaders. So I do think that's a pretty manageable pace as they come through, and we'll see how those paces change as they move through the race. But right around 135 for your leader is pretty fast, remembering at the time from the previous heat that won that one was about 6:18, so right about the same pace.
Yeah, we're watching our leader, Matthew Marks, there at 28, below that kind of 30 strokes per minute mark. So a little bit more power per stroke there also means that in the final half of the race, maybe a little bit more room to bring it up. so more room to play with. Different approaches, kind of playing to different people's strengths, whether it's power per stroke or kind of hanging out at a higher rate, where you're able to kind of play off of that momentum and tap it along.
It's Thomas Segura of Ransom Everglades from South Florida on your screen. You can see that 45-pound plate is keeping that erg from moving back and forth. Putting a lot of power in and sitting in fourth place is Thomas Segura.
And worth noting too is that some people don't have as great Wi-Fi, and so they might not be able to actually get their erg to connect, and so we might have a dark horse that's chugging alongside these athletes, but will get their time within the 30-minute window following the race. And so don't be too shocked if we see anyone kind of come in who we didn't quite know was there in the moment. It's kind of these athletes' job to push and pull as hard as they can without really that external motivation of being in a certain position. So it might not be the case in Mario.
So we're well into the third 500 here for our leaders. One of those really painful places, or it can be. Again, any lead changes that we're seeing here is really due to that competitor's fitness. And they've been working on that for months, for this whole season. Really, when we see those lead changes happen on the water, we say it's what we do in the winter months, but here it would be what we did back in the summer months. So always building off of that fitness, month after month, trying to improve. Seeing it pay off here.
And watch out for our early sprinters.
Yeah, Matthew Marks seeing it pay off. 500 meters to go, 30 meters ahead of the rest of the field. He's from Bedford, New Hampshire, so I suspect he's not rowing outdoors. Maybe that gives him an advantage. Maybe he's been on the erg a fair amount more than some of these other athletes, such as the athlete from, we saw Ransom Everglades down in Miami, where I know he probably can get on the water if he'd like to. Still John Mackey in second place, still Matthew Simmons in third place as we go back to the camera in the Ridgewood High School, maybe cafeteria, and don't know what that room is exactly.
This shot here of Thomas Segura really taking the rate up here. You can see how hard it is in these final few strokes of the race. Just 300 meters left. Mentally thinking about that, maybe it's 30 strokes. But that rate is up.
Doesn't look like he's got anyone cheering him on versus our fella down here on the bottom right. Seems to have quite the cheering squad behind him. Maybe half a dozen, almost a full dozen of people out at Y-Quad Cities cheering him on.
Last few strokes for Matthew Marks. Where is he going to finish up? And relative to that prior heat, 6:18, looks like he's going to maybe get there. Matthew Marks finishing up for Bedford in Bedford, New Hampshire, ahead. And Thomas Segura, that stroke rating really did it for Thomas. He's pushed up into second place. You see him on the left side of the screen. He's maintaining it into his last 5 or so strokes, and really putting it down as he finishes up and will hang on just barely to second place unofficially. And you saw him get off the erg pretty quickly.
Yep, that immediate erg dismount there. Yes, that's really painful couple of seconds right after you finish a 2K on the erg. Everything's burning. But there's also that sense of relief that you did something really hard. Sometimes that mental game leading into a 2K can feel worse than the 2K itself. Hopefully we're practicing some good mental techniques to kind of lessen that, but everyone knows that those 2 days leading up to a 2K, maybe even the whole week, you're a little bit on edge. So I can only imagine the sense of relief that everyone is feeling as they come over the line here.
Very true, man. It's not just the race day nerves. It's as long as you know it's coming, it starts to build up that pressure and that suspense. I myself, when I finish a 2K erg, I'm one of those who just puts my head in my hands, my elbows on my knees, and just kind of just sit there for a moment. Let it all process in real time.
And unlike on the water, there's no risk of flipping, so take your time.
Seen many people just fall off the erg entirely.
Yeah, that's what we saw from Thomas DeGuerra, that stroke rating, and he just kind of was off the erg as soon as he was done. We saw that cool picture of him doing that almost fairly gracefully to some extent, knowing that he had spent all of his energies. We see Luke Redling finishing up for Advanced Community Rowing Association. And again, this is sort of our second flight of the men's under 19 event at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H B Sprints. The Charles River All-Star has-beens who started this 41 years ago. And in Sarasota, Florida, my name is David Wyatt. I'm joined by Meredith Gisting and Hannah Painter.
What a morning we've had so far.
Bringing this thing to you over YouTube and the internet with the power of what we have in terms of technology.
Yeah, one of the limitations of that technology, since we can only have so many people in a flight, we haven't been able to look at some of these results. But of the morning, we are finally seeing these official results for the women's U15 2K. In first place, we do have Harley Derrickson at 7:54, under that crucial 8-minute mark there. So big barrier for her to break today. In second place, Freya Little. And in third place, Janelle Garcia. So some great times here from our women's U15 official results here. Scrolling down to the bottom, seeing all 16 women who were competing there in that U15 event, that first one of the morning. So getting to see a little bit of a reminder that the prize for first place is a hammer here at C.R.A.S.H Bees.
So the men's under 15 results coming through. Yaroslav Zakharov from Kiev, Ukraine, winning it by about 18 seconds over Dominic Puccinelli and Zach Merrigan in that order. And that hammer, named after Tiff Wood, who's a legendary Olympic rower in the United States. As you see the results kind of scroll through that event, and you're going to see some really long results from some of these events because there were so many competitors. You saw 32 finished in the men's under 15 event at our 2022 C.R.A.S.H Bees.
And next we have that women's U17 results list. Rebecca Schmidt with a time of 7:25.9, followed by 0.1 seconds by Annalise Hall with that 7:26 flat, and then Maya Geller with 7:31.6 for that third place position. But it will be Rebecca Schmidt taking home the hammer today, so to speak, as she keeps that first place position. Good, and we'll scroll through to get that full list for you at home. Again, pretty impressive to see just so many athletes showing up across the country, even in different countries around the world in some of these events.
See the flag of Turkey there.
All right, and then heading over to men's U19 for this next heat. Again, we have looks like 128 athletes in this event, so splitting them up into manageable heats. And again, the time to beat is now that 6:17, David, in that last one, or just around that 6:18 mark is the time to beat.
I think so. So we'll see what this next flight can do. You can see about 30 or so men that are getting ready to go. And, you know, we've talked about it sort of throughout the day, but all of these athletes having different game plans, different setups. Where are they? Who's with them? That's what becomes very interesting about this, you know, virtual and linked up through the internet installment of our ERG championships. As we see a new camera there on the left, so that's good. We're going to see some new views as we come through this one, and you're going to see views of some of these athletes from time to time, the ones that have set up their cameras and that are coming through loud and clear to our production team. We're familiar with that one on the right side in the Y-Quad Cities gym. Jaden Dasher on the left. Haven't seen that one yet. It says courage and excellence on the wall in front of him.
Definitely exciting here to drop into a couple of different erg rooms here across the country. All these different setups. Again, different support teams, but everyone who made this possible this morning, we say thank you.
So what I was getting into as well is that all these athletes sort of have different game plans, right? So from what their goals are, you know, in terms of where they want to finish, all the way down to how they're going to get there. So are they going to go out extremely high with the stroke rating, as you're seeing Jaden Dasher do on the left there? Jaden Dasher, who is representing the St. Benedict's Prep School. And you can see he's not wearing shoes. It looks like maybe he wore Crocs into the gym, but he is not wearing shoes, which is something that athletes often will do on the erg. I don't know if Hannah or Meredith, you are of the camp of not wearing shoes on the erg, but that's just another detail that we can pick up here when we get these single shot cameras from these gyms.
Yeah, always a great way to see how people attack every part of the erg. Yeah, I do wear shoes, but have had many a teammate who will show up in Crocs and still throw down some pretty impressive pieces there. But erging without shoes here is paying off for Jaden Dasher, taking the early lead here.
Charles Avery with that huge American flag behind him, repping that USA. You can see some college pendants behind them that demonstrated collegiate careers from that program.
Yeah, it's a Christian Brothers unisuit, pretty one that I like to see when I'm doing youth nationals because it's easy to sort of pick out of a line. Even when they're moving fast, left side of the screen, we're seeing Y-Quad Cities gym again, as Jaden Dasher continues to be out in front at 31 strokes a minute and just sort of right on that same pace that's right around what has won the first two flights at 135-ish pace. So we'll see if Jaden can hang on to it. Sitting in second place is Hudson Cole. Hudson is representing Capital Crew. And I believe that's the one out of Sacramento.
And Aiden Ionescu, I wonder if there's any relation to the WNBA basketball player, just took third place as these athletes are nearing that 12:50 to go, or 750 meters into the race. All athletes trying to find that rhythm, that pacing that feels aggressive yet sustainable. And I'll put sustainable into some air quotes for you guys because the 2K is anything but.
And Nikhil Ramaraju there. I think we saw his sister earlier in one of the women's events for Y-Quad Cities. As we get Jaden Dasher there on the right side again, trying to get as much air into his lungs as he can. Still holding about 30 strokes a minute and holding the lead, shoeless, there on that erg.
Love those little posters on the wall, courage and excellence, whatever kind of visual cues you need to give yourself. It can actually go a long way for the psyche element of the 2K erg. And kind of funny, you can see in real time that fan blowing one of the posters around a little bit as the air just whips around the room. Ergs are quite loud. One thing we don't get as much in this virtual setup is just how loud the erg machine is. Sometimes people like to tune it out with headphones, other times people embrace it and know that if it's louder, it means they're just going harder.
Also, some of these webcams are a great reminder of how many hours that we spend just looking at walls, looking at plain walls, looking at walls with just a word or two on there. So trying to find inspiration anywhere that they can. Great to see some of these support teams there, coxswains, teammates, coaches. Trying to bring some variety to these indoor spaces.
Quickly, I saw a shot there of Alden Weaver from Undine. His camera was sort of maybe tilted to the side or something. It looked like he was moving literally up and down on the screen. But he won the under-17 youth single last year at the Youth National Championship. So he is very fast on the water, and he's sitting in, sixth place right now in this flight of the men's under-19 erg. You can see him on the left side of the screen. I remember calling his name out as he won his gold medal at the Youth National Championships. Still Jaden Datcher out in front. It's William O'Connell who's moved into second place. And then in third place, it's Aiden Ionescu. And you can see how close it is. Second to fifth place, really separated by like 10 meters as they come through 500 meters to go.
And worth noting, Alden Weaver, that talented single sculler, as well as what looks to be a talented erger as well, is actually really rare for the top rowers on the water to be the top ergers on land. I think it's only happened once where in the open event, one person has reached what is known as the pinnacle of both indoor and outdoor rowing. I think it was New Zealand's Rob Waddell in 2000, who won Crash Bees and also had an Olympic gold medal in the single. So definitely hard to do. It's not a feat that's achieved often. Quite a sprint from William Fuller here as he gets into the low 130s, surpasses Gavin Anderson. Does he have enough room left to get into that second place position of the flight to pass William O'Connell, currently now sub 130 at a stroke rate 35. William Fuller really making that push with only 3 meters behind, but he only has about 100 or 150 left to go.
It's going to come right down to it for Jaden Datcher. He's going to be very close to those times we saw in the prior two flights as he takes his feet out right away. And I don't see anyone else in that room, so that was kind of impressive from the standpoint of maybe he just didn't want necessarily to have Coxie, or maybe it was behind the camera and we didn't see it. But Jaden Datcher unofficially is going to take that flight ahead of William Fuller from Williamsburg Boat Club and William O'Connell in third place unofficially from the Fort Jefferson. So those are your top three. And again, these races just coming right down to it. Look at this. Oh, those two just flipped at the end, almost exactly the same time, 1/10 of a second. So that would be the equivalent on the water of maybe like 6 inches.
So tight there. Going to come down to that final stroke. Sometimes people kind of have built up that skill of on the erg taking a short final stroke to make sure that you're finishing there on the drive. It's one of those things that sometimes people will do. But again, something that doesn't quite translate to the water. My deepest congratulations here to anyone today who's competing on their own in a room, maybe without anyone watching, and And if you're lucky enough to reach a PR, a personal record here today, and you kind of have that moment of disbelief, or you feel like you don't quite have a witness, I'm here to remind you that you have at least us watching at home to make sure that, yeah, you did it. You really did.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with another flight of the men's under 19 event.
Just so you guys know, I'm going to use this facility, so that's me. I'll be back.
Meet C.R.A.S.H Central, the first concept to solutions designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on C.R.A.S.H Central are instantly sent to all team members through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to your Concept 2 via Bluetooth to preset workout details and gather workout data. When athletes complete their workouts through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. C.R.A.S.H Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. To support our rowing community during the pandemic, C.R.A.S.H Central Beta is available to all teams free of charge from March to June. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at irvcentral.com.
Be brave here. Lift your left knee up. Stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness. It's really fun. It's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus. It's beautiful.
For months, this is what rowing has looked like. But like you, we're ready to get back on the water. Join us and let Regatta Central help you get back on the water.
All right, welcome back to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H B Sprints on this Super Bowl Sunday, a day before Valentine's Day. Hopefully everybody has their Valentine's Day plans dialed in because you're kind of nearing the end of the line. I'm here with Meredith Gisting and Hannah Painter, and we are still watching the men's under 19 event.
Yep, this will be the last heat of this event, the men's U19. We're currently in the last minute before the race will begin, so all of these athletes are getting that notification to stop their warm-ups, to stop paddling, and let that fan stop. That wheel of the erg needs to come to a complete stop so that we can all start at the same time and have that fair race that we all look forward to. You can see athletes here dealing with those nerves. sort of false start. So that just means someone has started pulling on that handle before the official command has gone, so they have to stop, reset their erg. Thankfully, in this virtual setup, other athletes would not have kind of gone with that athlete. In on the water situations, you might actually just go with them because you don't want to get behind and you might have just missed the starting command. And then you have to get the whole ordeal going of getting everyone back in those start blocks. But not here. You have a clean start. You can see both of these athletes, Evan Casterline getting off and going, looking nice and long, strong. And then Davis Kelly here from that bottom right picture, just 100 meters in, undoubtedly about to shift into that race pace rhythm. Right now, both athletes have higher stroke rates. We see our leaderboard 33, 34, even up in the high 30s at 38 from Samson Derricott. We'll expect to see those shift down as the athletes get into that more sustainable sprint pace. And our early leader is Michael Goodall, holding a 134, 135, just about what we've seen from our leaders of the previous few flights. And right with them is Davis Kelly, 34 strokes a minute, 134 pace. And looks like Michael Goodall had quite a more effective start, just earning him about 10, maybe even 7 meters of advantage, which is not much, as you can see on the screen. If this were on the water, we would still have contact between those two boats.
Yeah, so Davis Kelly of Burton Beach from out on the West Coast, you saw him. It looked like the front door of the boat club there. Right side, that's Ridgewood High School. We've seen that room quite a bit, as well as the room on the left with all the bikes. So Davis Kelly is starting to kind of like just every stroke take, a meter or half a meter on your early leader, Michael Goodall. So this is quite the battle going on between the two of them. Davis Kelly, you can see a stroke rating slightly higher. Tristan Wakefield is a name that I remember from Y-Quad Cities because Tristan rode at the US Rowing Youth National Championships, and he's sitting in third place at the moment.
Great look at Fares Kamel, who is just crossing that 1250 mark of meters left to go. You can see he has a few teammates with him. Oftentimes you will see the coxswains or teammates give the athletes some space as they come through the second 500, as this is kind of a time in the race where athletes feel like they have it under control. It's just starting to set in and get uncomfortable, so it's not really a dire situation, it's just a little bit gritty. And it's really in this next third 500 as we cross the 1,000-meter where things will start to get a little bit dicier, a little bit hairier for these athletes. It's usually one of the swirliest spots in terms of mental fatigue and just trying to cope with that physiological response of your body essentially screaming for you to please stop what you're doing. And you can see Tristan Wakefield from Y-Quad Cities closing the gap here on those two early leaders, holding an impressive 137 split there per 500 as he crosses into that third 500. For some athletes who know that they have the fitness, that they're really, really strong, they'll actually use this third 500 to define themselves as a contender in a race, where other racers who may not have that fitness will experience the third 500 as a place where they might falter or have that self-doubt creep in. There you have Tristan Wakefield showing up in the bottom left of our screen, looking strong. Clearly has quite the cheering squad behind him.
Yeah, Davis Kelly really just so steady from Burton Beach. We had that picture on him for a long time. You see Evan Casterline from Edgewater High School, which I believe is the oldest scholastic rowing program in Florida, the first one. but the characteristic red, black, and white of Edgewater that I'm very familiar with looking at out at Nathan Benderson Park. And Davis Kelly on the left, he just kind of continues to look the same, Hannah and Meredith. I mean, he looks, every time we get a picture on him, it just looks exactly the same, which is, really a credit to Davis, as he's opened up an 11-meter lead on the field, and he's holding that kind of same 1:35-ish time that we've seen from the winners of the first 3 flights.
Yeah, I'm most impressed with Davis Kelly's length, just physically long. He's got those long arms, long limbs, just a lot of leverage power, but still up at a 35. It's impressive.
Look at these cadences coming through. Michael Goodall, 40 strokes a minute, trying to go with Davis Kelly. Davis Kelly, 35, as he starts to finish up his piece in the last 250. You can see those numbers tick up in terms of the left number on the right side of the screen. 44 strokes a minute for Michael Goodall now, but he's not matching Davis Kelly. Davis Kelly going at a 1:32, trying to even take it up, maybe go faster. Really kind of keeping almost the same stroke rating. You can see him really grimacing. Great picture there of your leader, Davis Kelly, 36 strokes a minute, a 1:32 as he starts to finish up. 48 strokes a minute for Michael Goodall.
I know, I wish we had a video feed of Michael Goodall going at a 50. It's usually a more and more interesting sight the higher we get above 40. But it's still remaining pretty effective, 137 per 500 into those last few strokes.
Davis Kelly, that's the best time we've seen all day out of any event. Unofficially 6:16.6 for Davis Kelly. Michael Goodall, again, another one of these sort of feats of strength. Go sit on an erg and see if you can get the strokes per minute up to 50. He was doing it after rowing for 1,950 meters. And finishing in second place is Michael Goodall, just ahead of Tristan Wakefield.
Wow, Luke Zaslow just hit a 56 in his last 2 strokes. Pretty impressive as these athletes just, with sheer willpower, bring that rate up to try to get the fan moving as quickly as possible. You can see a 1:29 sprint from Luke Dickoff there. Oh, finishing just ahead of Alan Zhang. Really impressive, both of them over there in Port Jefferson.
Talking about some of the time thresholds, William Fang just breaking 7, 6:59.9. So if his goal was to break 7, he did it out of Lakeside.
Always
as
such a great
more haunting than not breaking it.
You want to be on that side of 7 than the other side. So good job getting that final 10th right under 7. William Fang.
Good, and again, all results will be official 30 minutes after the race, just to allow for any athletes that do not have the good enough internet connection to stream live with us to submit their scores and get those verified by our USRowing Regatta staff. So you can check back here with us. We'll have the results up on our virtual medal podium, or you can look online and see how all of these results shape up. Again, it's 30 minutes just to make sure we have all of the most accurate times coming in. But this is the ending of our men's U19.
All right, as the last athlete finishes up, our next race is going to be several different categories of women's racing. So it's going to be the women's AA, A, B, and C categories here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints. So we see 4 different colors, which denote the 4 different events that are all going off at the same time. So in my mind, this should be extremely exciting, and I'm seeing a lot of names that I saw last year in terms of showing up. Some athletes even that are sort of erg specialists, some of these names that you're going to see sort of shoot to the top of the screen, of the various color screens as this thing kicks off.
You talk
Yeah,
about
as we
erg
move-
specialists. One of them is mostly from the sport of CrossFit. CrossFit at the moment is not as big of a sport in the high school or even middle school levels. And then once you get outside of that secondary schooling, you see a rise in CrossFit numbers. And so with CrossFit comes the lovely ergometer machine. So we'll see more and more in these masters events and open events, those CrossFit affiliations instead of rowing club affiliations. And again, you don't really have that technical piece of balance or the different kind of body weight distribution elements that you have on the water. And you can really just focus on kind of brute strength and endurance here on the land machine.
So here we go. Tension and row will be the command. And then we'll have all these women in the race and starting. Here they go. And as you see, so the two yellow boats on the screen, Hannah Mayer and Haley Richardson, they're in the AA category, Masters category. Haley's 26, Hannah is 21. And then the red boats, about 15 of them, is the Women's Masters A category. And then moving to the left side of the screen, you've got the B category is the green boats, and the C category is the fuchsia colored boats. So see Jordan Falcone on the right side. You saw her last year. I do believe she is actually in a CrossFit gym, so we were talking about that. And some of these athletes who may or may not row on the water, but maybe picked up the ergometer machine at a CrossFit gym, as I believe Jordan Falcone did. You see her on the screen there as they come through these first 500 meters.
Just like how people
Oh
find
gosh,
their way
there's
around.
Sorry, Mary, I just noted the bucket next to her. Oftentimes in these rowing venues, you'll actually see trash bins or buckets nearby because the 2,000 meter erg can literally push you to an upset stomach.
So you see a lot of these, so the club names are to the left of the rower names, and you see a lot of the unaffiliated ones are going to be these athletes that may not be affiliated with an actual rowing club, but who are specialists at moving these ergs. So you're seeing as they come through the first 500 meters, get into that second part of it, you're seeing the various leaders. You see Haley Richardson ahead of Hannah Mayer in that AA category. As you see Regina Aguirre, and she is representing Mexico on the screen. I was going to say, you see Erin Roberts is currently leading the A group, and Vivian Culverwell is leading the B group, and Jordan Falcone, who was on the screen in that CrossFit gym, is leading the C group at the moment.
And you can take a look at these stroke rates here too.
Seeing some international participation here. Great to see athletes from all over the world jumping into this race from their different time zones. A competitor from France. They're in the fuchsia category, in the C category, Sabine there, joining us from France.
Love this screen of Morgan McGrath and her teammate here going beside her. Really awesome to have that kind of teammate just to get that rhythm together. Good to see some athletes pulling up rather high up to their chest and others pulling right around the middle of their torso. Kind of the strategy behind it is to just pull as long of a stroke as possible because you have all this momentum from the leg drive, right? All this pull legs that helps you build momentum in the handle and then in the fan. And so if you just keep carrying that momentum all the way as long as you can, thinking is it'll get you more meters each stroke that you take. There's Lauren Gammon here on our screens. Got quite the musical shrine behind her. Some awesome looking guitars. Whatever gets you going, whatever gets you motivated.
A great example of erging, any place that you can find space to set down and erg.
Yeah, I guess maybe she's going to shred on either the guitar or the bass when she's done. Maybe get the erg out of the way and invite some people in and have a nice musical session. You see Haley Richardson still winning the AA category at the moment. Erin Roberts still winning the A category. Vivian Culverwell is still ahead in the B category, and Jordan Falcone ahead in the C category, as we're looking at all of these women coming through really and into the middle of that third 500, where again it really starts to burn. The physicality really comes into play, and you certainly understand that you're on an erg and you're going 2,000 meters at this point.
Good, and we're coming in up to that last 500 shortly. This is kind of when these athletes will start their sprints. We see a pretty tight battle in that B category between Emily Rocket up here in that northern New York bit, and we have closely behind Whitney Shaw and then Anna Brown, all going in those mid 150s, but no one really venturing into those 140s with Erin Roberts, our leader in that B category.
Great to see some of the splits here from our leaders across the different categories. All of these women kind of pushing down into the 140s there in those first place positions. Again, these are different age categories here. So women in their 20s and 30s, up to 40s in that C category.
Yeah, so a wide range, but all of these events really being put together by age for the most part. And the new world record in the 19 to 29 category dropped last year with Brooke Mooney, who was in the U.S. Women's Olympic 8, going 6:21.1 and breaking that world record. I don't know that we're going to see that today, but that doesn't mean that these women aren't going to have their personal bests, have the best time over the last couple of years at C.R.A.S.H. As you see Emily Rocket on the left side and Regina Aguirre of Mexico on the right side again.
Look at these stroke rates coming up. Erin Roberts at a 42, 143, really pushing that sprint. She's in first position in her age category, but she's going for the best possible effort. You can tell no lead is enough for her. She's up at 47 now, and we have similar sprints happening in that C category, up in 37, 39. Good, we have our first finishers here unofficially with Vivian Culverwell taking that first place position in the B category. Erin Roberts with the 7:06 for the A category. Jordan Falcone with a 7:05 in the C category. And our AA category is just finishing up here. Looking like well projected finish below 8 minutes for our leader, Haley Richardson. Just bringing our attention back to that A finish, we had average splits of 50.2, 50.3, and 50.4 for second, third, and fourth place in the women's A Masters category. Emily Rocket, Whitney Shaw, and Nicola Goss finishing out those positions.
As these women finish up, so it's worth noting that again the colors are a different event, with the fastest of the 4 events being Vivian Culverwell in that B event, so older than all the athletes on the right side of the screen, yet faster this year. All right, last athlete finishing up, Corey Flynn. And that was your women's AA, women's A, women's B, and women's C Masters event at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. The Crash B Sprints is brought to you by Level 2. Want to add to your coaching toolbox before spring season heats up? Sign up for U.S. Rowing's Level 2 Coach Certification course, running virtually March 5th and 6th and April 23rd and 24th. February filled up fast, so get your spot now. And as we jump back in and you see what's going on here, we've got several events again on the race course already. It's the women's C, men's AA, and men's A 2,000 meter races here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints live on YouTube. My name is David Wyant. As you see these athletes, their boats going up and down on our graphic. I'm joined by Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting. And we are joined by all of these athletes all over the country sitting on their ergs, be it in their living room, like you see on the left, or in a gym on the right. And on the right side of the screen, the yellow boats are the remainder of the women's Masters C category. You see C.R.A.S.H there on her erg, competing in that women's Masters C category that we saw some of the competitors from in the previous flight. And then you've got the Masters AA and Masters A category. The green on the left is Masters A. As you see Parker Lawrence on screen. And it looks like he's got maybe the live YouTube feed on his wall there.
Just stealing quick peeks over there to try to see how he's faring against the competition potentially.
Yeah, that shot of Parker Lawrence there in a room by himself, a great reminder of how internal this can be. It's really difficult to sit down and do a 2K in a room by yourself. Doing a great job here. Great job. To everyone today, whether you're on the camera or not, to everyone who's kind of out there on their own, this is a great accomplishment of mental toughness. Takes so much grit to kind of attack something as challenging as this on your own there.
C.R.A.S.H from CrewFit, Oakland, California, on the right side. She says she learned to row at Washington University in St. Louis a long time ago, and now she stays fit by going to CrewFit in Oakland. On the left, Parker Lawrence, he is representing Gentle Giant out of Somerville, Mass. As we see the various events that are kind of going at the same time, you've got the women's C, which again are those yellow boats, top right. Then you've got the men's Masters AA, which is two competitors, Christopher Crawley and Keys Koopman. And then on the left side of the screen, you've got from Stuart Elvin down, all those green boats are the Masters A category. Stuart kind of flirting with 130 as he approaches halfway. We'll see if he can get to that elusive 6-minute barrier, but having a great piece and sitting in first place, 20 meters ahead of the Masters A category for the men is Stuart Elvin.
Currently in 7th, we have Andre, who's rowing for Minneapolis Rowing Club, but Andre was actually a former national team member for the country of Denmark, but now lives in Minneapolis and is throwing down out there. Slight time difference from us here, but it's just about noon, lunchtime. Everyone's hungry, and we'll see if he can kind of work his way up. Currently holding a 140, 139 out of 34, probably about the middle range of what we'll see for stroke rate. Maybe on the higher end for this portion of the race in the third 500.
I really love that picture of Dunstan Scully in that Hill School gym because he's the coach and he had all of his youth athletes, it looked like, coxing him through his piece. So he threw on the uni suit after watching the youth athletes from the Hill School. As you see Parker Lawrence there again from Gentle Giant, and winning currently the A event is Stuart Elvin, who represents the British Army. He actually won last year So he's trying to repeat here at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. As we approach the last 500 meters, at least with those Masters A men on the left.
Good. So we'll see some athletes who may have quote-unquote redlined their way through the piece, just pushing to the point, but not past the point of unsustainable, and who may not believe that they have anything left to give, so they may not have as an impressive of a sprint, whereas others who may have conserved just a little bit of energy, or they know and have confidence in some sort of second gear that they can find in these last 250 will actually be able to drop splits and pick up some speed here in the last 25 to 30 strokes. Often accompanied by an uptick in stroke rating, just taking more strokes per minute, trying to maximize that drive speed and minimize the slowing down of the fan in between the strokes.
Yeah, if we check out kind of the stroke rates even between these races, seeing some of the men there over in the Masters A category with some high stroke rates up there in the upper 30s, even low 40s. Some of the women there back in the remaining competitors in our women's C event, still kind of approaching that 500, keeping the rate lower, still more power per stroke as they kind of get into that final 500. Back here,
there's a picture of youth athletes cheering on their coach as we see Stuart Elvin coming to the line there and finishing up the Chris Bailey, who was sitting in second place and just got edged out there by Alexander Lee. He's also rowing from somewhere in the UK. So we've got international athletes in these categories. We still have Claire Drew as she comes in the last 250, winning this flight of the women's C Masters category, as Christopher Crawley unofficially is going to win the double A category of the men's Masters. And it's just fast and furious finishing up these pieces as they come through.
Good. Just taking a look at those stroke ratings here in the last 250 of these races, you'll see those massive jumps as the athletes just try to empty the tank. And it may get ugly, it may not look as good, but these athletes just trying to give it everything they've got. Good. Seeing all athletes here up in those low 30s. Dropping splits, we'll see if anyone can get to that 149 in these two leaders with Claire and Anne duking it out.
Yeah, we're watching those splits steadily kind of press down there for our women leading this bit here. Claire Drew finishing, taking that win for this flight. Still compare that to the other ones, but followed behind by Anne Moriarty.
And Claire will actually surpass a few of the men in that Masters A category. Well done, Claire.
Yep, stroke rating's coming up. They're really just putting it all out there. These women to finish up now in this women's Masters C category. Stuart Elvin representing the British Army with a 6:06.5, fastest time we've seen all day. And he is going to likely, I don't know, I think we may have a few more Masters A, we'll see. But he may repeat his title from last year, as we see Michelle Conway and Kala Rentz, who we had in the picture quite a bit from CrewFit Oakland, finishing up ahead of Christy Seymour and Amanda Adams. And that's going to do it here. The 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints is also sponsored by Masters Conference. U.S. Rowing is striving to do more for Masters athletes and coaches in 2022. Join us April 2nd for an all-day virtual conference promoting rowing at every stage of life. So the next race we're going to have is going to be the Masters B and Masters C categories for the men, who will go off at the same time.
Good. So normally when we're on the water, we'd have a starting call that's similar to what these athletes will be able to read here on their screens. We have alignment, attention, and then go. On the water, that would be the drop of the starting official's red flag.
We see Kyle Larson there with multiple plates holding down that erg.
Must be on some really slippery floor.
Right, it looks like a pretty smooth garage floor there or something similar to it. So good job taking those steps to keep your erg in place there.
Yep, and rowing in a national team uni. Looks like a lot of power from Kyle Larson on the screen. And this is actually a very well-attended international couple of categories, the men's Masters B and C. A lot of masters from other countries. We've got Great Britain, we've got Turkey, Canada, Germany, Ireland, all represented in this event. That's your rower from Turkey, Nasib Fasio Ake. Awesome that we have a picture of him. Looks like it's nighttime there in Turkey. And so the yellow boats are the men's Masters B. The red boats are the men's Masters C category. Men's Masters B going up to age 43 and starting around age 36.
Seeing all these different shots is a great reminder of the different ways that people kind of come to Masters rowing, whether they were former rowers themselves in high school or college, or they came to the sport as an adult, whether through CrossFit or just looking for kind of another activity to be involved in and expand their athletic reaches.
David Kaiser on the left, John Meyer on the right. Currently leading the men's Masters B by about 10 meters is Paul Marcy of Potomac Boat Club, ahead of Kyle Larson, who we saw, and Aaron Fagan. Currently leading the C category is Tobias Iyer, ahead of Toby Clay by about 20 meters. So looks like right side, maybe even a bedroom there. Maybe that's the first time we've seen a proper bedroom with an erg in it at these championships. And these men coming through and finishing up the second 500.
Worth noting that the 2K is one of the harder distances that a rower can complete in one sitting. It's the fact that rowers stick to it and have chosen it as the distance that we do has earned many rowers the title of masochists or just pain lovers, as it is just a grueling sprint mixed with that perfect combination of endurance. It burns pretty much 30 seconds in all the way to the end. So you'll often see these looks of just grimacing, maybe even their loved ones cheering them on, kind of looking at them with just a look of concern, or just willing them to kind of persevere in that moment of the pain cave.
Checking out some of these stroke rates over here for leaders in the B category. Paul Marcy up there around 34, 35. It's a little bit higher than some of the others that we've seen today. That takes a lot of skill to kind of sustain that high stroke rate. But if you have that skill, it can really pay off for you. There in second place, Kyle Larson also hanging out in that mid-30 range. Back behind them, we do have some tight racing there, probably for the next, 8 spots there. So as we kind of make our way through this third 500, watch out for some of those competitors to make a move. Again, anytime someone's taking a lead in the third 500, it's really due to kind of the depth of their fitness that they have to keep pushing themselves when it hurts the most. And there's kind of no end in sight yet.
Cyrus Severance, I'm really loving all the different views. We're getting a lot of cameras. Looks like maybe a child doing a puzzle next to him on the ground. Feels like my life for Cyrus. There's a great bio here from Paul Offram of Engine Room Canada. It says it's his first Crash Bs and his second 2K, and he has 3 kids under the age of 5. So his life feels like the second half of a 2K sprint these days. So this should be a breeze for him. I feel you, Paul. And as we get a shot of Michael Bonomo, and looks like maybe he rode his bike to wherever that erg is to be competing in these Crash B sprints. And Miguel Duran, representing Mexico, but I suspect that's not Mexico in the background. Watching these stroke ratings, they're just so high here in the last 250 meters for these athletes. Paul Marcy still hanging on, as is Tobias Iyer.
This looks like our first basement.
Yep, basement.
Exciting for Tobias Iyer, coach at Salisbury School, but won this event last year, reigning champion. At least for now, with these unofficial results, looks like he'll do it again. That finishing time of 6:10.1.
High stroke ratings, high 30s for a lot of these men finishing up Men's Masters B and Men's Masters C at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints. Unofficially, Paul Marcy winning the Masters B in 6:04.5, very fast time for Paul Marcy from Potomac Boat Club.
Jason Cortez really pushing here through those last few strokes.
Getting a lot of encouragement to do it. And that rower from Turkey on the right side, Nesib Fasil Ake. Looks like he's got a coxswain there, or somebody with maybe a camera or something. And followed by Miguel Duran. As these athletes finish up, again, it's the Men's Masters B, Men's Masters C categories.
Gentle Giant because they came highly recommended.
At the end of the day, it's all about our people. Gentle Giant puts our customers first.
There has to be a certain level of trust. We do our best to earn that trust right away from the first interaction.
If you're not satisfied with the work of any crew member, we'll refund you the cost of that person. No questions asked.
They've taken special care to things that I've noted. You can tell that they care about the work that they're doing.
You're moving people in their most precious belongings. their memories, their sentiments. We understand that. Gentle Giant does an excellent job with training, making sure guys know the right way to wrap things, the right way to fit boxes, and also the right way to load the truck. Nothing is done by accident. Everything is done with a purpose. Each move has its own set of nuances, but they're all things that we've seen over and over again. There's not too many surprises.
The move went fantastic. I'm so happy that we chose Gentle Giant.
All right, welcome back to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints. As you see the start commands, attention row. This is a full flight of Men's Masters C rowers. So we saw a few in the prior flight who went off with the Men's Masters B. And all of these yellow boats on your screen, they're all in the same category of Men's Masters C, which is a very well-attended category of men that are in their 40s. We have as old as maybe 50 and as young as about 43. As you see, trying to get an early lead and already kind of taking the stroke rating down to a 30, Ben Jago. So we'll see how these things shake out as they come through the various points in this 2,000 meter race course. This is the Men's Masters C category. And I have been noticing different race plans. You know, certainly, Meredith, you see some athletes really going out high and trying to hold it longer than others. We still have some athletes that are in the mid-30s, maybe even 40 range with their stroke rating even this far in at 350 meters, but then you have others that are even maybe sub-30.
Absolutely, yeah. Seeing a huge variety here. The good thing about doing a 2K on the erg is that it is very individualized, that you can kind of have that race plan for what's going to work best for you. You're not relying on any other members of a boat. So we'll see our leaders here. In first place, we do have Dylan Dragsweek up around 32. Janice Lipnick in around rate 33. So really typical of what we'd expect to see here in the middle part of the race. Those leaders there crossing the 1,500 meter mark into that kind of middle 1,000 there. Really the body of the piece. Yeah, looking down, continuing to see a little bit of variety. Getting a glimpse into some of these erg rooms, whether it's a corner of your house, a part of your boat club, a part of a CrossFit gym. We've seen a lot of different places here today.
We've got some Christmas trees here on the bottom right from Courtney Coates. The holiday spirit never ends. Make that fresh air that much fresher.
Dylan
really great start here.
Yeah, he's on the left.
On the bottom left, Dylan, Dragswick, still holding that 133, 134, an impressive pace here that we've seen from the men's side of rowing throughout the day. That is the pacing that will bring you close to victory, if not to the top. Here we have Courtney Coates really pushing those legs down, pulling at the last moment to really maximize that leg push. And a nice look at a small gym scene here from Christian there on the bottom left. He's got a few people behind him.
And he's in Norway. That's the Norwegian flag.
I believe that's the Danish flag.
Danish
but either
flag.
way, it does appear to be nighttime there. So love to see all of this international participation, all of the different kind of race prep days that went into this, whether it's waking up at 6 a.m. on the West Coast or over there in Europe, kind of fitting that piece into the end of your Sunday here.
Nothing like the Sunday scaries mixed with a evening 2,000 meter erg test. We also have people that are not only in different time zones, but also different elevations to remember. Altitude training is a real thing, and the amount of oxygen that you have access to can make a significant difference in your performance here. One of our athletes in this race, Robert Revilio, is rowing on top of a mountain in Rwanda. He's currently a student at the University of Global Health Equity. And I would say that's probably not going to necessarily help. Just being on top of a mountain sounds like a whole added element of pain.
Yeah, we've talked about the different setups. Certainly adding altitude is another type of setup. As you see Dylan Dragswick of the UK out in front of Jernez Lipchnik from Bled, Slovenia. So we have, and then Ben Jago also of the UK. So top three are all international rowers so far in this men's Masters C flight. As you see John Puchek in a garage. And they all have different race plans, and they are all being linked in virtually to our software setup. As you see Dylan on the right side, continuing to lead this race and really throwing it back into it as he gets into the last 250. You're starting to see stroke rating go up. Can he hang on to it? He's got a pretty healthy lead of 30 meters. How close to 130 can he take the splits? That's probably what he's thinking about in terms of getting rid of whatever energy is left.
Sometimes it just takes one stroke at a 128 to gain the confidence that you are physically capable of doing it. Because in this point in the race, the last 250, you're at a 37, 38, 40, and just seeing the number once can give you that confidence boost that you are capable of producing that number again. Here we have Dylan just yamming on it, trying to see those sub 130s again, pushing himself to the absolute brink. Sheer determination on that face. Well raced.
.612, very fast time.
We see a lot of very tired faces.
So we actually have top five are all international athletes. You have UK, you have Slovenia, UK, and then Denmark. Pretty amazing for our 2022 US Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints. Talk about different time zones. We had halfway across the world, top five finishers here in the Men's Masters C.
Yeah, this virtual format really opening it up to this incredible international competition. We can all join in from our individual spaces and really make something happen that couldn't happen otherwise. So thank you for this little bit of technology, bringing us all a little bit closer here.
Wanibara Rovira finishing up. About 30 strokes from our finish line, 2,000 meters on the rowing machine, the ergometer. David Silva right behind Juan Ibarra Rovira, and those two men will finish up our full Masters C flight here at our 2022 Crash B Championships. And then we are going to throw it to a commercial break and then be back with more racing.
It takes kids from wherever, whatever background, wherever they're coming from, and provides them with access to a rowing team. Such a small demographic of our population is actually able to participate in rowing. We want to make sure that kids have rides to and from practice and are where they need to be, regardless of if their parents are working, if they can't drive, if they can't get to practice, we make that happen. Well, in order to row, you obviously need to know how to swim. And so Stem to Stern provides swimming lessons for the kids. We can't just prepare these kids to be good rowers. Like, we need to actually think about like the whole person, the whole athlete, the whole student. And so we've added a STEM component, using their minds in a really positive way.
Meet C.R.A.S.H Central, the first concept to solutions designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on C.R.A.S.H Central are instantly sent to all team members through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to your Concept 2 via Bluetooth to preset workout details and gather workout data. When athletes complete their workouts through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. C.R.A.S.H Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. To support our rowing community during the pandemic, C.R.A.S.H Central Beta is available to all teams free of charge from March to June. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at irvcentral.com.
Be brave here. Lift your left knee up. Stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness. It's really fun. It's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus. It's beautiful.
All right, we're back here and we have some results here from our events earlier on in this morning. Kind of working through the logistics of running an international virtual race, bringing all those results here together, but we can finally see the leaderboard here for the men's U17 2K. Saw that incredible performance from Rohan Radhakisun with a time of 6:19. Second place, actually a tie there for second place. Really great to see that. Marcus Chung and Theodore Herzog both at 6:23.1 there in the men's U17 2K. Looking down over the rest of the scores, some pretty tight competition there for the I wanted to give a number, but I can't remember exactly how many competitors we had here. Just scrolling through, checking out those times. Seeing again some other ties in here, or times that are separated by just 1 or 2 tenths of a second. If we were out there on the water, those would be incredible photo finishes there.
So you see that about 68 men's under 17 competitors. As we see the results from the next event that occurred, and that was the women's under 19 category. And you can see up top that we have a tie for first place, which is totally amazing and awesome. Ella Wheeler and Brooke Seebeck tied with 7:12.2 ahead of Riley Katz, who had a 7:12.4. So Riley almost got into the party there, but she's going to have to take third place, as we saw an extremely well-attended women's under 19 event as well. With almost 100 entries, I think we had more than 80 women row in the women's under 19 event here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. C.R.A.S.H sprints, as you see all of those times coming through from our virtual medal stand. There's a lot of scrolling going on. You see just how close some of the times are. There's another dead heat for 45th place, 3 rowers with the same time. Keep in mind, these rowers are all over the country and the world, and they are tapped into this internet software to be able to be on their rowing machine. As you see, 82 women rowed in that women's under 19 event. And they're all finishing up even so close to one another, where we had a tie for first place.
Yeah, I'm loving these ties for those medal positions there. It's really fun to see that level of competition up at the top.
All right, we're going to take another short break, and we will be back with more live racing shortly.
What's up, Rowing World? R.J. Cooper here. Big shout out to USRowing and C.R.A.S.H for making this weekend happen. I know we're not in person, but the show must goes on. And big shout out to those who are doing the work this weekend. I am giving my ERG the weekend off. But I want to thank you all for the constant support. Please continue to show your support. The book is still on sale on Amazon and anywhere books are sold. And if you haven't watched the film or your friends haven't watched the film, please go home and watch the film on Amazon Prime and Peacock. And last but not least, support the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. With over 2,000 kids introduced to the sport this year, there's still so much work that we're doing. So please check us out. Follow us on Instagram. Peace. See you later.
Stem to Stern takes kids from wherever, whatever background, wherever they're coming from, and provides them with access to a rowing team. Such a small demographic of our population is actually able to participate in rowing. We want to make sure that kids have rides to and from practice and are where they need to be, regardless of if their parents are working, if they can't drive, if they can't get to practice, we make that happen. Well, in order to row, you obviously need to know how to swim. And so Stem to Stern provides swimming lessons for the kids. We can't just prepare these kids to be good rowers. Like, we need to actually think about like the whole person, the whole athlete, the whole student. And so we've added a STEM component, using their minds in a really positive way.
One of the things that is different about the high performance position right now for para rowing is that we really need a pipeline of athletes. We actually have to spend time at the granular level creating opportunities for young athletes in local regattas so that they feel ready to go to a national championship. And one of the things we really want to do is really get behind those regattas that are already doing it successfully and maybe even use those as designated kind of pipeline events. For example, the Dadvale Regatta made a commitment early on that they would remain open to the athletes with disabilities. So Taylor Roberts, she's a PR1 rower herself. She's the organizer. They have a small contingent of athletes, but they're all college age eligible. And that's going to be a real focus for us, is finding the athletes who are in that age range that could go not only to Paris 2024, but also LA 2028.
Back to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints. This is a very exciting event, different than we have seen as you see the start commands going. This one's going to be over with very quickly. It's the men's under 19 and women's under 19 500-meter sprints. Every race we've seen so far has been 2,000 meters, Meredith. This is 500 meters, and basically it's going to be less than 2 minutes for all of these athletes very likely getting across the line as we start to see some videos come through.
Absolutely. This is really going to be an all-out sprint. We're going to see some high stroke rates. We're going to see some fast splits. When you're doing just 500 meters, there isn't a chance to settle the way that there is in a 2K. And it stands to reason that some of these athletes have already raced a 2K today. I'm definitely recognizing that other webcam there. One that we've seen here already this morning.
Yep, here they come. So they're almost halfway here. You can see on Greta's screen there, she's at halfway. The men are into the last 200 meters. You can see the stroke ratings, many of them in the 40s and have been the entire time. So it's a totally different race. This truly is a sprint. It's 500 meters, maybe 55, 60 strokes, depending upon how many you're trying to take per minute as they come through. Last 100 meters, Jian Yu of Knoxville is out in front, and he's on the screen there. He is winning the 500-meter sprint currently for the men. Greta Slots on the right side of the screen, her camera, she is winning only by 4 meters right now for the women, as you see Jian come through and unofficially win in 125 flat. As you see Greta, she's starting to move away now. She had only a couple meters. Now she's got about 10 meters, does Greta Slots out in front of the women's field. And so I feel like an auctioneer in terms of how quickly I feel like I need to speak as we watch these rowers come through 500 meters. Like I said, pretty much all the athletes are going to finish in sub 2 minutes or very close there too, as you see the last of the women and the men finish up. And what an exciting race the 500-meter sprint is. I don't know how many of you listen to podcasts as religiously as I do, but there's one called The Row Show. It's quite a good podcast from 2 South African men's national team rowers, and they interview really all the top athletes in the world who row. And many of those athletes, one of the questions they always ask is, what would you change about rowing at the competitive or Olympic level? And a lot of them say, throw in a sprint race, a 500-meter race. It's pure power, and that's what we saw. They're all done, Meredith.
All right, and we're going to be able to see some results here. We're going to start out taking a look at the men's U19 2K from earlier. Davis Kelly there taking the lead, taking the win home today with a time of 6:16, closely followed by Ethan Dunn at 6:17.8, and then just 1/10 behind was Matthew Marks. So very tight racing there. Yeah, looking back into 4th place, 6:17, Matthew Polisek. Very tight all over the country here today. Start to scroll through and see some of these other results here. Looking at plenty of these times, again, just separated by 1/10. Probably going to see some ties. Yep, there's a tie for 28th. Love to see all of this tight competitive racing. When you see all these results lined up side by side, it reminds you of how much difference a single stroke can make through that 2,000-meter piece. Sometimes it's tempting to think that, yeah, you can take a stroke off, but when you see the results side by side like this, it really reminds you that every little bit does count.
Yeah, I was going to say, Meredith, that basically one stroke was the difference between a silver or a bronze medal in this men's under 19 event this year at the Crash Bees, with 1/10 of a second separating those two athletes. So we saw 118 men's under 19 rowers in that category, and you saw us scroll through all of them there, see the official results. And this is the Women's Masters AA category, where Haley Richardson will take the gold medal over Hannah Mayer, who will take the silver.
And looking here at the Women's Masters A event, Erin Roberts taking gold here, 7:06. Back in second, Emily Rocket, 7:21. And very close behind her was Whitney Shaw at 7:21.3. So starting to look at some of these results again. Back down to the 15 women participating here in the A event, for the A category for the Women's Masters events here.
And the Women's Masters B results coming through. Vivian Culverwell out of New Zealand, winning it in 7:01.1 ahead of Elizabeth Gilmore and Morgan McGrath in that order. And you can see all of the different flags. I feel like I'm watching the Olympics, the Winter Olympics or the Summer Olympics. We see all the different flags, especially in these Masters categories. You're going to see a bunch of different flags, particularly on the men's side. But that's the beauty of this virtual event. It is international. All right, we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back for the next races, and we look forward to it.
Here, lift your left knee up, stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness. It's really fun, it's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus, it's beautiful.
For months, this is what rowing has looked like. But like you, we're ready to get back on the water. Join us and let Regatta Central help you get back on the water.
Okay,
All
You're
right.
seeing teams here in this next race because they are team relays, which is going to be very exciting. I'm hoping that we're going to get some camera feeds on these teams, 4-person teams, both men and women, and you're going to see these teams going through these 2,000 meters as a team. So, Hannah, I think we're going to see some excitement in terms of how these things go. Obviously very different than it's a team event, so it's very different than a single rower on the erg by themselves.
Absolutely. And it's almost like those track relays where you see the athletes running around and then handing off that baton. There's like this huge anticipation between the two athletes going. They'll try to sprint their way as quickly as they can so that their partner can get started as soon as possible. There's definitely a whole different team element involved with the relay that we just don't quite see even in like boats racing. We don't really have a relay on the water, which I think could be fun, but it should be a very exciting kind of event to watch, really, that we don't get to see on the water or in any other kind of sphere in rowing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, this is something that doesn't exist in outdoor rowing. So anytime that they can create something that doesn't exist otherwise, always excites me. No offense to all of these amazing events that I've been able to announce, but when I see something new, it gets me excited. So these are 4-person masters teams, and all of the athletes are above 50 years of age as well. And in fact, the C.R.A.S.H men's team out of Oakland, California, has 3 octogenarians, 3 80-year-olds on that squad. So we're watching very, very exciting and kind of varied athlete situations as they're all getting kind of wired in. And we're going to see some of these cameras with these athletes going together as we get going. So it's 2,000 meters, and they are on the race course. The red boats are the men's teams. The yellow boats, when you see that graphic again, are the women's teams. And this is what it's all about right here for me, Hannah, seeing this 4-person women's masters team rowing together.
Oh, it's so fun. It's like, especially when you have them in a row like that, you can kind of feel like you're just in the boat, just on land. It's a little different. And you have that extra motivator to see how fast your partners are going. In this situation here on the left, oh, just love to see those two in time together. Hopefully training for some of that rowing on the water, but if not, it's honestly just this mental rush to have someone going beside you doing the same thing as you. It's almost validating you in your pursuit of speed. Oh, you just love to see it.
So C.R.A.S.H out of Oakland is on the left. We've seen a couple of the members of the Dream Team on the right out of the UK. And Dream Team is currently winning on the men's side as they come through 500 meters. On the women's side, it's the Lake Oswego Community Rowing 4 that are out in front of C.R.A.S.H, who we talked about, who's on the screen, that are sitting there somewhere in Oakland, California. Maybe they're
Take a
Rams
look at
fans,
that
maybe not.
cardboard cutout. I'm not sure who that is, but there's a giant cardboard cutout there on the bottom right. That Dream Team athlete. Whatever motivation
like Elvis
you need.
to me. It looks like a
That's what
Elvis
I
Presley
thought.
cutout.
Very fun.
Maybe Elvis is alive after all.
He's in the building for sure.
So it's getting a little
Quite
closer on the
tight
women's
race.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah, women's side. Look at C.R.A.S.H. Here they come.
Gosh, I love the facial expressions of the woman on the left. Looking to her partner's screen, maybe for some validation here. How fast is she going? Oh my gosh, okay, I gotta go with her. Just to put you in the head, the mind space of those athletes.
I think
Sometimes
there's
you
a
can
fair
take
amount
great
of
inspiration.
verbal stuff going on amongst the athletes, and it looked like they just tried to sync up, which is also completely amazing. That midway or into the second 500, they decided to sync up and try to see if they can find the same pace. Those 4 women.
Yeah, shown here, that was Rebecca, Diane, Laura, and Helen out of C.R.A.S.H.
Here comes Avalon from Chincoteague, Virginia. It's Erin Eskew, Karen Callahan, Rachel Kint, and Maggie Hole. Again, all of these athletes, men and women, are above age 50. Average age of that C.R.A.S.H men's boat, the red one at the very bottom of the graphic, average age, if I'm doing my math correctly, is around 80 or 81 years old. So totally, totally amazing in terms of those athletes deciding that they want to, as a team, sit down and do a 2K here at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash B Sprints. But also, Hannah, it does show that rowing is truly a lifetime sport.
Truly. We talk about lifelong learning. I also love the belongs in sport. It's just rowing is one of those low impact exercises that you can just do and get full body fitness and strength. It's one of the things that I love about the huge rowing community is just how everyone from all ages, all areas of the world can just hop on an erg or get in a boat if we have that water access and be a part of it.
So it's still the dream team out of the UK. Seeing one of those dream team members there on the right, they're still out in front by about 50 or so meters ahead of Delta Sculling Center, Fitness Matters, and Crew Fit on the men's side. And then on the women's side, the yellow boats at the top, it's Avalon, who has opened up quite a lead now. So it's really sort of a big move there in the second 500 from Avalon to get past Delta Sculling Center, Crew Fit, and Lake Oswego. So that is where all 8 of these teams stand. Again, this is the men's and women's masters 4-person team relays for ages 50 and above at our 2022 Crash B Sprints. Bringing it to you live on the internet and on YouTube. My name is David Wyant. I'm joined on this race by Hannah Painter, and our third partner is Meredith Kisting, who will be back with us shortly for the next race. And this is what we are watching, is this very interesting novel event. And Hannah, we're still seeing all these athletes really still going after it. You know, they're in this third 500 and maybe the pace is a little bit slower, but we're going to see them pick up towards the end as well.
Absolutely. A lot of strategy involved in this. It's a novel event, so trying to make the most of this opportunity here. The pioneers, so to speak.
Here comes the Crew Fit men. Again, the on the graphic at least, and we'll see if they kind of jump up ahead of Fitness Matters or not. But those are the men I was speaking about, where we have 3 80-year-olds on that 4-man team. As Avalon on the women's side continues to kind of pull away at this point, over 100 meters ahead of Delta Sculling Center. So we've seen teams sort of remoting in from other places. We've seen teams together. We haven't seen all of the cameras by any means, so we don't know which ones of these teams are physically together or not. But an awesome event as you get into the last 500 meters with the men and now the women. Your leaders, Avalon Rowing Club, coming into that last 500. So we're seeing, if you look at all the stroke ratings, they're all mid to high 20s. Let's see what we're going to see as they approach the finish line, whether those are going to come up.
Right, David. We've seen today that often these athletes will really try to ramp up these last few strokes, trying to find that second gear, empty the tank, so to speak. There's nothing more satisfying than ending a race knowing that's everything that you could give in that moment. And on the converse side, there's nothing more dissatisfying than ending a race feeling like you had a little bit more to give.
We are seeing some of the ratings touch 30, definitely high 20s. And you see Dream Team out of the UK about to finish up on the men's side and claim unofficially the gold medal in this mixed masters 4-person team relay. And then coming into the last 250, the first one on the women's side, the first team is Avalon Rowing Club. Avalon out of Virginia. And they're ahead of Delta Sculling Center. Delta Sculling Center out of Stockton, California, as we see Dream Team in a perfect 8 minutes flat, unofficially winning the men's side.
The concept, too, has a funny way of rounding sometimes. You can see the average split was a 159.9, with that total time being 8 flat. Doesn't quite add up. I know I've been on the worst side of that. Obviously, whatever's on that memory screen is the official final result. And there's nothing worse than seeing one end time and one end split on the end of your erg test and then going into the memory screen, which is the official place to find the time and having it round up that one crucial decimal point. It happens. We'll see within 30 minutes again of these races, we'll have that official result for you.
Unofficially coming across and winning the women's 4-person team relay, ages 50 or older, is Avalon Rowing Club. And as you see, Delta Sculling Center ahead of C.R.A.S.H and Lake Oswego. So Delta Sculling Center out of Stockton, California, C.R.A.S.H out of Oakland, California, and Lake Oswego out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. Dream Team winning the men's side out of the UK. And again, Delta Sculling Center, second place unofficially for the men. And so the men and the women, it appears, from Delta Sculling Center will take the silver medal. And as we see 50 meters or so from the line, that crew from C.R.A.S.H Oakland, the men, and they are David Vastine, John Silva, Jeffrey Lawrence, and Roy Igawa. And again, probably averaging about 80 years old in that boat. Pretty amazing, or that team, as they finish up. And C.R.A.S.H, those women that we saw on the screen, they're going to be, almost caught right at the finish line by Lake Oswego.
Awesome, and we're already pivoting over to this next race. We have the U23 events here. The women's will be on the right side of your screen. The men's will be on the left. Again, the women, you can see it's in yellow. The men's boats will all be in red. We've combined these two events. And we have a clean start. No false starts on this one, thankfully. And as they cross through that first 100 meters, we'll get you your early leaders. The start on the erg is actually, it's quite technical. It's all about connecting that explosive power to the handle and thus to the chain, which turns that fan in the ergometer. So really trying to make sure that all that explosive power is actually connecting to the machine, and so that you're building momentum with the machine and not just kind of hurling yourself at it. Trying to stay connected is huge, not only on the water, but surprisingly in the start of an erg race as well. Your early leaders are Greta Geiser here and Artem Zakharov. Both of them over there in those low 30s, 33, 34, dropping down to 32 every now and then. Greta Geiser rowing out of Jacksonville University, which is in Jacksonville, Florida. And then Artem is actually rowing out of the Ukraine. Some time difference there. And he's just been overtaken by Maxwell Wayhoff. We'll have undoubtedly a battle here between those two. And Maxwell is from Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. There you have him on the screen, surrounded by some people that cheer him on. Quite a few people there, actually. Often, you remember crash freezes, you pick your one coxswain or your coach that's going to come down with you into the pen, down into the middle of the stadium. Here on our screen, you can see we have a few extra members of each of these athletes' cheer squads. Some athletes opting to do it alone, others acting in the spirit of the in-person regatta with that one person behind them. There you have Bruce Moore at the bottom left of our screen, looking long and strong. And it is still Greta Geiser over there on the right side of our screen, that leaderboard, currently holding just around a 2-minute pace. And watch out for Jane Leff, who is accelerating up into that lead by holding those low 150s. Greta will have to kind of level that out, remove the bobble.
I do love getting to just drop into all of these different erg setups here.
We got a side profile here. Looks like Gabriel maybe didn't unlock the rotating feature on the phone. It's all right. It'll help us keep things fresh.
Really just challenging your mind there.
Gabriel rowing out of Champaign, Illinois.
And
Age 20.
as an alum myself of the University of Illinois, I believe I do recognize that space. So love to see people throw down a couple 2Ks there at one of the campus gyms.
Looks like Artem Zakharov has retaken his lead here as we come through the middle of that third 500. The dreaded section of this race. Often we break things up into these more manageable chunks when we're looking at something daunting, much like the 2K erg. And the third chunk of these 500 meters is definitely the most brutal. These athletes are nearing the end. That 500 meter mark is coming into view. There we have Artem Zakharov on our screen. Bright magenta uni, seems to be alone. Kudos to him for really getting that done without the added benefit of external motivation of that coxswain or coach. Hopefully doing it with some music. I can't fathom how those of us out there can do a 2,000 meter erg test in complete silence. That's a whole different level. Here we go into the last 250 for the men. You'll see the stroke rate over there on the right side of the leaderboard start to tick up. You see Artem's already at 43 strokes per minute.
Yeah,
dropping
I do love
well
that we
into
can
the low
see this video
130s.
here. This video here of Artem as he takes that stroke rate up. You can really appreciate that drastic difference there that he's trying to make. Taking more strokes per minute. Trying to just keep that wheel moving. Bringing himself well with under the last 200 meters there. Maybe just a little bit more than 10 strokes left to finish up this piece. Built up a solid lead there. Looks like he will likely take the lead here. Take the win.
But watch out for Colin Lang and Ian Doctor there, down in the low 130s, trying to chase down Victor Korha, who only has about 5 meters of advantage, which is nothing. It's almost level. And Colin Lang at a 46-136 split per 500. Then you have Aaron Jaff down at the bottom, 131. You can see there in the middle of the screen, absolutely just emptying the tanks here on the men's side as they come into the last 5 strokes, leaving nothing. You can just remark, oh my gosh, 128. And then over here on the women's side, just entering that 250 now in our leaders. We'll start to see those stroke rates come up for those who have the skill and willpower to do so, and then those splits will start to come down. We've only gotten some video of Daniela, who is currently, looks like, in 6th. We haven't been able to see a lot of the leaders on the women's side, but undoubtedly these stroke rates are coming up, the intensity is rising, and it's just how much do you want it?
Shockingly, I see a couple of people with stroke rates there in the low 20s there over on the women's side. So, you know, in this last part of the race, they're really just relying on that power per stroke. But if we look up there at the leaders, we do see that 32 in second place, Greta Geiser up there around 40, down at 141. It's really paying off here, seeing those splits, but it does look like Jane Leff will be the unofficial winner here, closely followed by Greta Geiser, who had an incredible sprint there to try to close that gap in the final meters.
It looks like that third place will go to Megan Kashik, who is just 1 split off of those 2 leaders. Megan Kashik out of Capital City Rowing in Tallahassee, Florida. where we should note the water is liquid there. So these athletes who have rowable water are just joining in on the fun that those of us here in the Northeast of the United States and in the Midwest are forced to use the machine as we get frozen off the water. It's still a great training tool, even if you do have that access to water. A good benchmark for fitness, easy to control for conditions.
Really a testament to just how integral erging is to our sport of rowing. It's not just a replacement, it really is like a whole complementary feature here to the sport. Jumping into the next race over here, this does look like it is the open men's and women's 2K. So again, open up to any age. Anyone can choose to enter this event here. Combining the running of the men's and the women's races here with just 3 women's competitors, and it looks like seven men here on the other side.
You sure, Dan? I'm not green.
But all of these athletes here into the first 200 meters. Coming down from the sort of high of those first 10, 15, 20 strokes, whatever it is, kind of finding that base rhythm. Here we have a shot of C.R.A.S.H.
Yeah, we're seeing these shots come through, Meredith. And this is, as you said, the open event for both the men and the women. So it's open to whomever wants to decide to get into this event. And I'm looking at Isaiah Harrison right now. He holds a couple of world records. I think the under 14 or 14 and under and 16 and under world records. He was the United States men's representative in the single scull at Junior Worlds, and he is going to, it appears, we are early, but he has been sub 130 the whole time to 500 meters, has Isaiah Harrison, and he is no stranger to breaking that elusive 6-minute barrier for men. At 16 years of age, going 5:53, as you see C.R.A.S.H. on the screen in next to a staircase in a living room, it looks like. And you see John Puchek on the right in a garage. And you can see, so this event is open to anybody who wants to enter it. Typically, it is the event that, you know, your fastest rowers may want to enter. It sort of depends. There's also sort of categories that can't be entered by elite athletes that are on national teams and such, that have to enter certain events such as open events. Anyway, on the women's side, you see a very close race, 5 meters separating C.R.A.S.H., who we saw on the screen, and Maddie Folk. And then on the men's side, it is Isaiah Harrison with almost 100 meters on the field.
Yeah, we're seeing some impressive splits here from Isaiah Harrison. Well under 130 here, hanging out around 127 there. So a really impressive showing in this middle 1K.
I walked past Isaiah. He may not have known, probably didn't, that he walked past me. He's about 6'8", ahead of the Charles on maybe one of the breaks that I had from commentating at the head of the Charles. And so he is a very physically tall individual who has just a ton of power. You can see he's at 32 strokes a minute and holding 127 at the moment, kind of vacillating between 126, 127. In this third 500 is incredibly impressive. I mean, it's really a world-class way to row this 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H. Sprints 2K as he approaches 750 meters to go. Maddie Vogt has made the lead a little bit bigger on the women's side of this open event, 13 meters now ahead of C.R.A.S.H. And so we'll see how these times shape up. I mean, the times from the women also very fast at the moment.
It's also worth looking back a little bit on the history of this sport. Back in the day, Amy Fuller Kearney won the C.R.A.S.H sprints in 2000 with a world record time of 6:32.3. She beat out some pretty stiff international competition to win that day. In the earlier days of the indoor regatta, athletes actually did a qualifying 2K in a heat, then raced another 2K in the final medals race. So a shout out to Amy back in the day for really doing an incredible job of pushing this sport forward, laying really the groundwork for all of these athletes to be competing here today.
Still 19-year-old Isaiah Harrison out in front. He's at 37 strokes a minute now, Meredith, and he hasn't gotten to 250 left, so he is really putting it out there. Splits maybe going up a little bit, trying to hang on. What a first 1,500 meters, just absolutely incredible from Isaiah. Is he going to hold on here in the last 250 to make sure that he stays sub 6? As you see Kevin Fink and John Puchek again on the screen. Kevin in his living room, or in a living room, it appears, on the left. And Maddie Folks still hanging on out front ahead of Kelsey Baralac and Madeline Sobry of Canada. And in second place is Seth Chatterton on the men's side, then Andre Preveda, Scott Gillespie, Kevin Fink, John Puchek. John Puchek just getting ahead on the screen of Kevin Fink. Those are the two athletes that you are watching row on your screen here at the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. 39 strokes a minute for Isaiah Harrison, but those split times really going up from where they were. So he's hanging on, or he's, you never really know what's going on there in terms of maybe this was his plan as he comes across the line and breaks 6. First time we've seen that today, 5:53.2 for Isaiah Harrison. And the women are approaching the last 250, so we're going to see those stroke ratings come up. They're 35 right now for the two women out in front.
Yeah, some of the leaders in this, like we just saw with Isaiah Harrison and these women leading the way here, seeing some really impressively high stroke rates. That takes a lot of skill. And remember that they're doing this under an incredible amount of fatigue, an incredible amount of pain. So it really takes practice, I've found, at those high rates to be able to continue to drop that split. So a really incredible performance there that we're seeing across the board. Maddie Fote up there at a 46, but still bringing the split down in the low 140s here. Battling it out, trying to build up on that lead over Kelsey Baralac. But she's not backing off either.
No, 42 strokes a minute, 38 strokes a minute. As Maddie just breaks 7 there, that elusive 7-minute time barrier for women. Very, very impressive. Kelsey finishing second unofficially. As we see Daniel Drabinski finishing up for the men, Madeline Sobry of Canada finishing up for the women.
Yeah, you can see the pain on Kelsey's face there. Again, as we've talked about, some of the most painful moments are, right after you finish this 2K, you think that it's going to be a bit of relief, but it almost hurts just as much. But at least you have the satisfaction of knowing that you've completed that race. Hopefully you executed exactly what you set out to do. That's always what we aim for on these race days or test days. But seeing some really, really great performances here.
100 meters left for Madeline Sobry to finish up the Women's Open 2,000 meters at the 2022 C.R.A.S.H Sprints on Super Bowl Sunday, brought to you on YouTube. And she's going to finish up. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure all of these men and women are very glad to know that today's format, the modern format of C.R.A.S.H is just a straight final race. It would be a very different story to be managing heats and finals as they did in earlier days of C.R.A.S.H. So everyone's thankful that there's just one 2K on the table for today.
All right, we'll throw it to a commercial break and be back shortly.
Ready to get back on the water. Join us and let Regatta Central help you get back on the water.
me up. Stepping one long right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness. It's really fun. It's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus. It's beautiful.
The 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H sprints are brought to you by Row 360. U.S. Rowing is excited about its continued partnership with Row 360. Starting immediately, all members of U.S. Rowing at any membership level can activate a digital subscription to this premier global rowing magazine through their app. For more information, go to our website. And Willis Towers Watson. Willis Towers Watson, the third largest insurance brokerage in the world and a global leader in the sports insurance industry, is very proud of its partnership with U.S. Rowing to provide insurance and risk management services to the association membership. And we are back. You're watching the graphics here at our virtual 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships. As you see that stop command, that means all of the athletes that are going to get ready to go here, and we're going to explain this very varied, event that we have in front of us. Stop rowing is the command to get all of the ergs ready to go and all of the athletes ready to roll. This next event is a combined event, and I'm going to rattle off all the different sort of events that are combined into one here. But the common theme is that they are all PR events. So it's the women's under 23 PR1, the women's under 23 PR3, the men's under 23 PR3, the men's under 23 PR3, the other one, the men's under 23 PR3, and it looks like men's under 23 PR3. These are various categories, and we'll get into what the para rowing events are, and then the women's category. So you're going to see a bunch of different on the screen, different colors, and they represent these different athletes. A lot of these athletes were here last year and have done this many times. These are the para rower athletes, and there are various categories: PR1, PR2, PR3. Generally speaking, PR1 is arms and shoulders. Generally speaking, PR2 is trunks and arms, and PR3 is legs, trunk, and arms. And as you see them all get started, you can see, again, all of the different colors represent the different categories that we're going to see. And at the very top, you see the various categories in terms of how they are set up. So exciting, very exciting to have all of these rowers go at the same time, Hannah. And you can see, I like that. I really like that shot on the right side. I think that's Athletes Without Limits, maybe, team in a gym, and they're all kind of rowing together.
Yeah, I agree. That one on the right is very exciting to see. You just have this whole room full of athletes throwing down together. There you have a zoomed in view. Yep.
You can see him on his erg there on the screen.
I loved Isaiah's start routine there. Actually, he kind of sat up at the word attention, which, you know, I do in my racing. I coach any athletes that I coach to do as well, just to sit tall at that starting line to give yourself that little confidence boost.
So much to be gained just from your body language to kind of set your intentions for a race there. So great job.
That was Nada Green on the screen. She is rowing unaffiliated in the PR3 category. Todd Vogt on the left. Todd was on a paranational team. He's from Portland, Oregon, Portland Boat Club. He finished 6th in the men's PR3 pair at the 2019 World Rowing Championships. And he finished 1st in the mixed PR3-4 at the 2019 World Rowing Cup too. So a lot of international USA experience for Todd Vogt there on the left.
Great to see this shot over here on the right. Again, I think we're dropping in on the Athletes Without Limits erg room, where so many of these different athletes are competing in different events, but have the benefit of working out with their teammates. They may be in different categories of para rowing, but getting to feed off of each other and the excitement and energy that's in that room right now.
Yeah, we can see on our graphic really a lot of close races yet again. Again, you're looking at different colors representing different boat categories. And you see just how close some of these are. For instance, on the left side, you see Wesley Pincheche and John Spabelko are very close to one another, within about 20 meters. As some of these athletes start to come through the halfway point, or at least Todd Vogt does, who we had on the screen earlier. This is a great side shot of the Athletes Without Limits gym in Washington, D.C., where all of these teammates of various rowing categories are rowing together.
I think Athletes Without Limits is one of the highest number of participants by club. I think by my list, they have at least 30 athletes competing in this year's U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Class B sprints, which is remarkable. 30 athletes all coming together from one program. Not many programs can even come close to that, or at least they won't today. Really awesome to see.
Yeah, para rowing really one of the biggest expansions that we are seeing in the sport of rowing, and it's really awesome. All of these programs that have been well established for a long time are hiring para coaches, and these athletes are coming down and they're having their own programs now. And their own coaches, and really we're starting to see it all over the world, and the very competitive events at the para games as well as at the World Championships.
Yeah, when we consider kind of the scope of para rowing, the sport is has only been in the Paralympics, I believe, since 2008, so still sort of in its infancy and growing rapidly. And as more clubs across the country are kind of able to make these spaces and these dedicated programs with dedicated coaches for para athletes, will really be able to, continue to see the sport evolve and grow, participation grow, and start to see these athletes push the boundaries forward. But everyone out here racing today, bringing it all down into their respective categories, whether you're on your own on a deck or in a big room with 20 of your teammates.
Yeah, I want to call out Sid Lee. Sid Lee is an 8-time Hammer champion at C.R.A.S.H rows for Capital. He is also a 7-time Special Olympic World Games gold medalist in cycling. And his bio says he's also a former Devion Horse Show Adaptive Class Grand Champion, and that he's currently rowing this piece, and it looks like he's ahead in his category. He's rowing this piece from the Harney, Maryland Volunteer Fire Department Firehouse to make sure that he has a good enough internet connection.
Dedication here, and you see quite the battle between Wesley and John over here on the left of our screen in that teal blue, holding about the same split, 158, 159, each of them bringing that rate up in the last 250 as it approaches. They're at 30 strokes a minute currently, same event category, and we'll see which of them has a more effective sprint here as Wesley and John battle it out. Gosh, and just to highlight, Miss Green over there was just on our screen to do a 2K in the mask as well. Oh my gosh, talk about an extra effort on the lungs. We'll have our first finishers here, as you can see on our screens. But still that battle going on between Wesley and John. Wesley coming off the pace a little bit, 205, whereas John's holding on to that 156. Coming from the same club, that Athletes Without Limits. Here we go, Wesley bringing it up to a 40 strokes a minute, able to get that 141 split. Started to slip a little bit earlier in that 250, but able to bring it back, as we can see, 36 strokes a minute, 154. And there you have that finish of 740.5 for Wesley from Athletes Without Limits.
Yeah, more athletes coming across the line. 2,000 meters for all of these athletes all over the country. Certainly we have a lot in the same room there at Athletes Without Limits, but most everyone else is with maybe one or two teammates or by themselves. All the results coming in are unofficial. They have to be verified, given that we are using an internet system. But they will be verified, and we'll have them come through at our virtual medals stand later on in the broadcast. As you see, Christopher Burns on the left, Nada Green on the right. They get into their final strokes.
Good, and remembering back to that start with Isaiah Cotton's great starting sequence and start posture position, he'll take that first place position for the men's U23 PR3 event with that time of 7:23.1 over there on the right of our the right leaderboard there. And most of these events coming into their last few strokes, if not already finished. Winner for that women's U23 PR3 will be Elise Hill, 8:53.3. For the men's U23 PR3, we have Cole Hundelt from Athletes Without Limits.
Yep, seeing a lot of these names flash through and kind of go bold with the times coming through on our timing system. You still see Christopher Burns and Nada Green approaching the finish line.
Luke Arnold will take the victory unofficially, of course. We'll wait for that confirmation, but looks good for him, at least for a medal in the men's U23 PR3 RA event. Last racers just coming through their last 10 strokes here.
Really awesome to see these athletes finishing up their pieces. Again, 2,000 meters on the rowing machine in various categories just due to a physical or mental impairment, but just as competitive as ever with one another. And in terms of times coming through, same thing that we're seeing with the non-para event. Just, seeing names go bold almost exactly the same time, sometimes in different events, sometimes in the same event.
We can see with almost all of these events, we do have more than one competitor, meaning that for the first time in probably a while, each person is getting to race someone in the exact same category as them. So really great that this kind of virtual format allows us to pair off some people who might not have competition in their corner of the country, and we can all come together online here.
So that'll do it for the para events. The next combined events that we're going to have on our virtual race course are going to be the women's under 23, men's under 23, and women's age 24 to 49 500-meter sprint. And if that first 500-meter sprint that we saw, actually it looks like it's just men's and women's under 23, at least on the graphic. We'll see how it shakes out. But 500 meters, talking about 2 minutes or less for these athletes. And Hannah and I, Meredith, when you had a break there, had a 500-meter event, and it was pretty exciting.
Definitely fast.
Basically, you'll have a start 10, a high 10, a shift 10, which you might not think you need to shift down, that is, and then a step up 10 for your start of your sprint, and then your sprint 10. If you want to break it up into the execution of most of these athletes, we'll probably take something similar to that approach.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you can mentally count every single stroke and potentially even go in, like Hannah said, with a race plan for your focus for each of those strokes.
So here they go. How are they going to shake out? Looks like Tommy Moreno going very fast, low 120s, 45 strokes a minute on the men's side. Women's side, we've got 45 strokes a minute also for Rasa Adjatis. But she's only got a couple meter lead there, whereas Tommy's is a pretty big lead. Tommy Moreno, as he's already in his last 200 meters. You see him on the screen there on the right. So this thing is one of these where you can't click away or you're going to miss the entire event.
Yeah, having these 500 meters here, it really gives a chance for a different type of athlete to shine than perhaps in the full 2K race. So they're seeing a lot of power. Just seeing our leader here, Tommy Moreno, in the men's event, hanging on to that split. Makes us a little nervous watching. Is it going to be sustainable? And it looks like he said the answer is yes, he is going to sustain that through the finish line. The women up there trading the lead back and forth between our leading three, Rasa, Jane, and Harry.
Rasa seems to be falling off the pace a little. 50. You can see her in the bottom left of our screen here, struggling to hold on.
Oh, these stroke rates. So different.
Jane left.
So that is it. And that, if you blinked, you missed it. Those are the under 23 men's and women's 500-meter sprints as we go to some results. In between the hammers there, the women's Masters C results. Jordan Falcone winning it in a time of 7:05.1 ahead of Elizabeth Carson and Moni Armendariz. As we see it scroll through and show you all of the women's Masters C category, which was a very well attended, I think the best attended maybe of the women's Masters categories this year.
And we see here the men's Masters B results. Taking home gold will be Paul Marcy at 6:04, followed by Kyle Larson at 6:07, and then Will Emerson 6:15. So some pretty fast times there in the men's Masters B. Seeing some international participation here in the top 10, and as we scroll down through into the 20s, I remember this one having some windows in the background that were dark, some people who were outside maybe, all over the world taking advantage of their different locations there. And here we have the men's Masters C results. Taking gold was Tobias Iyer at 6:10, followed by Dylan Dragsweet at 6:12, and then Toby Clay at 6:21. Actually with a tie for third also with Jared Nej Lipschnick at 6:21.7. The two of them tying there for third. So again, seeing some great international participation here. A lot of these top 20 coming from outside the US. And some really close time is back here.
As we finish through this list of results, we'll get ready to switch on over to the next events, which is the women's U19 4-person relay, along with the men's U19 4-person relay. You can see our crews are getting ready to go. They've given the stop rowing command, so all crews must stop their warm-up, set their ergs. And again, each athlete will only be asked to row 500 meters. That is the design of this new event. Can't really do a relay like this in the same way on the water. So a unique event here at the US Rowing Indoor National Championship C.R.A.S.H sprints. We have the row command. In this race, we have Space Coast Crew, Row LA, and 2 entries from Quad Cities for the women's event. And then for the men's, we have Space Coast Crew, Don Bosco Prep, 2 entries there from Ramsey, New Jersey, and Quad Cities from Illinois. And finally, Phillips Exeter Academy from New Hampshire. Good, so each athlete currently doing a 500-meter sprint, and all of those pacings, all of those numbers are being averaged together for the whole team. So an average of 44 strokes a minute in these leading crews from Quad Cities for the women, and 38 for the leading crew from Phillips Exeter Academy. Here we have great image from these Quad Cities crews. Here we go,
Great
last 150.
Some really aggressive splits, some really aggressive rates here. So really taking advantage of the format of this race.
It is tight for the men's side. Phillips Exeter Academy over Don Bosco Prep High School A. It's going to come down to the line. Quad Cities B taking over Quad Cities A. Not sure if those were seeded going into this, but that would be an upset if so. And a near dead level heat between Row LA and Space Coast Crew to finish out the women's event.
Wow, it really shows how competitive this race format is when you're doing just a 500. You are going to have some close competition, just less time to kind of find the separation there between competitors. So really interesting there to see how those 500 stack up.
Good, we'll head back over to some more results for you, just to make sure that we give you all of those official results from our virtual podium here. You see those great hammers lining our virtual stage in honor of Tiff Wood. So men's Masters A event, we have Stuart Elvin with a time of 6:06.5, followed by Alexander Lee, 6:11.9, and Chris Bailey from the UK for 6:12.3. Quite a finish there between second and third of just less than half a second. The UK really showing out there, and you can see UK representation throughout the top 10. Finishing out the field, we have the 2 Kevins, Parker, Josh, Jack, Ernest, and Ian to finish it out. The Stevens didn't make it to the line, it looks like.
In the Master AA category, we had our 2 competitors there, Christopher Crawley taking first over Keys Koopman.
Women's U19, Greta Slatz with a time of 1:40.6, looks like a 500-meter sprint, I would hope. Emily Knapp with 1:42.9, and Giovanna Sherlock with 1:46.0. The rest of the field there, Laurel, Olivia, and Kiki.
And one more here, we have the men's U19 500 with Yi Yoon Yu taking first at 125, Leo Lombardi at 127.8, and Hudson Cole at 129.5. Ethan
Great
and Joseph
racing in that
then
500. And we'll head to a quick commercial break here and then come back to you with more exciting races for this afternoon session.
Meet C.R.A.S.H Central, the first concept to solutions designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on C.R.A.S.H Central are instantly sent to all team members through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to your Concept 2 via Bluetooth to preset workout details and gather workout data. When athletes complete their workouts through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. C.R.A.S.H Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. To support our rowing community during the pandemic, C.R.A.S.H Central Beta is available to all teams free of charge from March to June. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at irvcentral.com.
Here, lift your left knee up, stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness. It's really fun. It's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus. It's beautiful.
The 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash Bee Sprints are sponsored by Coachal Coast Course, calling all experienced coaches. We have partnered with World Rowing to offer another Coastal Coach certification course February 19th and 20th. Catch the coastal wave and sign up today. Spots are limited. Find more information at www.worldrowing.com. And Masters Conference. U.S. Rowing is striving to do more for Masters athletes and coaches in 2022. Join us April 2nd for an all-day virtual conference promoting rowing at every stage of life. And welcome back to our Crash Bee Sprints. As you see our virtual gym, the next race that we will see will be these four-person teams, this team event. This new team event that we are seeing here at our Crash Bee Sprints. It is going to be the women's under 17 four-person team, men's under 17 four-person team, and the mixed under 15 four-person teams all in one here. So getting ready to watch these teams again. It's only 500 meters. My name is David Wyant. I'm joined by Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting, and we are getting ready to go. That stop rowing is for the athletes to stop spinning their wheels, stop pulling the handles on their ergs, and then we'll go through the start sequence and get this thing going.
Yeah,
we'll have some duels here between. Oh, sorry, Merritt. This virtual. Go ahead.
Should be a fast race here with all of these athletes here competing for 500 meters combined into a total of 2K. So we'll see some pretty aggressively high stroke rates here and some low splits.
Watch out for the women of Row LA who are neck and neck with these it looks like beating the Don Bosco Prep High School men's entry and eking out ahead of the mixed groups as well. But the leader of the whole group, definitely this Rockland Rowing Association B entry here with an average split of 136.
So this is 4 athletes on a team. They are all rowing these pieces, and then it's averaging out, and that's what you're seeing on the screen. As you pointed out, these women from Row LA from Marina Del Rey, they are able to get on the water these days, but they are on the ergs today, and they're doing quite the job, are the women from Row LA as they come through 200 meters to go. And they are winning, although they're the only entry team in the women's under 19 4-person team relay. And then you've got these 2 Delta Sculling Center. You see Don Bosco on the left. You see, looks like somebody getting ready to go from community rowing on the right. But these 2 Delta Sculling Center boats, they're both mixed 4s. And they are rowing against each other. So teammates going against each other and mixed, so men and women, as you see Rockland come across.
Maybe some technical difficulties there at CRI, but it's a battle. 201 average split here, 151. This Don Bosco is definitely trying to eke them out. Looks like that women's U17 4 will just hold on to their lead in this relay grouping. Obviously, they were kind of an exhibition race here, uncontested, but still trying to rally with the young men over there from Don Bosco Prep, doing it well.
Yeah, not exhibition. Definitely they're going to win a gold medal, are those women from Row LA. And doing it in style faster than a men's 4 there from Don Bosco. So those are your 3 4-person teams. As you saw, Delta Sculling Center B beating Delta Sculling Center A in the mixed under 15 4-person team. And then the next event that we will see will be Women's Masters. So it's going to be the Women's Masters D and E categories. And that will be next. And we will take a commercial break, and then we will be back with that Women's Masters D and E. So we're talking about women ages 50 and older who will row 2,000 meters against one another.
Things that is different about the high performance position right now for para rowing is that we really need a pipeline of athletes. We actually have to spend time at the granular level creating opportunities for young athletes in local regattas so that they feel ready to go to a national championship. And one of the things we really want to do is really get behind those regattas that are already doing it successfully and maybe even use those as designated kind of pipeline events. For example, the Dadvale Regatta made a commitment early on that they would remain open to the athletes with disabilities. So Taylor Roberts, she's a PR1 rower herself. She's the organizer. They have a small contingent of athletes, but they're all college age eligible. And that's going to be a real focus for us, is finding the athletes who are in that age range that could go not only to Paris 2024, but also LA 2028.
STEM to Stern takes kids from wherever, whatever background, wherever they're coming from, and provides them with access to a rowing team. Such a small demographic of our population is actually able to participate in rowing. We want to make sure that kids have rides to and from practice and are where they need to be, regardless of if their parents are working, if they can't drive, if they can't get to practice, we make that happen. Well, in order to row, you obviously need to know how to swim. And so STEM to Stern provides swimming lessons for the kids. We can't just prepare these kids to be good rowers. Like, we need to actually think about like the whole person, the whole athlete, the whole student. And so we've added a STEM component, using their minds in a really positive way.
Be brave here. Lift your left knee up. Stepping one lunge right into the next.
I like the environment, I like the competitiveness. It's really fun. It's tough, but I mean, I think just seeing everybody being so competitive, it makes it worth it. I really do like it here. I really like the campus. It's beautiful.
What's up, rowing world? R.J. Cooper here. Big shout out to USRowing and C.R.A.S.H for making this weekend happen. I know we're not in person, but the show must goes on. And big shout out to those who are doing the work this weekend. I am giving my ERG the weekend off. But I want to thank you all for the constant support. Please continue to show your support. The book is still on sale on Amazon and anywhere books are sold. And if you haven't watched the film, or your friends haven't watched the film, please go home and watch the film on Amazon Prime and Peacock. And last but not least, support the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. With over 2,000 kids introduced to the sport this year, there's still so much work that we are doing. So please check us out. Follow us on Instagram. Peace. See you later.
All right, welcome back to the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H Sprints. The next race that's on the board and getting ready to get started is the Women's Masters D category, the full category, as well as the full Women's Masters E category. So we're going to see two categories of Women's Masters go down these 2,000 meters on their ERG machines, and we'll get patched into video feeds from some of them. And essentially, this is ages 50 to 60 between the two categories for the women. And you have a lot of experience from many of these women in this event. A lot of them, and what you see if you are around Masters rowing for any period of time, certainly I have been in terms of announcing various Masters events, is that you see the same names start to pop up. The Masters divisions are very competitive, and a lot of these athletes know each other from college or high school and all the way through to these Masters categories that they're in now. So that's what we have on the slate. I am joined by Meredith Kisting and Hannah Painter, and we are coming to you from our virtual seats, bringing you these championships. I'm in Sarasota, Florida. And Meredith or Hannah, what do you think we're going to see in terms of? I suspect it's going to be more tight racing, but you think we're going to see, as we have in a lot of the other categories, sometimes the older or the different category also being competitive with the younger category? In this case, E with D.
Oh, absolutely. I think that there will be competition across the board here. Again, a lot of Masters rowers coming to the sport from different angles, whether it's as former collegiate or high school athletes themselves or found the sport later on. You see athletes with very different times to commit to the sport, but also, participating in other sports, whether they be triathletes or really avid cyclists or runners or CrossFitters or weightlifters. So I think that the level of competition here in some of the Masters events can be really surprising, as you have a lot of different people finding different avenues to keep being super athletic here.
There's one little tidbit I love in the registration process. Nancy Cook included her favorite mantra. So just to like get a sense of where her head's at over there in the E category. Quote, "Believe it and you can achieve it," is her favorite mantra. And she says she started believing when she was 6 years old and refuses to stop. She's been a ranked Masters cross-country runner, mountain trail runner, and marathon and even ultra marathon runner, and got second place at the 2020 C.R.A.S.H World Indoor Championships. So someone to watch out for there, Nancy Cook. But also a lot of these athletes here, they say that this is their first C.R.A.S.H, maybe even their first race ever on an erg. So we have really the full gambit, and with so many different athletes from all over the place, I think we'll have a lot of really tight racing.
Yes, and a lot of international athletes in these Masters events. I'm seeing a lot of Great Britain or UK, Italy, Canada. We also have Denmark, Germany, all represented, perhaps a few more countries even, all represented in these two boat categories. So you see on the right side, that's Women's Masters D. So it's ages 50 to 54. On the left, it's 55 to 60. It's the Women's Masters E. Those are ages, and that's how they are in these categories. And you see the leader currently of the D category on the right side of your screen, but her video on the left is Anna-Karina Gravad, and she is from Denmark. So she's rowing in Denmark right now on the screen. Pretty awesome. And then you see Arlene Wade on the right, and she is in the Women's Masters E category.
But watch out for Nancy Cook. She's got the belief. She's only at a 28, so a little bit lower than we've seen today. Most athletes here who have been in the top of our leaderboards have been somewhere in the low 30s to maybe even mid 30s. So we have Nancy Cook at that leaderboard just cruising at the 28. Anna-Karina Gravad over there. You can see it's dark outside with that time difference, plugging away.
Well, it may not just be the time difference in Denmark. It may just be very little sun this time of the year in Denmark. But you are correct in the fact that we're, 7-8 time zones away on the East Coast here, where we're announcing from. As you see, Andrea Condon on the left, Jess DiCarlo on the right, and Andrea's in her living room, it looks like, doing this 2K. Maybe her son in the background there is the coxswain.
Maybe DJing some music. Skip this song, please.
Gotta have that family support. Here we have Samantha Ayers in what looks to be maybe a corner of a boathouse or a gym.
From a club called Lakeland in Cumbria there, representing the UK.
Ooh, if we look back up at our leaders here over on the Women's Masters D category, we have some really tight racing with just a handful of meters separating first through fourth. Anna-Karina Gravad hanging on to that lead up there, rate 34. Back in second, Audrey Farrick, though, with a much lower rating of 28. Quite a bit more power per stroke there, but she is holding on to that second place, potentially even overtaking there. Yep, taking that first place spot. So low stroke rate paying off for her there. Potentially has more room to go up, bring that stroke rate up there in the second half.
There on the left of our screen, Denia Amon. This is her first time participating in C.R.A.S.H. She's been an on-the-water rower since childhood and does love to train on all of Concept 2's machines in the wintertime, including the ski erg, the ergometer that you see here, and the bike erg. You can see she has that record board up, trying to make sure she's paced herself to be in the mix. Currently, I think she's in 4th, but literally dead level with Jennifer Moffat there, who's in 3rd currently in that Masters E category.
Yep, and she is from Dortmund, Germany. So you see Germany and you see Denmark on the videos. It is a new leader on the Women's Masters D. That's Audrey Farrick, who has come into the lead. She's 5 meters ahead now of Samantha Ayers, and Anna Karina Gravad on the bottom right video screen has dropped down into 3rd place. We did see a picture of Nancy Cook. She's got a very bright colored unisuit scheme, who is leading the Women's Masters E. You can see up there about 30 strokes a minute. And in fact, if you've been watching her split times for Nancy Cook, she is ahead. I believe she would be winning the Masters D category if she was over in that age group. So we'll see if Nancy can hang on in this 3rd 500 and into the last 500. You see Nancy there, bottom right. I love that pink seat on her erg.
Yeah, I don't know where you get one of those. That's very fun. There's Jennifer Moffat, our current 4th place in the E category there. Oh, and a cat. Little cat. Here we go, entering the last 500 meters here. This is where you see that light at the end of the tunnel. It's an easier argument to win with mind over body or body over mind, however, whichever one's struggling more.
There's Meg Evans from Dayton, Ohio on the screen. Looks like she's got a personal coxswain there. And by the way, seeing a hydro screen, I think that's a way that a lot of people have gotten into rowing in the last couple of years. I'm seeing some of these bios come through saying I learned how to row using hydro, especially during the pandemic. On the left, Jess DiCarlo.
Look at this fight here in the Masters D category. These rowers are just separated by a couple of meters, all of them going about the same pacing. If anything, those who are in 4th and 3rd are gaining on 2nd. It's just becoming more and more narrow as we enter that last 250 and take a look at those stroke rates in the far right of each leaderboard. You have stroke rate and then split per 500. So in the ideal and probably how we'd anticipate it, in that world we would have stroke rates start to come up as the rowers find that last little bit of energy to empty the tank, and the split or their pacing would come down as they get faster through the finish.
Yeah, we're seeing a great shot here of 2 of those leaders in the Women's Masters D, both rating pretty high. Samantha Ayers over there on the left, up 31, but even higher is Anna Karina Gravad over there in Denmark, rate 37, trying to do everything she can to move herself up.
Yeah, Audrey Farrick holding it down, though, and finishing unofficially with the win in the Women's Masters D category. And her rating really never came up. She's Canadian, so we have potentially an international winner there on the D side. And then on the E side, if you look at the times, Nancy Cook did hang on to a better time that also could have won the Masters D category, with Arlene Wade finishing just behind Nancy Cook. So many of these athletes bunched up. Look at the right side of the screen. Look at all those yellow boats.
That's ridiculous. Look at that, 155.9.
Just a 10 separating a few people there right in the middle, 8th and 9th, Marion and Kathleen.
Look at that. That's almost a photo finish between Jess DiCarlo and Bethany Erickson on the water. That 0.3 in a single would be like maybe a deck. So you're talking about maybe 12 feet, 10 feet.
Absolutely.
And over in the E category, you had that near photo finish as well. Probably would have been just 0.2 2 seconds between Cece and Jennifer over there in those 7th and 8th positions. But our caps off to that heartbreaker for Tara Wade in the Masters D category, falling just 0.2 out of those top 3 medal positions. Well fought race by all of those athletes. And Judy Goldberg will finish out this event here for us.
All right, we're going to go to a quick break. That's going to end the Women's Masters D and Women's Masters E, and we'll be back with more live racing shortly.
It's a pretty big move for us. We chose Gentle Giant because they came highly recommended.
At the end of the day, it's all about our people. Gentle Giant puts our customers first.
There has to be a certain level of trust. We do our best to earn that trust right away from the first interaction.
If you're not satisfied with the work of any crew member, we'll refund you the cost of that person. No questions asked.
They've taken special care to things that I've noted. You can tell that they care about the work that they're doing.
You're moving people in their most precious belongings, their memories, their sentiments. We understand that. Gentle Giant does an excellent job with training, making sure guys know the right way to wrap things, the right way to fit boxes, and also the right way to load the truck. Nothing is done by accident. Everything is done with a purpose. Each move has its own set of nuances, but they're all things that we've seen over and over again. There's not too many surprises.
The move went fantastic. I'm so happy that we chose Gentle Giant.
Okay, we're already on the race course with, you can see, 6 different events all rolled into one graphic. On the right side of your screen, those yellow boats, they represent the Women's Masters F group. And then on the left side, the red boats are Women's Masters G. Then the green are Women's Masters H. The fuchsia, Women's Masters I. And then Women's Masters J is the blue. And orange is K, and those all represent different age groups up to 88 years of age. Beth Harling, who is rowing unaffiliated, and she goes by Bun. She started erging during COVID to stay in shape, and you're going to see a lot of these sort of veteran athletes coming through. I shouldn't say that because they probably wouldn't want me to say that they're veteran athletes, but these are the women in the Masters F through K categories.
We have a couple of notes here of athletes who have been racing Crash Bs many years in a row. We have Asako Egawa in the J category, missed a couple of years, but has been racing since 2010. And then as well as Shirley Fargan has been racing every year since 2018 in the K category.
And we have Mai Britt Beal coming from Denmark, participates in races in Denmark, in Nordic competitions, European competitions, has the silver medal in Crash Bs from last year, and trains both on the erg and on the water. Carla Stern there on the bottom left. Or Stein, excuse me. Got some records in her age group in the marathon, 1 minute and 4 minute. American records in the 1K and 2K. This is Bonnie Fisher on our screen now. Bonnie Fisher is rowing unaffiliated. Nice shot of the garage. The pain cave of many athletes across the world, not just in the United States.
Yeah, Bonnie's sitting in second place in that women's G category, Women's Masters G. And Bonnie is in that G category. She's trying to track down Cynthia Cole, who's out in front. Those are your top 2 in that category as they come through. We still have our rower from Denmark out in front, as you see Ann Shapiro.
Ann Shapiro rowing out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania, rowing for Central Pennsylvania Club.
An incredible medal
Barbara
collection
Hogan with
there.
look at
for
those
Barbara
medals.
Hogan.
That's so fun. She may have spruced the place up a little bit just to make sure they're all getting in the shot from frame to frame.
Barbara Hogan, a legend in
repping.
sport. Look at those medals. I don't know if I don't know if you all remarked about that, but those appear to all be medals on her windows or in front of her windows.
Yep, repping Vesper for now. I wonder how many of those medals go to Vesper.
Using medals like curtains. We love to see it.
Linda Thornton on the left. And she's rowing from Dallas, Texas. Looks like maybe in a hallway.
Carla Stein making quite the move here. If you look at her splits there, she's at a 1:55, 33 strokes a minute, and outpacing the current first place of Mybrit Beal and Marianne Becker, potentially trying to eke her way into that first place position, but she's got about 30 meters of deficit to make up. There's Carla Stein doing it in real time, bottom left of our screen. She doesn't quite have that metal blinds that we saw earlier, so we got quite the bright background for her. She's cut the deficit down to 25 meters now, sprinting at a 1:52, not even at the 2:50 yet. Carla Stein clearly has quite another gear here in the last quarter of this race.
Yeah, so we're approaching last 250 or last 500 meters in the events on the left side of the screen. So last 250 for the Women's Masters F. And again, as we have seen all day long, these stroke ratings starting to get pretty high, mid-30s. We'll see how high they go. Can the Danish rower hold off Carla Stein? Carla's giving it a run
has
here.
Halved it. Oh my gosh, she's made up 15 meters of a deficit in the last 250. She has 250 left with only 14-meter deficit to go. If she stays on this pacing compared to the current first place, Carla might be able to secure it. I'm sure her coxswain posse here is coaching her on. If she's able to do this, it's going to be remarkable here, folks. Carla Stein with the sprint of her life.
Really incredible sprint there. She may have executed it just right to get this win here. Coming down to the line. Ooh. So close.
Holy
oh my.
Moly.
Not able to quite make up that deficit here with her unofficial results, but still made up a lot of ground within that final 250.
Go on, Linda Thornton, giving it everything here. Bonnie Fisher on the left, trying to see how close she can come to Cynthia Cole. It's currently our leader in the G category. These athletes sprinting here, rates in the 30s. Cynthia Cole will take it in a time of 8:17.
Yeah, you see the various categories and you see the unofficial winners start to come through. Cynthia Cole in the G category. Looks like Janet Margusity is ahead in that H category. And it looked like, to me, Barbara Hogan was ahead in the I category. You see her again on the right there. Barbara finishing up her piece. Looks like she's going to add a medal to that very impressive line of medals behind her.
Linda Thornton about to finish. They have 9:11.5. Janet Margusti with that H category victory unofficial, 9:11.7.
Just want to call out one more time Barbara Hogan. She actually had both knees replaced within the last few years, and she unofficially winning that I category. That's pretty amazing. As we see the last few athletes finishing up, Deb Lanzo coming across the line.
Reading a note here, it says that this is Rosalind Lewis's second year at C.R.A.S.H Beast, and she's only been rowing for 2.5 years. So pretty great to see you participating here at the, national championships twice in as many years as you've been rowing.
As this finishes up, we'll look forward to the Men's Masters D category coming up. Event number 27.
The 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H Beast Sprint is sponsored by the San Diego Crew Classic. Join us at this year's 49th San Diego Crew Classic, March 26th and 27th at Crown Point Shores. Registration is open on Regatta Central and will be until March 7th. San Diego Crew Classic. The rowing season starts here. And as we come back to our leaderboard and our graphics, the next event that we're going to find ourselves taking a look at is going to be the men's D Masters category. And you can see they're going through their commands. Ready, attention, row is the start command. And again, as we've seen with a lot of these men's, and you see there's a false start there from a couple of athletes, so they'll get them get all the wheels stopped and they will get the athletes back and going again. But what I was going to say is that, again, we're seeing quite a few entries from overseas or from out of the United States in this Men's Masters D category, particularly several from Great Britain. So we'll see how those international athletes fit into the mix in this Men's Masters D category. Ages 50 to 55 or 54 is what we are going to watch. So, Hannah, again, we have seen all day with the Masters categories, particularly with some of the youth categories, simply because there were so many athletes. But the Masters categories, I think, have been some of the most competitive races that we have seen, even though they haven't been, had 90 entries. And again, we're talking about athletes that know each other fairly well a lot of the time. And then you have some athletes like we have seen in some of the bios who started rowing relatively recently. But they are rowing all over the world and they're in this race. And here we go. We got a clean start.
True. And many motivations coming into Masters rowing as well. Some just love the thrill of the race. Others are maybe thinking of inspiring their sons and daughters to try to love rowing and have as much fun doing it as they do. At least that's what racer Kevin Maloney is up to, he says in his bio. But we have a clean start here after that short false start. That can always kind of rattle people's nerves up there when you're sitting up at the catch position waiting to start your race. Having to wait just a few extra moments can feel like an eternity, but we have the race underway. We're into our base pace rhythm. You'll see those stroke ratings start to come down into a more consistent range. Usually at the start they're kind of bopping all over the place and high and fiery, but we'll kind of see these rowers come into that sustainable, quote unquote sustainable, because it is a sprint, but seeing these athletes settling somewhere in the 140s, somewhere in those low 30 stroke per minute range. See one of our youngest coxswains of the day there, behind Paul Hamden. CrossFit Gym looking in Eric Johnson's feed.
We do have a note here for Paul that he works as a baker at a gluten-free bakery. Again, seeing the difference here, the different environments that some people are in today, whether it's a kind of empty-looking attic like we have for Thomas over there on the left, or Eric Johnson over there in a pretty well-equipped gym, coming to the sport on very different places and meeting up here in this virtual setting.
Ivan Rokos feeling young and having fun. Colin White, quote, just an old fart. Anthony Walpole, just having fun laying bricks and yanking the chain. Wesley Paul, first race as a whole novice. This is Doug Van Gelder here on the screen. No bio for Doug, but he is representing Inglemore, a club in Kenmore, Washington. We have Robert Lever, rode at Northeastern and has a fond and strange appreciation of erging.
I feel like that comment can go for a lot or all of these athletes. As you see Robert on the left side of the screen, and he's got a couple coxswains, it looks like, as well as maybe a videographer.
Yeah.
And a dog.
Gregory Cook here on screen.
Seeing some tight competition up there towards the top. James Hughes is in the lead, coming well over this 1K mark into the second half of the race, but only a few meters are separating Carlos Regategui and Eric Johnson. Apologies for any last names that may not be correct.
Yeah, and so they're in the third 500, right? And you see Diego Fonstadt, pretty characteristic jersey there of Harvard, although not a lot of information on many of these athletes, so I don't want to say that he necessarily went there, but I would suspect that's a possibility, as well as possibly David Lim on the right as well. James Hughes just kind of maintaining this 15-meter lead on the rest of the field. It's interesting, I can tell looking at that picture just above David Lim's head as he takes a stroke, that looks like head of the Charles to me, or something similar. As you see James Hughes, like I said, about 15 meters, but look how close it continues to be between Carlos Regategui and Eric Johnson. And Matt Jackson is right within striking distance. So these last 500 meters are going to be very, very interesting. As you see Carlos now on the left, looks like he's in a garage or a basement, but it looks like a garage door above his head.
But maybe has some oar handles above him, hard to say, but he's repping Lake Merritt in Oakland, California. So close there in those second, third, and fourth positions. And then there's another path there below them from Kevin all the way down to William McRae and Dan Connor there, just getting past for Gregory Cook.
Yeah, we did see Eric Johnson there overtake Carlos Regategui. They're in that third 500, so again, always, whenever you see a lead change there, you can almost certainly count on the new leader having a little bit more depth to their fitness there. Able to really make a move at a point in the race where it hurts a lot.
Last 250, this is now or never moment for these athletes. For these racers, taking the rate up, you see 34, 37, and our leaders here as they come through the last 200 meters, dropping the splits as much as they can. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to get faster.
Really super bunched up. Like places 5 through 10, super bunched up. James Hughes still hanging on to it.
We're running out of room here. Tight finish there. James Hughes taking first unofficially, followed by Eric Johnson. And then Carlos over there on the right of our screen in that leaderboard, 637.8. Followed narrowly by 639.0 from Matt Jackson. Oh, just past Gregory Cook, just passing Thomas Coffey. 143.8 average split versus 143.9, amounting to 0.1 difference in their total times. Diego Fonstad, Colin White, and Michael Craig all finishing here just around that 150 average split.
David Milner finishing up. That was one of the kind of more competitive close fields in terms of finishing pretty quickly from first place to 28th place there.
Yeah, a tight range there. Following this, we will be able to see some of the results from one of our prior races. So we'll head on over to our awards stage here. And we can see our results from the women's U23 2K. In first place was Jane Leff with a time of 7:28.4. Just 0.2 behind was Greta Geiser at 2:28.6. And then in third place, Megan Kaschak at 7:32.6. A little bit of an international participation there. Going back to our 14th place finisher, Madeline Walters.
And you've seen the results for the men's under 23 event. Artem Zakharov, 6:03.9 with the win, ahead of Maxwell Walhoff and Alexander Dawalu. Under 23, a very competitive event at the world level, as you see the 16 finishers in that event.
Next, we have the Women's Open. 3 racers, each one gets a medal, depends on what color. Maddie Falk with the 6:58, Kelsey Barilak 7:05, and Madeline Sobry 8:13.6.
And here we have the men's open with that really impressive time. I believe that was the fastest time of the day from Isaiah Harrison at 5:53. Second place, Seth Chatterton at 6:25, and Andriy Privetta at 6:40. Back there with our 7 finishers there in the men's open.
Seeing the results come through for the 500 meter women's under 23 event, won by Jane Leff in a time of 1:46.3, ahead of Sari Abbott of Great Britain and Rasa Adujaitis with the bronze in that 5-rower event.
And the men's U23 again, 3 racers, 3 medals. Tommy Moreno, 1:27.4 for the 500. Matt Califano for 1:45.0. and Alex Califano 155.6.
We'll just keep running through some results here, bringing you the results from the women's U19 four-person team relay. Again, those were 4 athletes averaging their 500 times together here. Our winner was the team from Quad Cities, followed by Space Coast Crew, and then the other entry from Quad Cities there, giving us some impressive 500-meter splits there.
And the men's under 19 four-person team relay won by Phillips Exeter Academy in a time of 128.2, just 0.3 ahead of Don Bosco Prep. And Quad Cities with the bronze medal in 129.5 ahead of Space Coast Crew and Don Bosco B.
We'll throw it to a commercial break, and we'll be back to you soon with the next event. Meet C.R.A.S.H Central, the first concept to solutions designed for your team. Workouts scheduled on C.R.A.S.H Central are instantly sent to all team members through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app. The mobile app connects to your Concept 2 via Bluetooth to preset workout details and gather workout data. When athletes complete their workouts through the C.R.A.S.H Central mobile app, stroke-by-stroke data is sent to a central repository for coaches to review. C.R.A.S.H Central Advanced Analytics will help you gain insights, while Leaderboard will make your workouts fun and bring a competitive edge to your training plan. To support our rowing community during the pandemic, C.R.A.S.H Central Beta is available to all teams free of charge from March to June. Get the edge for your team and start your free trial at irvcentral.com. We're back here with the men's Masters E and F categories. So this race is already underway. We're in the first 50 meters, first 100 meters or so. So these athletes are whipping out some ridiculous speeds here just to get the adrenaline going and just to kind of ride that free speed that is the start of a 2,000 meter race.
And early on, it's Klaus Geiger of Finland out in front of the men's Masters E category. As you see all these names sort of jockeying, we're still very early in the race. So sometimes these race plans are going to come into play and speeds are going to change as the athletes find their race cadences, so to speak, for most of the 2,000 meters. And you're seeing part of the men's F category. We're also going to have more of it in the following sort of flight. But you're seeing good pictures there. Klaus Geiger on the right, again from Finland, who has opened up a 15 or so meter lead on the field in the men's Masters E category, going 133 on the splits. So very fast for a man in his mid-50s in age. And then you see Brian White on the bottom right of your screen, representing the United States. And so that's what's going on the screens. You can see it looks like Ken Gates is out in front of the F category. You see that picture of Brian White, and he is rowing in Dayton, Ohio. If I now remember, it's the same screen that we saw before where he was a coxswain for a women's Masters rower. Now it looks like he is being coxed on that same erg.
And there's Kim Little on the left, a Saratoga Springs familiar face here where I am with Orion rowing. He's one of our Masters athletes, whipping on it in what looks to be a living room. Wooden handle, no less. And you have Mark James there on the right bottom corner, repping the Canadian side of things with a very zen-looking coxswain behind him. You can see that Texas flag here on the unisuit of Ben Gates on the left bottom of our screen. Again, lots of living rooms here today, getting a peek into the life of each athlete as they bring us into their homes and get that opportunity to race across categories all over the country.
Great to see Ken Gates there in the lead currently in this portion of the men's F category there. Always great.
Does anybody doubt where he's rowing from?
By the uni, we look like Austin, Texas, but let's double check it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Texas Rowing Club. The Lone Star State is very proud.
Yep.
Another one of those unisuits that's very helpful when you're announcing because you know right away that it's an all right situation. See on the right side, Chris Ives. And Chris looks to be in maybe sort of more of a proper gym. You can see Smith machine on the left.
And right along, we're already into that last 750 meters for our leaders. This is where that 3,500 starts to look a little bit less bleak because that last 500 is within grasp as these athletes will start to dig in, commit to their goals here, maybe even adapt. If this piece isn't going to plan, you just have to adapt your approach, your race plan in the moment. Not ideal, but something we're all capable of. But no one seems to be able to touch Klaus Geiger over there, our current leader. Holding that 136 nice and steady.
Yeah, and just looking at the split times, if you remember I called out in the first 500, 133. It's at 135 now, so just very, very consistent piece all the way through. Roberto Rizzato from Italy on the left.
That C2 erg bike behind him, I recognize it. Great cross-training device for sure. Peter over here on the bottom right. And clocks to victory here. Victory of your own making. Currently holding that 144. We're in the last 250 meters. We'll start to see those splits come down as these rowers come into their last few strokes, finding that little bit of extra speed, maybe using the stroke rating to get it. So you see that 36 from Mark there, 35 from our leader Klaus, 34 from John Lambros. There's our leader in the flesh virtually, looking really strong here.
Klaus Geiger of Finland finishing his piece. It appears he's going to win the Men's Masters E unofficially. Time of 6:18.8. Needless to say, very impressive. Behind Klaus, it's James Ball, who's about to finish. Just ahead of Mark Watts.
From the Albany Rowing Club.
Look at this, they're coming fast and furious, finishing up. You saw Ken Gates in that Texas flag unisuit, unofficially winning the F category.
Love seeing these moments right after the end of a 2K. Everyone in still quite a bit of pain, but with the satisfaction that they have finished the race.
All
And
right, we're
as
going to
these
throw the
racers are
graphic.
finishing,
We're going to throw the graphic
Sorry,
over
David.
to race A because we have another race that's on the race course, and then we'll come back and finish up with race B. And as you can see, race A is Men's Masters G and Men's Masters F. You can see both of those races are about 300, 350 meters in. And so they are on the race course, and we'll check back in with that briefly or shortly as we finish up with this race B side, the Men's Masters E and F.
and paying attention to these winning times here in that F category, as this is only the first half of the F group. So the current race that's underway will be trying to compare themselves to our current top three from race B. Ken Gates with 6:31 and Chris Ives with 6:37.
So throwing it back, and as you rightly pointed out, Men's Masters F, here are the rest of the competitors in that event. If you looked at the average split time for Ken Gates, who won that first flight, it was about 137, just under 138. So we're seeing some of those times. We're seeing that from Andrew Sangster, who just went into the lead in this side of the Men's Masters F. And then you see Men's Masters G on the left of the screen, and you see all the competitors in the Men's Masters G category, which is ages 65 to 70. So again, yes, under 70, let's say. And you can see how close all of those racers are. Unbelievable right now what's going on in the Men's Masters G as they come through this second 500.
We have our current second place on the left, Dan Van Dresser, next to what looks like a billiards table. Rowing nice and long, making that 30 look quite smooth. And then Samuel Seward there next to him on the right side of our screen, currently holding a 149 at 33.
And it says here that Daniel Kinzer, our leader in the men's G category, was a 2020 Crash B bronze medalist in the G category. So a little bit of experience there, finding yourself on the podium at Crash B's before, seeing if you can hang on to a podium finish here today.
Andrew Kellen there on the right of our screen from Mendota, Madison, Wisconsin. Shout out to you and your current location, Meredith. Cruising here. Lots of scenic photography behind him to make him feel like he's out of doors instead of indoors. Andrew Kellen currently sitting in fourth place, neck and neck for third, just outside of the medal position for now, but holding similar splits or similar pacing to Glenn Polito. See if he can hold on as they approach that 750 here.
On the left side, that was Mike
Munchak,
the former Canadian national rowing team member. And you can see him, he's sitting roughly in, let's say, 12th place in the Men's Masters F category. Andrew Sangster really starting to pull away with this thing, and just remembering what Ken Gates did at about a 138 is what he's going to have to look for here. See Jack Sanderson on the right, see David Spector on the left. Spector is won a silver medal at the World Championships in lightweight event.
And to point out here that he's rowing on not the most recent model of erg, making do with an older erg here, but a modern monitor there hooked up. So some great engineering there to get everyone on the proverbial water here.
Very similar to the original Concept 2 used at the first ever Crash B's, which I believe was 1982. And luckily gave those current, I think it was mostly national team members on the men's side at the time, a chance to blow off some steam and have some fun in lieu of the Moscow Olympics being boycotted by the United States. Just some history for you. Paul Winton just giving it everything from his garage.
Representing the British Royal Navy is Paul Winton. What I will say about these Masters rowers is, as much as they may get grief from their children about not being tech savvy, we're seeing more videos from these Masters than we saw this morning from the youth rowers. So everybody doing an awesome job of setting it up so that we can see what's going on.
We have Roy Stevenson on the picture here. Again, this is a gritty part, last 250, last little bit of push here. Rates coming up, the splits are coming down. Eyes are closing. Memory might be blacking out. It's a really intense place to be. These final few strokes, it's just finish it. Don't let it finish you.
Great shot of Tom Phillips' support team there moving in to get a picture of that monitor at the end.
Making it official.
Pixar didn't happen. So that 632.2 will put Andrew Sangster in a good position for that final leaderboard. As we know, this Masters F event was split into 2 different races. We'll wait for that 30-minute window to close.
I believe there's still a couple of men competing in the G category coming up in the next flight too. So still got to consider what may be done in a few minutes time. Maybe someone will be able to dethrone our leaders here of Dan Kinzer and Emmanuel Romilly. Or
and you're
perhaps
right,
not.
Meredith, as we toss it over to the next one, there are going to be some Men's Masters G in this as well. So it's G, H, I, J, and K categories. So we're talking about the oldest athletes that we're going to see on the men's side. And again, if you look at the bios, they're not only inspiring, but also you just have so many athletes who have been rowing for many decades and have so much experience internationally under their belts, nationally. And you see things like we saw with a line of medals because these athletes, having put so much time and effort into this sport over the years, lifetime sport. You see Steve Crum just kind of shooting to the top there with a 43 stroke a minute start.
Steve Crum repping Rocky Mountain Club in Aurora, Colorado.
We have a couple of notes here.
That second place is repping Sport Club Magsburg from Germany.
We have a couple of notes here in the oldest category, in the K category, for a few of these competitors. Dean Smith, Carl Ballo, and Ed Benz, all perennials, racing many, many years over and over again there, and currently competing in that 85-plus category here today. So, love seeing everyone show up year after year.
David Young on the left, Richard Stout on the right.
Richard Stout, your current leader in that H category by about 8 meters of difference. So if this were on the water, these crews would still have overlap or contact between their 2 shells. David Young here.
He's outside, so I don't know what the weather's like where you all are, but he could be doing it here in Florida for sure. One of the first athletes we've seen be fully outside. And one of the first kitchens we've seen there on the right.
Absolutely.
That's Edward Benz of Detroit Boat Club. 89 years young is Edward Benz, rowing there on the video on the right in the kitchen in Detroit.
Franz van Mierlo, your current leader in the I category, has a 42-meter lead, so quite considerable lead, holding a 150 pace over the next competitors, holding near mid-150s to 2 flat. That puts our current leader, who's from Amsterdam. He's got quite the rap sheet with the champion level status from World Rowing Virtual Indoors in the 70 to 74 category, and champion in 2021 Men's Masters I as well. So quite the target on his back, but he seems to be holding the pressure quite well.
A note here that Luther Jones in the H category was a former Penn and Vesper rower participating in the 1968-1972 Olympics and the 70 and 71 U.S. national team.
Here we have Edward Benz there on our screens. Richard Stout there on the bottom left.
Richard Stout rowing out of Canada, British Columbia. These Delta Ds.
Again, we have that video evidence here being recorded from the couch.
Everyone here is well into that third 500 of the race. One of the hardest parts of it here, where all of that lactic acid that's built up throughout the race is really coming to a point at this point in the race, trying to push through, relying on that fitness, and a lot of grit here that we can see on the face of David Young there in the corner.
Yeah, the picture of David Young shows you what this is all about. It is a very physical endeavor, these 2,000 meters on the ergometer. And you're talking to somebody who didn't do it nearly as many times as Hannah or Meredith have. And these athletes really have to have a game plan going in if they're going to have some success for the most part. And they're going to be able to kind of convey their energy all throughout the 2,000 meters. You still have Steve Crum out in front of this section of the men's G Masters category. You have Richard Stout still out front of the H category. Franz van Mierlo out in front of the I category. Michael McGurk in front in the J category.
Yeah, oftentimes you don't even leave it as just a plan, but you also will use that plan and almost rehearse it or visualize yourself doing it in some cases, if that is kind of that psychological strategy you have going into it. It's hard for the body to actually remember pain, but you can kind of visualize yourself going through pain and then overcoming it or kind of hanging tough through it. And that's one of the psychological ways that some athletes try to go into it, with that performance mindset. Knowing it's going to be hard, but seeing yourself stick in it and not give up is actually quite helpful.
Steve Crum in the final strokes of his race up there. Rate 37, keeping that split low in the low 140s. Trying to bring it to the line here. With Steve Crum finishing first in that remaining portion of the G category.
You see Richard Stout, bottom left. He finished his piece, unofficially ahead of the rest of the field in that H category. There we go. We got a shot of our K category and leaderboard. George Demerit out in front of that one. And Edward Benz, we have been seen on the screen quite a bit. Rowing in that kitchen in Detroit, 89 years old. George Demerit, 87 years old, leading that one, ahead of Dean Smith. Dean Smith, 96 years of age. Just incredible. You see John Master finishing up in that I category.
Yeah, Dean Smith, the oldest competitor of the day. The oldest woman to race here today was Bunn, who was 88. But Dean Smith will be the oldest man to race here today at Crash Bees at 96.
Right behind Dean is Anabel Sanchez Salazar, who is 92 years of age, out of Jacksonville.
Luther Jones there, I don't know if we've mentioned it already, forgive me if we have, former Penn and Vesper rower and raced in 2 Olympics, 68 and 72, and then was also on the national team in between those 2 Olympics in 70 and 71. Still got the fire within him.
Yep, some 50 years later, rowing at our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships Crash Bee Sprint. As we see George Demerit still out in front of the men's K Masters category. George Demerit rowing unaffiliated. About 100 meters ahead of 96-year-old Dean Smith from Rocky Mountain in Aurora, Colorado. Then it's Anabel Sanchez behind him, Sanchez Salazar from Jacksonville, rowing for the Jacksonville Rowing Club. Then the aforementioned Edward Benz, who's 89 years young, Detroit Boat Club, Detroit, Michigan. And Carl Ballo, who is rowing unaffiliated, also 92 years old. It says Dr. Ballo began rowing in 8 shells on the Danube in Budapest as a student. And now he just enjoys the ergometer for exercise. Well, Carl is also showing us that he likes to race.
And we do have another race underway over there in the race A part. So we'll take a look at that and come back and see the finish of our last category here. And finishing up with our final competitors here in the men's K category into their final sprint. Last meters of the piece.
As this last finisher closes out this event. We will have another one of these varied races coming up, so we have a wide range of different age categories and para categories in this next race, from PR1 all the way to PR3, and I believe most of these are going from AA all the way through K, so the full gambit of racers in all age ranges and para levels. It is awesome to see the opportunity for so many racers to come together. And again, that color coding will help us kind of make sense of which racers are in which category. So you have the color coding yellow, red, green, that like fuchsia, teal, orange, and then a second green grouping towards the bottom. Again, we have a lot of participation from Athletes Without Limits. You can see in this yellow here, that yellow uniform. Bruce Worley's feed coming through here, coxswain behind. You can really tell they have a good working relationship here, as you can almost see Bruce nodding along to his coxswain's words of encouragement, kind of saying, yes, I agree, I should do that. We've all been there before. Joel Meredith on the bottom right.
See Eric Newjar on the left, also from Athletes Without Limits. Not in the same gym, but you can see the jersey that he's wearing as well as those that are hanging to his side. So these are the para rowers in the various masters categories. And you can see some really competitive stroke ratings. I'm looking at the stroke ratings of these athletes. Pretty much everybody in the 30s or close to it, some in the 40s.
You do have two Worleys there in that orange category. They're currently going the fastest down this virtual 2K course. Matching splits 205, 157, now in the low 150s as they come into towards their last 500.
Given the information that we have, they appear to be twin brothers.
Yep. Really tight race there between Panic and Tapero, those two yellow boats you see on the top of your screen. Going about the same speed, right around that 247, 246 to 250 split range, both averaging about 40 strokes per minute. The second place, Angela Panic right now, just a few beats higher in those low 40s.
One of the things that's not coming through, you see these coxswains, you see these coaches that are coxing the two Worley brothers through their 2,000 meter piece in that gym, Athletes Without Limits, is that there's probably a lot of noise that's going on there in terms of those coxswains and peers and family members that are cheering on these athletes in that gym. That's probably a very loud gym. And we can't wait for us to find ourselves back in the gym and having this event in Boston in the gym, and you just get to, it's a totally different sort of experience. This is totally amazing because we're able to link in everybody from all over the world. That has its own advantages, but the one thing that you wouldn't be hearing that you would if you were standing in that gym is all of the noise that's happening, all the motivation, and all of the guidance that's happening from the coxswain.
So they are in different categories, these green and orange little boats signifying those different categories, but Joel Meredith has really made a move here. He wasn't really in contention with that other category, those two boats in orange, and suddenly he's finding himself in front for this current set of different events. Holding a 151 as he enters his last two strokes, holding that higher stroke rating. Really impressive sprint there from Joel Meredith from Athletes Without Limits. Followed by Mark Worley, then Bruce Worley will finish it out for those first three across the line that we're watching here.
Great to see three of those athletes in the same room able to feed off the energy of one another. I've always found that one of the, one of the most empowering things is when everyone in that room is really pushing each other to be better than what they think they can do on their own. Really, really nice performance there. A lot of great energy in that room.
There's Eric in his last couple strokes, maybe just paddling now.
Looks like Eric's got a bucket.
Oh, God. Look away. Thank you, camera team. But we have Carrie Kingdon coming through here. She's approaching the last 250. This is that 250 mark, the halfway through the last quarter of the race. is usually where, at that point, if not sooner, these athletes will start that sprint phase of the race. You have the start phase, the body of the race, and then the sprint. And the sprint is where you usually see that ticker on the right go up in stroke rate. So 28 right now, we'll see if it goes up any higher. 42 over there for Angela Panic. And then seeing if that pacing on the far right will come down as the athletes try to empty their tank. If each athlete is an automobile, we're trying to run on fumes in the last 10 strokes. So that when we cross that zero, that finish line, we know we have nothing left. It's kind of the approach for most of these racers here.
Yeah, looking at the stroke ratings, Angela Panic and Rachel Tapero are really high, trying to catch Carrie Kingdon. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do that with Carrie coming into the last 100 meters of the 2,000-meter race. And you see Lisa Chango winning her category at the moment from community rowing.
We have a note here that Lisa is a deaf and visually impaired rower who looks forward to the challenge of rowing, loves races, and having fun.
Patricia Mashad coming through as well in her category, holding a 2:34, rate 34 in their last 10 strokes or so.
Last 5 or so athletes finishing up. Patricia Mashad.
She's actually the co-founder of Three Rivers. Patty Mashad is the co-founder of Three Rivers Rowing Association's adaptive rowing program, and has earned over 120 different medals in various events. This is her first time competing at Crash Bees, though.
Well, she's going to take another medal, it appears, winning that category.
Make it 121.
Yeah, how close it was between Angela Panic and Rachel Tapero all the way through. I mentioned those two athletes, they were really high with the stroke rates, so you can just see where they finished relative to one another, a couple seconds.
So as these races finish up, we are in the home stretch of the day. We have just, I believe, 4 races left. Coming up next, we'll have the men's U23, women's open, men's open, and women's 49 plus 4-person relay. So each rower doing 500 meters and averaging those times together. The next event, we'll have similar 500-meter sprints as a team, so individual 500-meter sprints. And then we'll do the same for the 50-plus category, 500-meter sprints, and end our whole day of racing with the mixed under 49 and for both mixed and men's, under 49 4-person 2,000-meter relay. So we're in the home stretch. We have some fun events coming up with these relays and 500-meter sprints. It's been quite the morning and now afternoon of racing. Marathon of sprints, you could say.
Just a great day for sports all around. You can, race yourself or tune in here at Crash Bees. You can catch a little bit of Olympic coverage. You can watch the Super Bowl. What a Sunday for sports.
So you see Ajay Shenoy finishing up. Over 50 strokes a minute finishing. And you see Gershon Leibovitz, who is at 62 strokes a minute. Amazing. And Raymond Jubala, who is over 40, coming into the last 250. So these are the last of our non-team events. The last at least of the 2,000 meter individual rowing events for our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships, C.R.A.S.H sprints. It really has been exciting, and I'm looking forward to the next events as well, because the 500 meter sprints are very fun, as well as these team events. And a couple of these, we're going to combine those as well. So we're going to see team 500 meter sprints, which is very exciting and gives these teams a chance to really show kind of what they can do on both sides, both genders working together towards one goal, as you see Raymond Dubala finishing up.
All right, and we're going to hop on over to the start of the next race. Again, as David mentioned, this is a relay. We'll see some men's U23 here and some men's and women's mixed relays here.
Here they come, you better not blink. Those graphics are moving faster than normal. Almost reminds me of like a video game in terms of how fast these boats are going. See Dallas Rowing Club relative to every other team out in front there, but they're in their own category. You see the green boat. And these are average stroke ratings and average split times for these teams. And they're just going 500 meters, so you're already at the halfway point. So just so you know what you're watching, you see at the top there, it's the men's under 23 four-person team, the women's open four-person teams, the men's open four-person teams, and the women's 49 or under age group four-person teams are those fuchsia boats.
Great Bay, that current leader in the fuchsia, is from Dover, New Hampshire, and their average age is 31. Next, you have that unaffiliated crew, average age 35, and the Oars Incorporated crew looks to be a little bit of a composite with Albany Rowing Club, average age of 40.
That Albany Rowing Club entry claims that their team's only weakness is their unbridled enthusiasm for rowing. So they've come to the right place.
Yeah, it looks like Space Coast went too fast for the graphic because they just came in there at the end and they were the fastest of all the teams as we see the times come through. Really just a great event because you're also seeing just various ages. Like, for instance, the Dallas team had ages 33, 30, 67, and 45 in their open men's four-person team here.
Yeah, many of those athletes medaled earlier this morning. The Califano brothers, both 16, medaled this morning in one of those earlier 2,000 meter races. Had quite the couple of hours to recover, thankfully. But the 2 races in one day, always fun.
At this point, we are going to hop on over to some of the results that have come in here from races earlier this morning or this afternoon. From the Women's Master E, back to thinking about 2Ks here. Nancy Cook with the win at 7:30. Second place, Arlene Wade at 7:49. And third place, Pamela Newhart at 7:52. And we'll just scroll through there to all 14 women there competing in the E category. And here we have the Women's Master D category with a international top 3 here. Audrey Farrick from Canada at 7:36.1. Anna Karina Gavard at 7:43.6. And Samantha Ayers from the UK at 7:43.7. So really tight there between our Danish and British competitors. Americans following back there, scrolling all the way through here in a pretty widely subscribed category.
Here you see the men's Masters D results. James Hughes with the win in 6:33.4 ahead of Eric Johnson, 6:35.8, and Carlos Reategui in 6:37.8. I remember just how close that race was all the way down for men's Masters D. And as you see the scrolling through of the results, you will see that there were quite a few international competitors in that event as well.
Next up, that men's Masters E category, we had Klaus Geiger with 6:18.8, James Ball taking that second place with 6:35.9, and Mark Wads with 6:37.6. So that hammer will go to Klaus. And we still have quite this spread of nationalities represented here this year. GB and Canada coming into those non-medal positions.
And now, after we scroll through here, we're going to hop on over to one of our 500-meter sprints here. So a number of competitors sitting here at the start, waiting for the metaphorical flag to drop. Quite a few categories here as well. We have what seems to be the men's open and the women's open 500-meter sprints, as well as the men's ages 24 to 49, women's 24 to 49, and women's 50 plus.
So a bunch of different events coming through. It's only 500 meters. I'm looking at, I saw Reese Kirk. He was under 120 for a while. And you got David Garcia under 120. Just incredibly fast times. Again, one of those situations, go get on an erg and see if you can see a 500-meter split time of under 120 if you're a man. Maybe under like 130 for the women. It's not easy, and they're trying to hold it for 500 meters.
Yeah, it can be tempting
you'll
to
definitely
think. Go ahead.
You'll definitely see a lot more higher strokers. You can even tell here just by looking at the athletes on our screens. David Garcia looks like he's at like a 55, just really going as fast as you can because you can kind of handle that kind of fatigue because it doesn't last as long.
No, a huge difference in the physiological effect of sprinting over 500 meters versus managing and kind of adapting to your body through that whole 2K. So, seen here, a lot of the men have already finished. Some of our women are finishing here now. Ella Fox taking the win there. Andre Pavetta taking the win in the men's category. David Garcia in that men's 24 to 29 with the win. Morgan McGrath winning the women's 24 to 29. And Anita Antonio Clausen winning the women's 50 plus.
Amazing, these sprint races. They just go so quickly. Really exciting. And they're very physically taxing as well. You saw some of those cameras of athletes, very, very winded after 500 meters, and rightfully so. It may take a minute and a half or less than 2 minutes for most of these athletes, but putting out max effort for that lengthy period of time is still quite a taxing situation. So we've only got a couple
let's bring it
races
back over to
left.
some results. I think just to get a few more of those official results for you at home, we have our hammer medals stage for you. The Women's Masters F results are in. If you remember, we had Mai-Britt Beal with 7:37.0, Carla Stein 7:38.1, really narrow finish, and Marianne Becker taking the bronze with 7:47.1. Again, so many nationalities in these Masters events especially. And take a look at all of these results as we scroll through the list. And again, only that first place winner will take home that hammer, that classic Crash Bees memorabilia piece.
And the Women's Master G results here, official results, have Cynthia Cole in first with 8:17, Bonnie Fisher in second with 8:27, and Tracy Leah in third with 8:46.
And the Women's Masters H final results. Your top three: Janet Margaciti, 9:11.7, ahead of Deb Lanzo, who will take the silver medal, 9:58.2, and Patricia Hagan takes the bronze in 10:43.2.
Good, and worth clearing up for those at home. We actually don't have, because of the virtual regatta, no actual hammers. It's more of just the metaphorical hammer of glory. So that goes to Barbara Hogan in the Women's Masters I category, taking home first place, 9:13.6.
And in the J category, winning time of 9:36.7 is Sako Igawa.
And the Women's Masters K results: gold medal to Shirley Fargan in 10:33.2, silver medal to Beth Harling in 18:43.2.
Then we have the Men's Masters F results. Gold goes to Ken Gates with 6:31.5. Silver to Andrew Sangster with 6:32.2, and Chris Ives with 6:37.0 for bronze. You can see the full list below for those running up to the medal podium. A lot of really close racing, decided by fractions of a second.
And moving on to the Men's Masters G results here. Taking gold, Steve Crum, 6:36.7. Silver, Dan Kinzer, 6:55.0. And third, Emmanuel Romilly at 6:57.2. Quite a number of men competing there in that G category.
And official results for the Men's Masters H category: Richard Stout of Canada winning in 6:54 even, ahead of Walt Krawick, who will take the silver medal, 6:59.4, and America's David Kane in 7:14.5 will take the bronze medal.
Men's Masters I category, Franz van Mierlo with 7:14.3, Peter Robinson for second, 7:41.9, and Robert Ahelo with 7:45.1. That's your gold, silver, and bronze positions. And then the rest of the list you can see there.
And moving on to the men Masters J category, Michael McCourt at 7:33.2, John Silva at 8:23.2, and John Disterdick at 8:24.2. Just a second separating second and third place there. Close racing.
Take you over to that next race. Looks like we have the women's 50 plus and men's 50 plus for that 500 meter sprint. Have that starting command off and running.
No false starts, which I feel like we should see more often in the 500 meter sprints, but we haven't today. 46 strokes a minute for David Harris. It's going to shoot him to the top of the leaderboard for the men. You see there's two women. It's Danette Terrazzano and Karen Stryker. Karen out in front at the moment. And you see David Harris, who is out in front by almost 8 meters, going 117 right now at 43 strokes a minute.
So note here that David Harris won the British Indoor Rowing Championships 500 meter sprint in his age category in December of last year with a PR time of 1:19. So let's see if he can improve upon that today.
It's really amazing, but David does have the right technique, in my opinion, which is keep the rating as high as possible. 100 meters left for David. Rowing at a 40, the split time starting to drop off just a little bit. As you see, Karen Stryker, bottom right, she's out in front of the women's 500 meters.
Oh, wow. 119.8, just 0.3 off of his winning time from the British Indoor Rowing Championships 500 sprint from this just a few months ago.
Great performance there, though, from all of those leaders on the men's side. Karen Stryker finishing out here. Both women keeping the rate up high. Looking good. Karen Stryker will finish first, followed by Danette Terrazzano.
Going so fast, our graphics can't keep up.
It's almost like it's a system built to monitor 2Ks.
Alrighty, we'll go back to some more results here as we wait for that next event to begin. And these last few races are short and sweet just because they are these sprint races. So results, women's U17 4-person team relay. Row LA had one of those fastest times we saw in that varied mix. 154.8 average for those 4 rowers.
In the men's U17 4-person relay, winning was C.R.A.S.H with a time of 1:35, Don Bosco Prep 1:36, and Rockland Rowing Association in third with 1:43.
The mixed under 15 4-person team relay results. Delta Sculling Center B in a time of 2:02.5 will beat their teammates Delta Sculling Center A, who finished with the silver medal in a time of 2:15.9. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we have one more event of our 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships to bring you live.
Things that is different about the high performance position right now for para rowing is that we really need a pipeline of athletes. We actually have to spend time at the granular level creating opportunities for young athletes in local regattas so that they feel ready to go to a national championship. And one of the things we really want to do is really get behind those regattas that are already doing it successfully and maybe even use those as designated kind of pipeline events. For example, the Dadvale Regatta made a commitment early on that they would remain open to the athletes with disabilities. So Taylor Roberts, she's a PR1 rower herself. She's the organizer. They have a small contingent of athletes, but they're all college age eligible. And that's going to be a real focus for us, is finding the athletes who are in that age range that could go not only to Paris 2024, but also LA 2028.
Okay, welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships C.R.A.S.H B Sprints, streaming live on YouTube. My name is David Wyant. I'm joined by Hannah Painter and Meredith Kisting, and we have reached the last race of our 2022 championships, and it's going to be the mixed 50-plus four-person teams rowing 500 meters, as well as the mixed under 49 four-person teams. So the mixed under 49 are going to be the yellow boats that you see coming across your screen, and the 50-plus age groups will be the two fuchsia boats. So Hannah and Meredith, I have really enjoyed the day. It's been super exciting. I'm glad that we're finishing the day with one of these kind of novel or newer events, these team events. As you see the commands come through, ready, attention, row, here we go.
Here we go, putting ourselves in that on the water space. If we just had a 500-meter sprint, it would look a little crazy. Water would be flying, coxswains would be getting hurled around, but we're already into that first 100 meters. As we were saying earlier, there might even be a race plan here in this 500-meter piece. You might even have like a start 10, high 10, a shift 10, followed by that sprint immediately following, just to get yourself into that rhythm. Rates will be high, hopefully the splits will be low. You can see the average of each four-person team over there on the right. 136 is the average pacing right now of your leader from the unaffiliated crew of the USA. There you have them there on the bottom left of our screen. Looking strong, looking like that leading crew. We're already into the last 200 meters. Time to really black out, as they say, and just pull your brains out in this short sprint.
Yep, everybody in the last 200 meters, here it comes. Stroke rating starting to go up, seeing those numbers go up even though they're an average. These are teams, and out front is that unaffiliated USA team for the mixed 49 and under age group. And Delta Sculling Center is winning the mixed 50-plus age group. And you're seeing on the left side that unaffiliated team finishing, and they're in the same room. See, the unaffiliated B is actually not rowing in the same room because you see one of the athletes down there on the bottom right. And here they come. That is it. That's going to finish our day. And so we're back. Looking at each other one more time. Hannah and Meredith had quite the day watching these 2022 championships. and enjoyed working with you. Hannah, what sticks out to you about today?
I would say the sheer number of actual ties that we had this morning with the number of junior athletes that literally across the country, different time zones, different altitudes, pulled the exact same 2K erg time. I thought that was amazing and just really fun to see that competition.
And Meredith, yeah, go ahead. Same question. I mean, what was sort of your takeaway from today in terms of probably the most exciting thing that you witnessed?
I mean, I really just loved getting to see people race each other from all over the world, getting to see everyone link up online and have people on different continents, pulling a 2K at the exact same time in space. So a really cool moment there.
Awesome. Well, this is David Wyant from Sarasota, Florida, and I'm signing off for Hannah Painter, who's in New York, Saratoga, New York, Meredith Kisting, who is in Madison, Wisconsin. We were remotely in as well, linked up to bring you these championships, and we had a great time doing it. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast. Hopefully you saw or heard your names and you saw yourself, and we will catch you next year, maybe in person.
We'll see. Thank you all.
Thank you.